Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Hello, Party Squirrels. We had another day in trial today for Sara Boone, state of Florida versus Sara Boone. And after almost 5 years of waiting to go to trial, this case is happening fast and furious. It's expected that we will be hearing closing arguments at the very latest on Friday morning. And so there's every expectation that this case will be handed over to the jury for deliberations on Friday. And my thought is there will probably be a fairly quick verdict. And so I think it's pretty reasonable to expect a verdict on Friday. So done in a week. Crazy, right? So today we heard from the defense experts. And I believe tomorrow morning, the defense has a couple other things they're going to be doing, and then they will be resting their case in chief. And then it's time for the state's rebuttal. The state said today that they expect their rebuttal expert to take 30 minutes. So I don't know what that's baffling, but kind of on par for how this case has been going. Now that's not going to be their only witness, but in terms of their expert. So, and then they're also going to be having, I'm sure, a lengthy charging conference, especially because much of that couldn't be done ahead of time because they were waiting to find out what all was going to come in and whatnot. I happen to love charging conferences, so I'm looking forward to that. Shout out to Maisha. We haven't seen you in a while, my friend. Where have you been? We've been talking about you and wondering how you're doing. We've been asking for sanity nuts in the chat. We've been saying, where's Maisha with sanity nuts? I'm glad you're here, though. That's awesome. I don't even know if you've seen the thing that I made, the Calling All Squirrels, because part of that was in honor of you after that world tour, because I think you were one of the only people there. That was like some random squirreling. And I don't even know if you saw the Squirrely World Tour bumper that I made. But anyway, we have that now. So if you haven't seen it, let me know. We'll play it. So there's a lot. I mean, in terms of today, I have to say, even though this isn't a recap of today's trial, day in trial, but I have to say, I really liked the expert that the defense had. You know, you can't call her a hired gun because she works for a pittance, as they say. School stuff. See, I automatically said squirrel stuff. One and the same. School stuff. Gotcha. You haven't seen it? Okay. Well, in honor of Maisha, I'm going to first play. We'll table that thought. We're going to play our Squirrely World Tour video clip bumper. Calling all squirrels. So that's the Squirrely World Tour, because that's what we said at the time when that happened. That feels like forever ago. That was during the Ezra trial. So it was Calling All Squirrels for the Squirrely World Tour, and we had the squirrel call with the So that's what I made. I'm glad you love it, because partially that was inspired by you. So I'm glad you like it. Yeah, we have a number of new ones actually. Let's see. So we have that one, and then I don't know if you've seen this. And then in honor of Mr. Nelson from Closing Arguments from the Ezra trial. We have actually a couple funny ones from that. We've got this.
There was a firefight!
And then my favorite probably of ones from that.
Bloodshed.
The way he says bloodshed and smiles is the best thing. So that was him in Closing Arguments. Awesome. So anyway, okay. So but back to and I'm sure there's others, but we will come across them. But back to where we were. So yes, so the expert today, I actually really loved the defense. Again, she wasn't really a hired gun because she works for pittance, as I was saying. But I really liked her. I was actually thinking about this today when it was happening with the experts. And I was thinking about how interesting it is how, like, in this trial, right, in the Sarah Boone trial, that expert, I say expert, but she's not like paid a bunch of money, not, but she assessed and met with Sara 9 different times, right? And found that Sara was not malingering and not feigning, and thought she exhibited all of the symptoms consistent with battered spouse syndrome and, PTSD. And, we'll go through her testimony when we get to that recap, and she was very credible and she was very knowledgeable and she was excellent. I really liked her testimony. And I was thinking about it, and I was thinking about how, what do you do if you're on the jury? Because, like, I don't know, that witness today, that I don't remember her name, but that doctor, the lady who was towards the end of the day, I mean, that was the best thing that they could have had for their case. I mean, to me, like, that's the best chance they had. She was great. She was credible. And actually, I know that some people had actually mentioned that it kind of changed their view. Like, they went from guilty to not guilty with that testimony. And so, and it made me think about, like, again, to compare it to the Ezra McCandless trial, which we just covered previously, that, that was a self-defense case, not battered spouse, but self-defense, right? And Ezra had, they had experts brought in, it was a much longer trial, like 6-week trial, but they had experts brought in. And it was really interesting because I remember pointing out at the time how Ezra was able to, in my opinion, trick the experts, as in, I think clearly we were dealing, I mean, Ezra, the difference, there's a lot of differences between Sara and Ezra, first of all, but with Ezra, you're really dealing with someone who's definitely way more calculated and skilled, I would say, at lying to people. Okay. And so she had the different experts. Now, I think there was one expert that actually assessed her, like met with her and assessed her, but they brought in that guy, and he was like the guy who was like really full of himself, at least in my opinion, and like the most expert. And he was like, dude, she's got nothing, like, she's all good. Like, well, I say all good as in she met, his job was to say if she suffered from PTSD and if she had all this stuff that would cause her to react in the way that she did, that was consistent with having been, abused by Alex, which of course there turned out to be no evidence to support that. But, I thought about like comparing like Amber Heard, right? Where she was assessed by Dr. Curry, and Dr. Curry was like, she was, there were signs of malingering, there were signs of feigning, these numbers were not matching up, this and that, blah, blah. Like, in other words, so my takeaway at the time was like, Amber Heard couldn't fool the experts, but Ezra could, right? Because the expert that assessed Ezra, they came out and said, yep, she's got this and that and the other thing. And like, she was really, they validated her story, her story was complete BS, but she fooled them. I mean, that was really the takeaway that I had from it. And the jury agreed because she was found guilty. So it's interesting to think about. And then this is another case where you have to look at it and be like, did Sara trick? Did Sara fool the expert when the expert came in and said, yeah, there was no malingering, there was no feigning, she has PTSD. I guess I can't weigh in on that as far as like, it's hard to say. It's just, there's just so many red flags with her, that it's like, I was just surprised. I was really surprised with the findings of that forensic psychologist, because it doesn't match with what we've seen, basically, right? So, and of course, we don't know everything, and 9 times is a lot. That's very thorough, and I appreciate that. So that's what's so interesting about this is like, it could be a situation where, the jury finds that assessment was spot on and that's enough, right? Or the jury could find that, if essentially it's like if they don't believe that assessment, what that really comes down to is they believe that Sara basically tricked that forensic psychologist, right? And so I guess for me, in my mind, as I was watching the testimony today, I was like thinking, like, again, comparing Ezra to Amber Heard, right? Amber Heard, we know there were all these different tests that she was put through, MMPI-2 and this and that, and all these different ones. And what was so crazy, I pointed it out at the time, is that with Ezra, she was given all of the same tests as Amber Heard and then some. She was given like the litany of tests, and understandably so. It's a criminal trial, and this is a murder. It was a murder case, right? And that's what was so crazy to me is that, Amber Heard, for what everyone thinks of her, and she was given, the test she was given, and she couldn't fool the tests, right? She couldn't fool Dr. Gray. She couldn't fool the tests. But Ezra was given all of those same tests and more, and she fooled them. She fooled the tests, and she fooled the doctors. And that's why I even said, I was like, they need to come up with new tests that account for someone who's like on another level. So, but that's what I'm saying is like in this case with Sara Boone, right? It's like it's like either you go with the expert, right? The forensic psychologist, and that seems credible, or if you believe that she's still guilty, right? If you're on that jury and you think she's still guilty, then you also have to believe that she was capable of fooling that expert. That's what's tricky to me, because it's like, well, it was a hard, I was of the opinion that this was, at the very least a manslaughter situation, right? But, it's tricky for me, because do I think that Sara could be capable of tricking that forensic psychologist and tricking all of those tests? Now, again, we'll go through the testimony and see. I don't know that she was assessed in the way that Ezra was. I don't know that she was given all of those same tests. It might have just been that she was assessed by that psychologist. Ezra was given every test that exists known to man, and she fooled them all. But even if even if Sara wasn't given a litany of tests, do I think Sara Boone is capable of like fooling that forensic psychologist who seemed very capable and very smart? It's like, that's the part where I struggle, because I'm like, I don't think she could really fool that person, So it's like either she's capable of fooling them or she's not. So hopefully that makes sense. That's kind of where it's tricky. That's wild. So you're in the minority there, Kat. You didn't follow the depth trial. So Dr. Curry was a phenomenal forensic psychologist who is kind of a household name now from that trial, and she was awesome. But yeah, so I don't know. What do you guys, does that make sense of what I'm saying? How like it's we can talk more about it when we get to that recap. But yeah, it's just it's interesting. So that to me is really the question. It's like, is Sara capable of either fooling, tricking, manipulating, whatever? Because it's like either those results are accurate or they're not accurate, right? Either she's malingering or she's not malingering, right? Either she actually has PTSD or she's faking it, right? So that's why it's like, well, if she's faking it that she's got PTSD, she's also faking it well enough, because again, that's why it's so tricky. It's like if you're faking it, but you can still pass the malingering test, you know what I mean? It's like, that's the thing. So yeah, right. I know. And that's why it's tricky for me, because like, that's what it came down to for me when I was watching it. I was like, man, I was like, she seems so credible. She seems so knowledgeable. She really resonates with me. And then I thought about this too, again, compared to Ezra, because to me, she's way more credible than the psychologist in the Ezra McCandless trial who assessed Ezra. That dude came in, he was just full of himself to no end. I mean, I think that's, and I thought about it, I was like, I wonder if that's part of it, right? Because he was just not credible. He came across as completely biased. It was, and like, anyway, and to me, it's like, that's what seems like that must make a really big difference, because you've got someone like the lady we saw today, who to me came across as really fair and unbiased. You're more likely to really, believe and put stock in what they're telling you. And when the heart of these cases, such as the Ezra McCandless trial and this one, where there's self-defense involved, or, battered spouse being a subset of self-defense, It really comes down to the expert who assessed them. It really does. That's what it comes down to. Because no matter what the defendant did, if the expert testifies and the jury believes them that this, and they say this, they had this, that, and the other thing, and that's what they're going with their defense. The defense is what it is. Like, the defense is what it is. It's a valid defense that results in an acquittal, right? It's just a matter of if that psychological criteria is met. So it really comes down to that expert more than anything, regardless of whatever evidence there is. So that's what's so crazy about it. Like, that one expert can make or break. And so I thought about the difference again of like, this expert today I found really way more credible than the expert in the Ezra McCandless trial. And it's like, well, maybe that's really the clincher, right? Like, when you think about the standard beyond a reasonable doubt, it's like, if you find that expert credible, you can't find a person guilty, right? So that's Maisha hit the nail on the head. Like how liars can still pass a lie detector test ball line. Yep. Ezra freaking did that. Dude, it was so insane to hear those results, man, because I was like, I wonder how many humans have actually been capable of that. They gave her every single freaking test known to man. And while the person, who's testifying on the stand, while they can be biased or whatever, those tests the tests don't lie. The tests are what they are, right? Like, the tests are not biased. The tests, all those tests are supposed to account for every possible thing that someone could be feigning on and then some. She was given every test out there, and she passed them all with flying colors in terms of passed them for what you would want for her defense. I mean, and in my opinion, and the jury agreed, she tricked the test. She like literally is so wild to think about, right? I mean, just how many humans have been able to do that? I don't even know. So Kat saying, I was Sara is guilty until last night. Now I know she did it, but I understand why it all happened. Negligence, right? So negligence. And then that's where, well, and that the negligence, that's really more in the civil realm. That doesn't really factor in here. I understand what you're saying, because like, that's kind of what it seemed like. And that's where the manslaughter comes in, right? That's like a closer version of negligence, but that's not on the table for this case. That's not an option. That's really more in the civil realm. However, again, if you really believe her defense, her affirmative defense, she should be acquitted. Like, it's not even negligence, right? In a sense. So I'm now Team Sara, maybe a few more years to think about life choices, right? Kat says, Ezra had me captivated, but Sara is like the pedal on a bike where Ezra is fully loaded Mercedes. And see, that's the thing. Like, Ezra's more like a Moriarty type, like she made a lot of stupid decisions, but she also at the same time in a lot of ways is smart, and much smarter than Sara Boone. I think, Sara, as much as Sara might hate to admit that. So yeah, so and for me, again, we're going to go through all this testimony. Now, I will say this, okay? Here's the one caveat, okay? After all that just being said, and like I said, and we were watching this expert, or I was watching this expert today, and we'll get to that on that recap. And I was like, man, this expert, like, okay. I mean, it's like this expert is credible, believable. If the expert says she's got it done. We can go home, right? She's not guilty. And then I went back and I watched a little clip of her not her interrogation, of the suitcase video where she's talking to George in the suitcase. Okay. And here's the thing that happened. It just happened kind of on accident. Like, it just popped up on YouTube and it just went to a certain spot. And I just heard one little spot in this video, which I've seen a billion times, but it's always different when you watch it again, when you have more context, right? And the spot that it landed on was the spot where she says, for all that you've done to me. And then I was like, it's not over. It's not over. It gives me goosebumps, actually, because that right there puts her more in the category of tricking the psychologist, believe it or not, because that's the thing. For all that you've done to me, that is retaliation, and that is not it. That is not it. That does not count. That does not count. Retaliation does not count here. That's not it. For all that you've done to me. That was the one part I heard, and I was like, oh man, like, I forgot about that line in the video, and we're actually going to hear it on this recap. So that right there is not at all. Like, it's one thing when you're, okay, it's one thing when you are, and it's understandable. A lot of us have been there, including myself. It's one thing when to the outside world, right? When people ask how you're doing, you don't tell them the truth. You say everything's great. That's one thing. It's also another thing when you're around the detectives. And, you know, I get it. I totally get it. When it's like, yeah, you have to build trust. It's not, you're not just going to come out and say what's happening. I get all of that. But the thing is that when it's one-on-one, her with her, you know, with her potential abuser, right? Her and George, him in the suitcase, her filming it. When it's just the two of them, and she's filming it, it's like, I mean, you know, just, you have to just think it through, right? It's like, that's her opportunity to leave. That's her opportunity to, there's just so many things that could have happened, but regardless of even like, regardless of anything else, what she says shows her state of mind. And that's, I guess, what I'm getting to, is that in terms of her psychology, right? And is she a victim? Is she not a victim? What was happening at the time? Was she afraid? What we're hearing from her mouth is a reflection of her psychology. And it is an actual honest representation. That's what I was getting to, is how, like, we all know that if you're in that position, you may not tell other people outside the relationship what's really going on, but that's just her and George. And so what she's saying, I think, is an actual honest and truthful reflection of her psychology and what she's thinking. She's literally saying what she's thinking, right? Obviously. And she's saying, for all that you've done to me. That's retaliation, and that is not self-defense. And it's not battered spouse, and that's not. So if the jury goes back and watches that, which, you know, I would imagine when the jury goes back to deliberate, they're going to watch that video again, I would think, so that they can talk about it together, right? And if it's like, if you hear that part, I don't know, that does change things. So that's just kind of my thoughts on it. But what I wanted to do first was I wanted to play the first beginning part of the day, because of this funny comment about her shirt, and it's not on every feed. So this is the Court TV feed, but then we're going to switch feeds. But I wanted, because the way he describes her shirt is hilarious.
Tell me how this thing for Sara
Ms. Boone, are you ready to be sworn? Please do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give, just me the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sara Boone, 10-10-77.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black jacket and a white multicolored shirt. Looks like some splotching on it. She is in custody.
Right there, some splotching on it. Beautiful. Well said, Judge Kranick. Some splotching on it. That's especially great after all the much ado that was made about her getting, you know, her professional styling and whatnot, right? Okay, next on the docket, I'm going to play this quick little clip, and then we'll get into the actual testimony. So this is a clip. This is a clip from, hold on, let me pull it up. This is a clip from yesterday. Jesus, that feels like such a long time ago. Where is my other tab? Okay, so this is a clip from yesterday when Sara Boone was on the stand. Wow, yeah. And so this is when they were talking about whether or not they were going to be able to get into this defense or not. This was actually huge. This was huge. This is when they were going to, are they going to be able to go forward with this entire defense, right? The whole rest of the trial and the case hinged on this moment right here. And, you know, EDB and I were both streaming this simultaneously live at the time. Okay. So what happened was, after I finished streaming it, I was like, I'm going to make some food. And I pulled up her feed, and, you know, I was only going to have a second to watch, like, you know, just 1 or 2 minutes. Right. And of the whole day, I was like, the part I wanted to hear was like, I wanted to hear her reaction to the judge's decision on this. And as soon as I heard her reaction, I was like, oh my God, I have to make a clip of this because this is hilarious. Okay. So this is a mashup of me and EDB when Judge Kranick ruled on whether or not the defense could get into, you know, the prior bad act or prior history of abuse and essentially go forward with their battered spouse defense.
Court finds that a overt act has been established. Case law is clear
that a scintilla of the providing of an court finds that a overt act has been established. So it's clear that a scintilla of the providing overt act is sufficient to provide the self-defense jury instruction. An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly.
Interesting.
An overt act is not something that's specifically defined in Florida case law. It's something that's from the totality of the circumstances, seemingly under the authorities the court has reviewed. As such, the court is going to find.
I'm shocked. The overt act it's coming in. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. I mean, I guess the scintilla of evidence that, I guess I forgot that was the standard, but scintilla of evidence, and that does make sense.
A overt act has been established and will allow the defense to proceed with evidence of reputation and specific instances of conduct and
he's not looking at the attorney's
evidence so long as the necessary predicates are established for those.
It is a low bar.
But he didn't deserve that win.
Necessary predicates are established for clarifications with regard to the court's order.
That is a big win for the defense in this case.
Defense.
I think it would help if we went to say.
The bar is low. A scintilla of evidence.
I don't know if you want to.
The barest amount.
Defense.
I think it would help if we went through my exhibits.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Photographs and these other photographs.
He's got to be really happy, though. He's got to be really happy. That was the best they can do. It's not going to be enough, but it's the best that he could get.
One at a time in front of the jury, or whether we want to just talk about them.
I'm surprised.
This is a miracle for them, honestly. And, today we're seeing the actual weight of this, because had this not happened, guess who would not have testified today? That expert, right? So anyway, I just thought it was funny because we had literally the exact same reaction. And then even in real time, when we realized, it's because it's a scintilla, was like at the exact same moment. It was just really funny. So Kat's saying that the battered spouse defense has, he or she puzzled. If you have a more specific question, I can explain this for you. Okay, I'll go back and do that. So, battered spouse defense is a subset of self-defense, right? While I'm waiting for a more specific question, I can just generally speak to that. Self-defense is about in the moment, right? It's about proportionality of the force versus the threat. And with that battered spouse defense, it's making room for the fact that given someone who's been exposed to abuse on a regular basis, that their psychology and their threat perception has changed, so that therefore, because in these jury instructions, right, it's going to be with regular self-defense. It's all, and we saw this with Ezra, right? The reasonable, was the use of force reasonable as per the threat? Because they're looking at the proportionality of it. Was the amount of force used reasonable? Would a reasonable person have perceived that threat? Was the amount of force used reasonable? Word reasonable used a whole ton, right? Part of the whole point of this battered spouse defense is that, well, when someone's been subjected to abuse over long periods of time, and they might have like PTSD and other things, they've got also knowledge only between the two people, right? In terms of those different cues, like we heard about today. I gave an example yesterday of a Coke can. She gave an example today of someone changing clothes to stay at home or something like that. So these certain cues and certain little things within the relationship that when you take in the totality of in that context, and then if it makes room for a jury to look at the circumstance through the lens of the defendant, okay, with their psychology. So that it's like, okay, well, if you were this person and you've been through X, Y, and Z, the idea is that it then changes. It changes it so that you don't have to look at it as in what a reasonable person have done this. Was this reasonable, blah, blah. It's like, would it have been reasonable for this specific defendant, given the circumstances? It just makes room for the jury to, again, it's all about, we hear this in law, it's all throughout, right? The reasonableness standard. Would a reasonable person do this? Would a reasonable person do that? Was this reasonable? Was that reasonable? And this is saying that this is making room for the idea that a reasonable person may not have perceived this as a threat. A reasonable person may not have done this act, right? However, would a reasonable person, having undergone what the defendant went through and being exposed to that type of abuse, and given that person's psychology, was it reasonable for them? That's essentially what it kind of comes down to. But I'm still waiting for a more specific question for me to answer, because I would be happy to. But that was about the standard. And it looks like Holland is the case law in Florida that they really rely upon when it comes to this battered spouse defense and the overt act. They've had a lot of litigation pre-trial and during trial about this whole thing. Holland has come up a ton of times. But basically, the whole point there is that the bar, like EDB was saying, was really low, a scintilla of evidence. Okay, great. Cat says it's a great sum up. You're very welcome. So, I'll give the example I gave the other day with the Coke can, right? Like, let's just say that you've been in an abusive relationship and you've noticed a pattern, even subconsciously, that every time this person's going to subject you to some type of abuse, they drink a can of Coca-Cola. Yeah, this was just something I thought of randomly. I'm just going to stick with the same example, right? And so then, without even thinking about it, over time, what would happen to this person, or could happen, right, is that when they see that their abuser go and get a can of Coca-Cola, automatically, before the abuse starts, they anticipate it and expect it. Like they know it's coming, but it hasn't happened yet, right? It's going to happen, okay? But for a regular person, if they saw that abuser, but it wasn't the person in the relationship, let's say it was the person's brother or whatever, right? They see the person go get a can of Coca-Cola, it means nothing. It only means something to the person who's in that relationship and has been exposed to these patterns where there's certain cues, right? It's so much, there's so much overlap with PTSD there. And so that's really kind of what it comes down to, is saying, well, was there something in Sarah Boone's case that happened akin to the Coca-Cola example, right? Where for her, she knew it was going to result in, and again, this is the other thing that's key. The standard here is that it had to be reasonable for her, under her circumstances, to expect great bodily harm or death. I'm going to say it again. That's the bar. The bar isn't just getting beat up. The bar isn't just getting threatened. The bar isn't just getting yelled at. The bar is great bodily harm or death. That's the threat that it has to meet. Now, again, it just has to mean that she could have reasonably, for her, have expected that. And one thing I talked about yesterday, too, is like, it's going to be interesting to see what happens when it comes to the jury instructions, because they have to explain great bodily harm, to the jury. Like, that's going to be really interesting to hear, because, while all bodily harm is awful, right? In terms of the law, usually the way that I see it being talked about is like great bodily harm is like you almost died. So like being hit with a curtain rod, for example, I don't think that would count, honestly, in terms of from a legal standard. Like great bodily harm is like when Sara actually mentioned at one point disfigurement, that would be that's probably why she said that, to be honest, because that would count. And remember, when she was representing herself for that brief period of time, she would have learned about some of this. And, I think we saw glimpses of this in her testimony, which was interesting to see as well. And so, but yeah, that's the standard, great bodily harm or death. So what we need, so that's another part that's a factor to this is, with all the pictures that came up yesterday, were those in that category of great bodily harm? Because that's the other thing too, is like, well, because even if you find that the psychologist was valid and everything she said was valid, if you find that the prior history and the patterns in the past of abuse were actually not great bodily harm or death in that realm, it still doesn't matter. That's not good enough, right? So there's a big standard there that they have to meet. So, okay, so now let's jump on into today. We're going to hear from the ME and others.
Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope that you all had a restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time. record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can—
The jury had to wait in line with the regular people? What on earth? I've never. Also, while I'm thinking about it, I just wanted to make a note. For anyone who's been watching YouTube, I'm sure you've heard of this, and this is not news to you. StreamYard has been having sound issues. And whatever, it's been having other issues. This has been a thing. But in terms of the recent issues, what's interesting about them is that for the person who's streaming does not know, because we don't hear it. So, for example, yesterday I was getting feedback that like the court feed was really quiet, and I was like, it's all the way up, and like to me on my end, I was like, yeah, it's sort of quiet, but it's not like you couldn't hear it or anything. But then when I was going back and doing the timestamps, I was like, oh my God, it's like muted half, like a lot of the time. And also there was some glitching, and it's just like what's been going on with EDB. And I think Laura, has been having everybody that uses has been having issues. So I don't know, it's random, but the thing is that for the person streaming, they don't know unless somebody says something in the chat, because it doesn't show up on our end. However, there's really not anything that can be done. And the best thing that can be done, I'm sure already has, which is EDB complaining directly to StreamYard, because they love her and need her. And she's already been threatening to try to find another platform. And I'm sure she's not the only one. If she finds something else that's more suitable, we'll all be going over there, right? So, they should be getting their act together, honestly. And so, well, anyway, we'll see. So just let me know. So actually in this case, it doesn't matter whether he got into the suitcase on his own or that's totally irrelevant, completely irrelevant. Whether he got into the suitcase on his own or whatever, like the circumstances of him getting the suitcase actually don't matter at all, legally speaking. What matters is after he's in the suitcase and her zipping him up and leaving him there, and him saying he can't breathe and her leaving him in. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like it actually, from a legal perspective, doesn't matter whether he got in on his own volition or not. Right. I know. Totally.
You can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance. There's a jury-only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sara Zydowicz.
And I've got a list of questions I'm going to be listening for with her. A long list.
You swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sara Zydowicz, Sarazydowicz.
Oh my God. I was not ready for that. I thought she was starting with her first name because the first couple letters were the same. I'm trying to type it up to put a banner. Hold on. Let me back it up a second.
Yes.
Get her spelling.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sara Zydowicz, Sarazydowicz.
That's a last name if I ever saw one.
Good morning, ma'am.
Wow.
Can you tell us what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And
Wow.
What do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years.
Yeah.
And,
For
1
anyone
year,
who's
in
unaware, we live in Orange County right now. Just saying.
Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of.
You know what I just realized? I think she was spelling her first and last name. Because I just saw it typed up. I'm like, wait, her name is not Sara. Sarah's. Hold on. Oh, this is a good squirrel moment right here. I think this is what we're dealing with is, hold on. Let me fix this. I think it's two words. Let me, guys. That's better. That's more like it. That's what it is. That's gotta be what it is. That's gotta be what it is. Because I was looking at that last name, I was like, that's a heck of a last name. And then I was like, wait a second. Okay. I know. Right. Maisha's correct. What matters is what she did after he got in the suitcase. Her actions lead to correct. That's absolutely right. Right. Unless it was a self-defense situation, right? So, yeah.
Wisconsin and Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1-year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology.
And wow, look at that, Wisconsin. It's also funny when trials it's like, you're like, oh my God, it's like they all have some overlap. Like, you know what I mean? Like is she going to say something about the Gamecocks? Like I'll lose my mind. But what are the odds? Like, especially if you're just talking about Ezra.
Clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold the position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
I will say that's actually really impressive because not everybody's certified in all those. Like a lot of times the medical examiners, they just have forensic pathology. But she said she did anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. That's really impressive and not typical.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a
Sorry, Kat says they followed so many stories of people shipping themselves to foreign countries. I have a lot of questions about that, but you do bring up a good point because I think we're all somewhat familiar of people doing that. It's a good point. I don't know what size the container they're in. We know that the positional. We're going to hear about it, right? This is the ME, but the positional asphyxiation, of course, would be specific to the position you're in. So it could just depend. I don't know that when this happens, I don't think they're in suitcases though. I think that they're in, I don't know, they're in other containers, right? I'm trying to think. Like, the thing is that you couldn't just, I don't think it would be possible. Let's just, for the sake of example, I don't think it'd be possible to put a human in a suitcase and actually ship them somewhere as if they're like on an airline, right? Like they're gonna, like their luggage. I just don't think it would make it past because, they scan everything. I'm pretty sure they would scan it and be like, oh, there's a human body. What's happening? I don't thinking about this. It's like, how would, I don't know how you would bypass all the procedures in order to even get that far. So I have a lot of questions, I guess, is really what it comes down to on that one. Yeah. The other thing, too, I was going to note that was interesting is that, again, from that little snippet that I heard, we're going to hear it again today of the suitcase video. She said, it was the interrogation, maybe. Yeah, it was the interrogation. She said he had 2 fingers sticking out. 2 fingers. But the testimony has changed during this trial to now it was the hand, which is another interesting distinction. Well, right. That's part of it, right? Kat says, I didn't even know you could fit a grown adult in a suitcase. Right. You shouldn't be able to. And I mentioned this on one of the other recaps where I went and looked at my suitcases and measured them because I was going to see, I'm 5'4", 90 pounds. And I was going to see, could I fit in a suitcase and try to even imagine it. However, the suitcases I have are slightly smaller, but not all that much smaller. And the depth is the same. And I looked at that. I'm looking at it and I'm like, you would have to, it speaks to him really trying to fit, in my opinion, because there's no way, like you would think of like a contortionist, right? It would take a person trying to make themselves fit. And even then, most of the time, that's not going to, like, the odds are so slim to none that you would fit. But it speaks to him really trying to fit. That's where I came up with this idea of maybe it was like a game or like truth or dare or like, I bet you can't fit in that suitcase type thing. And, right. Well, that's after they're dead, though. You're right, Maisha, but that's after they're dead. She's right. Maisha's saying there's lots of cases where adult bodies are found in but they're put in the suitcase after they're dead. And the ones that I've heard of, not to be whatever, you guys all know, you're familiar with the ones that I've heard of, it's when they've already started to try to dismember somebody or they've partially dismembered them. But at the very least, they're deceased. Then you can, I'm not going to get too gross. Hopefully you guys can imagine that it might be different if you're dealing with someone who's deceased and rigor mortis is not set in, that you could then manipulate, let's just say, the body in certain ways. But with an adult who's alive, it's very different. I mean, I've not heard of that. Like, I've not heard of that with an alive adult being able to fit into a suitcase like that, Right. Every time they are cut up. Right. That's what I'm saying. It does depend on it does depend on the size of the suitcase. Right. That's right. We are watching murder trials. Correct. Yeah. We're all on the same page. And so it was funny. I was at the Trader Joe's yesterday, right before Sara Boone was going to take the stand because they took that lunch break, and the person at the checkout was like, "You have any fun plans later?" I was like, well, actually, I said, I'm about to do a live stream, and he was like, "Oh, what do you live stream?" And I just laughed, and I was like, "This is going to sound really nerdy." I said, "I live stream live trials," and he was like, "Oh wow, that's so cool." And he was like, "What type of case is it?" And I was like, or he said like what type of cases? And I said, "Criminal." And he was like, "Well, yeah, but like what type of cases?" I was like, "It's a murder trial." And he's like, "Ooh, let me know the details or whatever." And I was like, "Well," I said, "You may have actually heard of it." I was like just trying to make it the easiest way to recognize. Like, "Did you hear about the lady in Florida who zipped up her boyfriend in a suitcase?" And he's like, "Yes, I knew about that." I was like, "Well, she's about to take the stand." And he got all excited. Anyway, it was just funny. Spooky squirrels. Yeah. So, right. Depends on the size of the suitcase. Yeah. I mean, I feel like the thing is though, with like suitcases, like the big suitcases that are like big, like bigger than the one that we saw in this trial. I feel like those just are so rare these days because what happened is like the airlines, right? Like I remember when I was young, okay. When I was young and we would travel, for a long period of time, I remember that this is what it comes down to, right? The airlines, the checked baggage thing, the limitation or like, the max size was like bigger than the suitcase in this trial. It was like big. It was like big enough that like our family of four could fit everybody's crap in there enough to take like a month away, or whatever. Like it was like huge, like big enough to fit a family of four inside the suitcase almost, right? Like huge. I mean, we would have like these huge ass suitcases that were like the size of, like really, I'm not even kidding. I could fit in there comfortably now, like not even joking. Like I could cozy right on up. And so they were huge. But what happened over time, of course, as I'm sure you guys know, is that size has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller. And so now the standard size is, I have it written down, this is the max standard size for a carry-on. Wait, hold on. I'm thinking of baggages that you could check for free is what I'm thinking of with the big suitcase. But anyway, but it still matters, right? Because the carry-ons used to be bigger. They did, but they've shrunk. So carry-on size now is 22 by 14 by 9. And because they've increased the prices of checking baggage, it used to be free. Then now it's like, well, everyone's going to try to fit, like this is limiting everybody, right? You're going to try to fit everything in a small carry-on size suitcase so you don't have to pay a fee. Well, at least I would. So 22 by 14 by 9. And the suitcase that I have is that size, carry-on size. And it is small. It's really small. It's like, for me, that size is like an overnight trip. If I'm going to take a shower, I'll just say, if I don't have to take a shower, I could probably fit more stuff. But if there's going to be a shower involved, then we're talking all the hair stuff. And then it's just, that's the entire suitcase is the hair stuff. So anyway, that's a whole other thing. That was with all the luggage and Meg Ryan. Ooh, what was that? Okay, they've done a lot of movies together. Also love them. You've got Mail. Castaway, even? Or no, that was a different lady. What else? They've got so many. Right, that's right. Eva Undercarriage, that's right. They've shrunken as well. That's right. Yeah. So like the I guess kind of what I was thinking is like those giant suitcases, like I remember those as a kid. You don't see those anymore. Like I don't ever see those. Like even I don't even know that they sell them anymore because no one would buy them. I mean, they're just not a thing. It's like it would cost you it would cost a fortune to check that bag, right? So like when you look at what's for sale when it comes to the suitcases, they're all based on, what the airlines are going to allow. So it's like, I think the size of that suitcase in this trial is like pretty much like the max size that most people are going to buy because of the airlines. So yeah, I don't know. Is that the name of the movie with the luggage? Joe versus, I don't know what that is, but I remember what you're talking about with all the luggage. Yeah. What was that? Let me see. I have a vague recollection of that. I'm just seeing if I can do a Google search real quick here. Oh, it is Joe. You're right. Joe versus the Volcano. That's the name of the movie. Well, I don't know that I've seen that or even heard of it. Oh, Sleepless in Seattle, classic. I wonder what is it about that Joe versus, let's see. Oh, he accepts a financial offer to travel to a South Pacific island and throw himself into a volcano. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's a really funny premise of this movie. This looks good. I'll read you guys the premise for anyone who's not seen it. So 1990, good year. Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan. Okay, so it follows Joe Banks, who's played by Tom Hanks, rhymes, who, after being told he's dying of a rare disease, accepts a financial offer to travel to a South Pacific island and throw himself into a volcano on behalf of the superstitious natives. Along the way, he meets and falls in love with Patricia, which is Meg Ryan, the woman tasked with taking him there. What a great premise for a movie. Love that. Brilliant. Brilliant. It says, though it was a minor box office success, it has become a cult film. It says it contains themes pertaining to mortality and the search for meaning and a sense of purpose in one's life. Wow, interesting. It looks like, so here's the thing. So the writer and director says that he started to experience this quest for learning one's purpose in life or whatever in New York a couple of years ago because all of my smaller problems were taken away. So I was faced with really big problems like mortality and being alive on Earth for a limited amount of time. When you're a working stiff, you don't have as much time to brood on those things. So I sort of decided to write a film about it and how it might be overcome. Interesting. All of us are in, he says also, all of us are in denial about death. And the weird thing is you think they do that because if you were to worry about death, you couldn't enjoy your life. But I think the reverse is true. If you don't recognize your mortality, you're tiptoeing through life and not letting the full reality of what it is. When Joe lets that in, that's when life comes flooding in. Interesting. Wow, looks like a good movie. Anyway, so there we have it. Small squirrel tangent. 90s baby. Yeah, I grew up in the 90s. So I don't know. Is that a 90s baby? I was born in 87. So grew up in the 90s. So I guess I'm a 90s kid. I do love the 90s. So yeah. So yeah. So suitcases, luggage, things have changed, haven't they?
Florida statute or Florida law that states which types of deaths that will be involved in investigating. And in general, there are deaths that are not natural, So accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after death examination. And there are kind of two main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which
I
is
have to
just
say, I really like her. Like she does, you would not think, okay, no, nothing against medical examiners. They're great. They're doing God's work, really. You know what I mean? Like that can't be, anyway, I have all the respect in the world, but not all of them are really personable, and that's totally fine, right? They're used to working with, I mean, I'm actually kind of paraphrasing something I've heard EDB say when talking about or commenting on different medical examiners, which is they're used to working with dead people. That's something. So, you know, okay. But she's just very personable. I thought she was great. And I would say one of the really more personable, I guess you could say, and easy to understand, and just had a really nice demeanor. Like of all the Emmys I've seen testify, which is countless. Anyway, I thought she was great.
sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that may help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests. So things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death? And is this?
You know, it's so funny. I was just thinking about too, like how we were joking about how, like, yeah, we're all used to murder trials, like, you know, chopping up a body and putting it in a suitcase isn't the biggest deal. We've heard worse. It just reminds me. So during closing arguments for the Ezra trial, my mom had popped in for a little bit. I don't know if she was in the chat, but she was listening for a second or something. She might have actually been in the chat, but she was listening for a little bit. And it wasn't even during anything, I mean, like, noteworthy to me, but like there was just talk about somebody got stabbed. Like it wasn't like gruesome. It wasn't anything, in my opinion. You know, it's like, anyway, and even the worst that you heard in that case is still not nearly as bad as it is in other cases, right? Like it's just old fashioned stabby McStabber still. Like we've heard this a million times. It's just stabs, right? You know, like there's just way worse things that are done to human bodies that are more gruesome. But it was just really funny to put it into perspective, like how different it is when you're used to watching murder trials, right? I think it's easy to forget because like if I had thought it was going to be like gruesome, I would not have suggested her to come and watch, right? But in my mind, I'm like, yeah, this is like family friendly, you know, like, you know, like in a way, minus my cursing, of course. But so anyway, so she was watching a small part of it, and it was just like some part of closing arguments, which again, it's like there was not even anything in my opinion that would even be remotely gruesome. But she was like, and it was just so hard to watch. She said the way they talked about a knife being involved or something like that, and I was like, it was something along those lines, and I was just like, oh my God, I forgot what it's like to be a normal person. I'm so used to hearing this stuff, right? But what made me think of it is the way she just so casually talks about removing the organs, like it's just removing the organs, you know, it's just funny.
Something that you document.
Yes, so cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And
That is a lot. And I think that's actually more than Dr. Reamer even had done in, and she was great. She wasn't as personable, but she was great in terms of, you know, knowledge and expertise. But in the Murdoch trial, I remember at the time when she testified, EDB said that it was the most autopsies she'd ever heard of anyone do ever in her life. And I feel like it was somewhere around 1,000. And so I actually, this would be great. Like this is triple that, but she's way younger. So it's kind of insane.
have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Yeah. So it's really funny. So like my mom, for example, interesting, right? So my mom is like, she'll watch the legal shows on TV, right? And I don't even know what the names are. I've literally never seen a single one of them. But it's so funny because she'll be like watching these shows and like she'll just be telling me what's happening in the show. And I'm just sitting here like, that's wrong. That's unrealistic. That's never how it happened. She's talking about what happened in their day at court in the show. And I'm like, yeah, that's just not I'm like, oh my God, like the way I could go on and on and on about how all of that is not accurate. Like it drives me crazy. It's like with someone playing violin and it's all messed up and backwards, right? I'm like that with things. And so like that's how I am when it comes to like trials and like, legal stuff. And so but then of course, yeah, it's like, but then when it comes to like the real deal, it's like, but yeah, I guess in those shows, they probably don't. The other thing too, is I guess for people that watch those shows, it's different when you're like, oh, this really happened versus a show, right? Because then it's like realistic. I don't know. It's interesting though. But again, I've literally never watched those shows. You're right. My says I laugh at the crime shows when the doctor is eating lunch as they casually talk about the organs, right? Yeah, it's so funny. Trials being too much to sit through. I don't understand because I just don't like. I have a hard time fathoming how anyone could not love trials. I mean, I know that sounds great. Like I understand the time. It's a time thing, right? Time commitment. However, anybody over any period of time can watch a trial, right? Like you can just watch it and just take longer, right? Like it's not impossible. You don't always have to watch it. You can be listening to it. That's what I do a lot of the time when I'm not covering. So I don't know. I just don't, for me, I have a hard time fathoming, like, I can't even understand what my life was like before I was watching trials. I'm like, this doesn't get any better to me. So.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided at the time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car. Right? That's very generic. And we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have...
what's wild is she's totally right. But because of murder trials, when I hear asphyxia, I automatically think someone being strangled. What about you guys? Is that what you guys like? My mind is like, oh, strangle. Anyway. So hey, get the papa right for get a blanket snuggle. I mean, there's a lot of people who get the popcorn ready. I don't know about getting a blanket and snuggling. I don't know that because it's not really a romantic thing. But I know, everyone gets their snacks ready. You know what I mean? Yeah, Maisha's like, yep, strangle. Yep, Purdue. Oh, there was something else I was going to say about that. Okay. Oh, yes. Oh, no. So, yeah, I remember what it was. I have my list. So the list of things that I want to be listening for is, like things that, so we know there's the whole CPR thing, right? Like Sara saying she did CPR. It's like, I have my thoughts on that. It's like, what I'm curious about is when she weighs in on like that, like what was their, what was the deal with that? And then also like, the other thing I keep thinking about is when Sara pulled him out of the suitcase. We know what she said, but of course, what she said doesn't necessarily mean that's what happened. And I always kept thinking to myself, it would have been really hard to pull him out of that suitcase. Like my thought is that she must have actually just dumped him out of the suitcase, like flipped it over and dumped him out because, you know, we all know how hard it is to move a dead body, right? So. Kat says rom-com or murder trial tonight, honey. Imagine. Oh my God, I love it. That is freaking hilarious. That's hilarious. Hold on. I have a sound for this. Hold on. Hold on. Also relevant.
Bloodshed.
Yay! Actually, I should do it in this order. Hold on.
Bloodshed.
Yay. Glad you guys think it's funny. Dude, his face just cracks me up in that moment. Oh my God, I love it so much. Oh man. Also, I have to say that in the from yesterday's live stream when Sara was on the stand, I specifically timestamped something team approach just as a little like shout out to the Ezra trial and to the OG team approach. But no one would know that unless they knew this was a thing. But it's just this is the team approach. But I just wanted to do a little shout out to them here.
Sorry, team approach, I guess.
Oh, right. Yeah. Honey, this murder was romantic. Don't you think? Husband is like, yeah, I know that's what you said before, but like that sound has been around forever. And I will say, when we talked about this before, I remember you saying it's Boston Legal, and I've never seen that show again. I've never seen literally any of the legal TV shows, only trials. But what's funny is I will say that when I went to find that sound effect and I was looking it up, that originated in the 70s with like 70s pornography, apparently. Or sorry, I should say adult cinema. That's what they said. Adult cinema. That's where that came from initially. So it's not from Boston Legal, but it's ubiquitous, right? It's just used in all kinds of stuff. Like when I was trying to find it, it was like really hard to find the original clip because it's like in everything. Like Axe body spray commercials apparently uses it, all kinds of things. So yeah.
Suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual.
What about strangling?
There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways.
Thank you.
There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like a hanging. That would be the most common.
Oh, right, hanging, right, of course. Forgot about
You
that.
also mentioned
Because that's not usually the
environmental
murder trial.
suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to
Scuba
sustain.
diving.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long George
They're
Torres?
missing some of the law student people, right? Y'all know what I'm talking about. Usually there's two on each side. There's only Judge Kranick is only flanked by one student on each side. I wonder what's happening.
Was in that suitcase.
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, Certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not.
Interesting, because she's really fidgety here, and she's not usually this fidgety. Hold on, I'm gonna back this up a sec. Wow, she's like really fidgety. Interesting.
For a period of time. And then also the environmental suffocation component, because, within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty,
Weird.
oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8%.
Okay, I'm pausing this real quick. This is very fascinating information, but also she's really fidgety here. She's not normally like this, but I just wanted to also say thank you, Kat, for this comment. I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it, but I know exactly what you mean. This the little one that I know exactly what you mean. I love that. This is really not the norm for her, though. This is, that's why I'm noticing it.
Oxygen or
That George Torres died.
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur.
Wow.
And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him.
That's incredible, right? It's just like we're all so close to death, right? We're all so close to asphyxiation. Like, what did she say? 20 to 25% is like normal, like what we're normally, if you're in a room or whatever. But then it's like, 10% you're in the danger zone and like 8% goodbye, cruel world, type thing. Like, wow. Crazy. So, well, what else was I going to say? I don't remember. I was going to say something else though about that. But yeah, so that is unfortunate. So she can't give a time of death, right? And she can't say exactly how long he was in the suitcase. So
in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
Oh boy.
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis.
Definitely, so skin slippage is not something I'd ever heard of before. I actually don't really understand what that is. Maybe I'll Google it. But I had not actually heard that before that I recall in a trial.
This is also called the postmortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual. And it also depends on the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. As somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in a suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. Well, when I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. So it's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period or, somewhere around there.
Side note,
Additionally, did you
Skin Slippage is also a musical artist who apparently is exclusively on Amazon Music. You learn something new every day, right, guys? I don't know about a grease pen. I don't know what that is. Grease pen. Yeah, I didn't watch I didn't have a chance to watch the entire Tellus trial because I think I was still covering Ezra. Grease pencil. Huh. I mean, doing a Google search, it looks like a lot of different types of things are coming up with that same term. I don't know how that makes any sense. I don't know what it. What is the point of them? Does anyone know? Does anyone know what the point is of the grease pencil?
Did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
I love it. I love it when we get to see the chart because it's always like what type of chart they're going to use because it's always like something, it's always like what's it going to look like, right? Like, anyway, it's interesting. Because, it's like they all try to make it like, is it a male or a female? It's like, it could be either type thing. What do you say? Like, it's supposed to be so non-specific, right? No gender, no race. And it always just looks like a weird thing, where you're like, is that thing human? It's just funny. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Right. I think she's been given real pens and shit. Right.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who's been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states R.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states R. You recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
So,
it's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states R into evidence.
We're going to get that into evidence. Let's see what it looks like, guys. How awkward is it? Oh, super awkward. There's a.
So, ma'am, on this body chart,
area
can you
thing.
describe for us, point out what was the first blunt impact?
Interesting that this is, I guess, male. I mean, like there's a thing there, I suppose. It's just, usually it's like, not male or female. Interesting.
Injury that you identified.
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here on the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
Oh, wow. Was there an injury? I don't know. I hadn't seen this specific part yet. It looks like there was some sort of injury to that, I'll quote lawyer, because I've heard him say this before, and I always thought it was so fucking hilarious. His undercarriage area, we'll call it like that.
What other blunt impact?
Callie
injuries did you
Blackford, there you go.
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, right about here.
And
Frontal region.
any others?
Yep.
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the
Yeah, it looks like
the
there's
injuries
something,
you got,
an injury
correct?
there.
Yes.
Ruh-roh. Wow, that changes things, doesn't it? I mean, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and say if there's an injury to the crotchal region, we're moving further away from self-defense, battered spouse, right? Because we're moving more into the realm of retaliation, which does not count. That's a guilty verdict if it's retaliation.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
Can you do the feet for that meet? Oh my God, I can't talk. I was trying to say,
regards to
can
these,
you do the feet conversion for that for me? Because I don't know, 62 inches means literally nothing for me. And he didn't ask for that. Like, what is that? 5 foot, what is that? Hold on. 5'2", right? 5'2". Yeah.
blunt impact injuries. How is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that?
No, I
alcohol-
watched this video. Sorry. I watched this video. This is a good one. Do y'all ever watch those videos every now and again when it's like, they're on a lunch break during trial or something like that? Do y'all ever watch those videos of like, those arrests of people that are like, body cam arrest footage of, but especially people that are just like super fucking drunk, where it's like on law and crime and shit. And a lot of them are out of Florida, of course, because we know sunshine law, sunshine state, sunshine law, sunshine all over the place. I saw this one the other day, or I don't know, maybe a week ago. Dude, this lady, it was like one of the worst I've seen. I think it might actually have been the highest blood alcohol level. I'm trying to remember what it was, but it's like whatever I would say was probably higher than that. It was insane. And it was, they said all the hospital people and the law enforcement people said it was the highest they'd ever seen. And here's what happened. This lady, what's wild is like, she hadn't even had anything to drink. Like, okay, so this lady was a nurse and she was coming into work at the hospital for like a 12-hour shift or whatever. And so she drove to work. Okay. She didn't have any issues on the way there, like driving wise. But then as she was like turning into the hospital, there was some other car that thought she was driving kind of weird. So they kind of followed her into the parking lot, and they literally stood there in awe and watched as this vehicle with this lady driving it proceeded to like literally ram into accidentally, right? Every car like in the fucking parking lot, and like bumped into it and then pulled back away and then bumped into another and like hit all these different cars. And they were watching this like, what the fuck is happening? And they thought maybe she was having like a medical emergency. Like that's what people thought. They thought, right, technical terms, exactly, super fucking drunk. And it was something where it's like, hang on, are you sure she wasn't dead? It was like unheard of, completely. I mean, I want to say it might have been a 4 point something. It was like in that realm of like, you're dead though, right? Like how? And so these people thought she was having like a medical emergency, which makes sense because this car was coming to the hospital, right? And they didn't know she was a nurse, of course, she's a stranger. So anyway, so I think they might have even videoed it, honestly. So basically they call for help. And like what happens is initially this lady gets brought into the hospital. And it's really interesting because it's like the hospital staff doesn't realize that she's supposed to be working there. She's brought into like the emergency room for having a medical emergency. And it's the wildest thing because, you know, they're all like trying to find out what's wrong with her. And it's crazy. It's all on camera. And they're like asking her about her. And it's like, there's two things they haven't figured out yet. The two things they haven't figured out yet is that she's like beyond super fucking drunk, and that she's actually an employee there and is supposed to be working. And what's odd to me is how did they not smell the alcohol? Like it's wild. Like she's talking to them and she's actually conscious. It's so crazy. It was a crazy thing. I mean, she's like talking like almost normal. I mean, she's talking like how you would expect if somebody maybe had just hit her head or whatever, right? But it wasn't like slurring her words. Like it wasn't. Anyway, it's just, and then eventually they figure out, they take her blood alcohol and they're like, oh my God. Anyway, it was a good one. Anyway, yeah, school tangent.
Level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, you know, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol. And some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words. Something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person.
Well,
but those are the common things.
And that could explain why he got into the suitcase, right? Because you didn't have inhibitions and he was like, this looks fun.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Now we know they did.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also photographically, correct?
According to
Yes.
Sara. Also, I feel like that lad on the left of Judge Kranick is a new lad that hasn't been there the other days. Yeah. He always walks with a purpose, this fellow, Mr. Cacciatore.
Has been shown to defense patient at stage 2. Did you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up?
All right, they're getting these into evidence.
Do they fairly and accurately represent?
No objection.
Request permission to publish.
All right.
Photo 1 from State's composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is an identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymosis around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymosis up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymosis here, or again, ecchymosis are kind of like big bruises.
So one thing I had mentioned on the first day, on the day one recap, is like if she had been doing CPR, because we know he was bleeding from his mouth and shit, right? And his face. If she had been doing CPR, wouldn't she have had blood on her mouth, right? And even if she wasn't doing mouth to mouth, wouldn't she have had blood on her hands because he had blood on him, right? Wasn't he? I think they're going to get into it. I think he had some scratches elsewhere, but anyway, we'll see.
2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here, you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually, it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
Oh. Pressure point on the elbow. Yeah, that makes sense. Oof.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
States 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymosis, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
States 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up. So you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture, we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand. And you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple. And then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
So, I'm just thinking about this question, like how long would it take to die in a suitcase? And I think that what we're learning here is the answer is it depends. But there's other factors at play here, right? Like, for example, I mean, I'm sure they will talk about it more, but the fact that he'd been, tossed down the stairs, shaken around, beat with a baseball bat, certainly couldn't help, especially, right, when you think about, besides just blunt force trauma being potentially dangerous, head injuries and whatnot, when you think about the oxygen level, right? So remember what she was saying earlier about the, as the oxygen levels decline, you start to lose like consciousness, right? It makes you disoriented and whatnot. And it would affect your ability to do things, which also alcohol does, right? But what else does is head injuries. So when thinking about, just in terms of all of the things that could have also impacted his ability to, if it was possible, unzip himself, right? It's like all those things would be factors, I think so.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas. Ecchymosis.
Like essentially too, what I'm gathering is like, because there's like, it's like if you've limited oxygen like that, right? It's like you're living on borrowed time. It's like you've certain amount of time, I would imagine, to either figure out how to get out of there, right? Or before you go unconscious. So that's where it's like, it might have been a better prognosis had he not been beaten with a bat and had he not been drinking. I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking about like how, just from what she described of the oxygen levels and like the stage, how there's those stages of where you would, become disoriented and then you would lose consciousness and whatnot. You know what I mean? It's like you would have to figure out how to get out before that sets in. So.
Stage 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
Stage 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
Stage 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks?
All right.
Or-
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What
Okay.
is the
Interesting. Oh,
discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity. And that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
interesting. All right. First of all, the scratches. So, she was saying if it could have been something in the suitcase. Now we saw what the contents were in that suitcase, and they were like papers. It didn't look like there was anything sharp. So it's interesting about those scratch marks, but that's kind of what I was thinking of when I was saying, if he was bleeding elsewhere. But that's really interesting about the lividity, because here's the thing. She's saying that it was pooling as if he was laying on his back. Remember, guys, like I said earlier, one of my questions is when did she pull him out of that suitcase? So remember, she said, okay. She says she pulled him out the next morning, right? When she wakes up and she comes down and finds him in the morning, pulls him out, right? I've had this question going around in my mind. What if she pulled him out sooner than that? And what if it was, what if when she made those videos, what if he died at some point between that last video and when she called Brian? Because my thought is she called Brian that night, the same reason she called him in the morning, which is she wanted help getting rid of the body. That's what makes sense to me. And so if that's the case, she would have had to know he was already dead. And so I'm wondering if it's interesting. So because of the fact that, okay, I'm going to back it up again. She says the blood was pooling as if he was laying on his back, right? We know that in the suitcase, it's not possible. Like he was on his side, right? So that's why I'm wondering, like, in terms of this lividity, like, according to her, she pulled him out of the suitcase that next day right, and it was a short period of time between that and then, according to her, from when she pulled him out, between that and then 911, right? It's like she pulled him out, she calls Brian, he takes 10 minutes to get there, but then she calls 911, but she's, according to her, already been doing CPR. But like, in other words, that's a big difference between pulling him out at like whatever, 12 o'clock, let's just say the next day, versus 11 something that night. It would have been before midnight, because according to Brian, all he could remember at the time was that when she called him, it was 11 something. But she testified it was after that last video. And that was my guess all along, which is telling. So we can then make that connection that it would have been closer to midnight probably that she called him. Of course, there's going to be phone records. I don't know why we just don't have the phone records, but whatever. So let me back it up just a sec.
Because there's a settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll ask her more questions about it, because it's like, it looked like she wanted to give more information there. It's like, yeah, at what point? Like, when does this lividity set in? I'm wondering if will she be able to give us an answer? I surely hope so. Right. But my question is, how long does that take? Like in other words, if he had died, with him being in the suitcase, he was on his side. If indeed she did pull him out the next day around noon, would he not have had lividity more on one side than the other as well? Wouldn't there be more lividity on one side than there would be on the back? So let's just say if he's on his side for like 11 hours, right? And then he's on his back for like 30 minutes. Wouldn't there be lividity more showing that he was on his side versus on his back? That's what I'm saying. Because she's saying the lividity's on the back, as if he was lying on his back. And that would speak to my theory that she knew he was dead. I mean, it really changes things, right? She knew he was dead after that second video. I mean, he said he couldn't breathe, that she knew he was dead. She calls Brian to see if he'll help her. She pulls the body out at that point, which would make sense. That would be easier to get him out at that point. Pulls the body at that point because she wants to make it look like she tried to save his life and do CPR. But Brian's not coming over. And then she goes to sleep and then she tries again the next morning. But that completely changes things because that would mean she didn't discover him the next morning. Oh my God, in the suitcase, right? Like that really changes things. But she'll probably speak more to that. So
that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
Stage 12 from the deposit.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
We haven't gotten to the crotchal region yet. Okay.
Stage 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
Stage 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker.
Okay, it's 8 to 12 hours. So that sucks because it doesn't really help us, does it? Because that really could go either way. Like, for example, if she pulled him out of the suitcase that night, then 8 to 12 hours after that, lividity would set in and he would be on his back, right? But if she left him in the suitcase overnight and then pulled him out the next day, now where it gets hairy is the 8 hours. Because if it's 8 hours, she's asleep, right? Because we know he was in that suitcase, right? At 11 o'clock, but like whenever that last video was filmed, which was like what, 11:30 something, he was alive, right? So if you're thinking like midnight-ish, maybe of earliest time of death, right? Then 8 hours after that would be 8 a.m. She's asleep, right? 10 hours after that, she's still asleep. So within that window, the 12 hours would work in terms of when she would come down and, you know, supposedly find him and then pull him out. And then it could start occurring. So that sucks because it doesn't really narrow it down, does it? Could go either way. Fuck. Well, maybe she'll have any more thoughts on that. But thank you for looking that up, Maisha.
Are so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle. So the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
Stage 15 from the composite.
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
Stage 16 from the composite.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
And stage 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we have discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again,
Did
you can have multiple
I miss the crotchal region?
impacts in a very close area. So it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other or they can be so close to each other. But at least, 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were
Hold
going
on.
through
I might have missed the crotchal region injury when I was trying to remember some of my commands to put in the chat. Hold on, let me back it up just a sec.
I can't give you an exact number.
from the composite,
At least 3 separate up.
stage 15 from the composite,
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
stage 16 from the composite,
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
and stage 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
Oh, Iowa, thank you for saying something. I meant to ask you guys, how's the sound tonight? Iowa, I said this at the beginning of the stream, but it turns out, you know how you were saying the sound was quiet yesterday? Streamer is having sound issues. And so I didn't notice, I can't hear it on my end, but I noticed it when I went back into the timestamps. I was like, oh my gosh, the court feed, it was quieter overall than it was for me when it was happening, but sometimes it was like fading in and out and there was like some glitching, but this has been happening to everyone else. It's a StreamYard thing. But that reminds me, I meant to ask if it's seems more normal tonight, like compared to normal streams, or if it's any different. Oh, okay. Well, I will say when I was doing the timestamps, the sound was not the way it normally is when I'm from hearing it played back, but at the time, like it sounds normal. So, but yeah, glad you're here, Iowa. Happy to see you. Yeah.
So,
Oh, right. And of course, right. And of course you would also know, although I guess you don't usually have sound, but right. But the glitches sometimes affect the, video, I guess you could say, visuals as well. Okay, awesome.
we have discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area. So it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other or they can be so close to each other.
So they didn't talk about the injury to the crotchal region yet.
But at least, 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically. You also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
No, I don't.
And I believe that was subgaleal.
Subgaleal. So kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes.
Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sara Boone here today. And I've got 2 questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been?
12 years.
So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa, that's when you started?
Yes.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases?
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case? And you said he was a 0.38?
No, 0.13.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well? And the result was a 0.213?
Yes.
And you would agree that's about 3 times the legal limit?
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that at those levels, there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body?
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment?
For most people, yes.
And their decision-making abilities?
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions?
Yes.
And they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not?
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance?
Yes.
It would also impair coordination?
Yes.
Hand-eye coordination as well as fine motor skills?
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me. Yes.
Do you have any evidence to dispute that?
No.
I mean, again, like I mentioned earlier, okay, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Mr. Owens, God bless him for coming in to save the day, parachuting in. I get it. It's important. That from an ethical perspective, like, dude, he's just good for him. Like, and the other 2 attorneys and however many other people came in to help her because they're like justice, right? Love it. But him getting in on his own volition is irrelevant, like I mentioned earlier. So,
can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking
I wasn't there.
either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know.
Correct.
Do you have any idea at the time of the autopsy whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase. Yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as. But,
Yes.
Sorry.
all right, now I want to talk about time.
That slayed me the first time I heard it too. Just, dude, I love it. This reminds me kind of Riger. Do you guys remember? Of course you remember. What type of question is that? Riger. And then Poot's like, well, sorry, hold on. If I'm going to talk about Poot, I have to do this correctly. And then Poot's like, I've always called it rigor. And he goes, I call it Riger.
Of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
You would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Do you agree that fire and rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
She just
And
said
so
yes.
this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m. So nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy.
Yes.
And you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in. Yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler. But in the mornings, when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the
Oh.
body is stored at the morgue
Oh. Keep listening, Chelsey. On the left side as well. Well, fuck.
on its back.
Correct.
Now, were you
Well,
aware of the
hang on.
last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or
Is
was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body is stored at the morgue on its back.
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
So I'm just thinking about this. So I think that the defense wants to make it seem like he was in that suitcase as long as possible before she discovered him. This is where I'm going. I think the prosecution, and I remember thinking this before too, like with the questioning during cross, that the prosecution maybe tends to believe that she did find him earlier, like I was saying. And so what would also support that is that the question he just asked about how, the body's also stored on the back when it's in the morgue, right? And she said yes. And that is a good point. I mean, I would like to know more about lividity. I would love for someone to just say, tell us everything you know about lividity, because it's like, Maisha looked it up, it settles in after 8 to 12 hours. No one's asked her that, crazily enough, right? Yet, anyway. But does that mean that it continues? Like, is there a window? Is there a point in time in which it stops, right? Like, it's not gonna, like, if your body has changed position, it's not gonna change where the blood is pooling. Like, is it, how long does that happen for? I'm wondering. Like, for example, if he had been in the morgue on his back and then eventually he was flipped over onto his stomach, like, would that, is there blood still pooling? I guess is kind of what I'm getting at. Not that he was.
So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those 2 periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is.
Yeah.
But it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
Brooke.
The thing is that, she's an expert, right? It's like, I would love for them to be asking her questions just to educate us and the jury, right? Like, again, like, tell us more about lividity. Oh, thank you, Maisha looked it up again. Starts 20 to 30 minutes after death and lasts for 8 to 12 hours. wait a second. So that is different than what I understood from before. Well. That changes everything, doesn't it now? Holy mackerel. That changes everything. And that's the thing, the how long it lasts. That was, so my friends, if lividity starts 20 to 30 minutes after death, and the majority of the lividity is pooled in the back, there's some on the left side, but the majority is pooled on the back. What does that say to y'all? Dude, that changes everything. That changes everything. That changes everything. And it's shit like this. This would be one of those things I would put on my list, similarly to, like I was saying, where she's in the Suitcase video saying, for all that you've done to me. These are the things that the jury will look at when they're weighing these factors up against that expert testimony that we heard today. That was really good, right? For Sarah's case, and was really, I mean, again, she flat out said, yep, battered spout, and it would be a matter of, again, so if these other things that, like, for example, she pulled the body out the night before, the jury's going to be thinking, well, then why did she call Brian? Right. I mean, all these things. And meanwhile, she's telling the story that she found him the next day. And then the whole thing, like I said in the video, of like, look, this, for all that you've made me do, or for all that you've done to me, it's like, if you look at those and those are stronger, then, automatically you come to the conclusion that, like, she tricked that psychologist. But I've seen it before because I saw it with Ezra, so it's not impossible.
The objection is sustained.
Maisha, though, for that.
Doctor, you're familiar with Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
Yeah, I wish.
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yeah, and I wonder, it's like, it's weird that neither side is asking her some of these questions, right? Like the ones we're asking.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example. Like, you get stuck in a hole, and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of.
So you know what, guys? I think that we've gotten from her the vast majority of what we end up getting. I don't think they're not really delving into some of the stuff like we've been trying to talk about. So I'm going to go forward because I know that after her, we have like some DNA people. And I don't know that there's that much that's really all that important. I mean, let me know, guys, if you remember something differently. But I mean, if I recall, it was like a chain of custody, like, the blood was his blood type of thing. I mean, which is not really in dispute, but of course, he's important for a trial. But I'm thinking ahead to where we have like the Publix videos, the Suitcase video, and the interviews. And I really want to make sure we can go through that and cover all that. So I'm going to jump ahead a little bit to, I guess, to like one of the next witnesses. Let's see what's going on here.
Them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Yes, sir.
So nothing else.
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else?
Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
All right. I remember her with this shirt.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I am a senior crime laboratory. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small
Oh,
cutting
right.
of
The buccal swabs. Right. I mean, it's great. Important work. I'm not concerned with the buccal swabs. Hopefully you guys aren't. If you are, we can watch it, but
cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube.
They
February
swab the
23rd,
mouth.
2020, and then later examine?
Yes.
All right.
This girl.
So this scene, February 23rd, 2020. Where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or the numerical?
I think this is the Publix video.
Refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
She's
Yeah.
refreshed.
Evidence at this time?
Or no, it's not. Just kidding.
And once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
Okay, the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes.
I'm not too concerned with this. Let me know if you guys are, but we all know how this shit works. And this was never really at issue in this case in terms of the procedures done. Like from everything we can tell, really, everything was really done correctly in the investigation. Everything was collected, and the chain of custody seems to be on point. So
one of the main tools that transfer a lot transfer it to yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had two options.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed?
I mean, it's
outside
just,
world?
we're all very familiar, but the jury's hearing it for the first time. So.
Yes, it's standard disabled.
Airplane mode.
Minimally get the
Celebrate.
user data.
I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as quote unquote deleted from the operating system. And can you just tell us all about that?
Hold on. Let me go back a second. Hang on. Okay.
It's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device. And then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software.
I'm not trying to get y'all mad, but y'all, I heard something that was just, I don't know. I just have to say this because it's relevant right now. Y'all know Delphi, probably. I've been trying to keep up with that as much as I can. And, it's really such a shame that there's no cameras and no audio. It's a huge miscarriage of justice, in my opinion. But I've been trying to keep up with reports from people that are there. And what's interesting, and it shouldn't surprise anybody that's familiar with the case, but it's still disappointing, is that the dude who did the cell phone extraction there, right? And this was in 2017, I believe they were saying. In 2017, when they got Abby's phone, and that was where the video was with Bridge Guy and all that, right? When they got her phone, and probably the same with Libby's, but the part that I heard they were talking about Abby's phone. When they got her phone, the detective or whoever the dude was that does the phone, this shit, right? Said oh, we didn't have these practices in place at the time, which is bullshit, right? Listen to this, guys. The first thing they do is plug in her phone to charge it. And I guess it was already on, it didn't have a passcode or whatever. Their first thing, instead of okay, quick, shut the phone down, airplane mode, take out the SIM card, do, Faraday bag, right? Preserve the phone as is. Instead, they charge it, power it on, they get into the phone, and they open up all of the apps. And then they take screenshots and pictures of things on the phone and go through all this shit on the phone before doing anything to secure it, before doing anything, any type of extraction. It's I did just take a break because it's just unfathomable. It's akin to going to a murder scene where there's dead bodies and just taking random DNA from someplace. I don't even know, a DNA bank. I'm making that up. I don't think that, whatever. It's just they're just taking random people's hairs or spit and just sprinkling it everywhere. It's that with a cell phone is what was going on. Anyway.
And normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes. In this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your system's
Well, I actually had not seen her testimony. I'm wondering, was there anything deleted on her phone?
information, application data, like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
What level of capture, and if you answered it now, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for a human such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by the software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by the software tool? And can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is
I'm gonna skip past the IMEI number.
one identified. So
The exhibit we just put into evidence.
and the current data fires or
Asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described.
Okay.
We review that this morning.
Will be received.
I think we're getting to the suitcase video.
Action.
Yep. Yep. All right. Oh, I need to, well, whatever. I'll just pull my banner down. Here we go. Oops, sorry. Technical
number, just whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times. And can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes.
Oh, goodness. Every trial, right? Okay, I'm going to go forward a little bit. Because I know they're getting into the videos.
A start time. So you opened up your camera at
Right.
10:21.
Time of
36.
video. Okay, got it.
Usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are. Your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record.
Isn't it so funny how like in most trials that location data from the cell phone is so crucial, and like in this trial it's completely irrelevant. Isn't it funny just to think about? Okay, let me jump forward a little bit more. Their Apple device.
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to,
You know what? Are we going to see what time she called Brian? I want to know.
16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Turning down to 17167, it's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m.
We know about this already.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line on the number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
And then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as
70.
1103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF application, gets OIMG. And there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113.
Now that's
the second
important.
movie is
You know why he said that? Yeah, that's important. He's pointing out that that's not fucking up. Okay, so remember, guys, that portion which the defense attorney kept calling it 11 minutes, but it turns out it was 9 minutes and 14 seconds. That period of time between those two videos is crucial, right? And I talked a lot about that yesterday with how if you're someone who's in a DV situation, this is like a dream come true because you have an opportunity where whoever your abuser is can't possibly see that you're filming what they're doing, right? And can't hurt. I mean, I get can't hurt, but can't see. Like, in other words, when you think about someone who's in that situation where they might want to film it, it's like almost impossible to do, or you might be so afraid for your life, right? That you, but in this situation, you got someone who's in a suitcase where if they are saying or doing things that are threatening you or whatever, you know, you can be filming it and they wouldn't know. And you wouldn't have to worry about your safety as per the filming it element, right? Because they don't know. So that's really important. And that's why he pointed that out about the camera app being open between the two videos to show that, you know, not only, you know, had she been using her phone, but she had the camera app open so that had something happened, AKA an overt act, cough, cough, you know, had something happened in that interim between those two videos, it was ready to go. She could have been filming and she wasn't. That's the point there.
is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing on this exhibit.
Music. Yeah, one of her messages, it was I'll get rid of him and then I'll be better, it said. It does not help her. It's a great point. That's another one of those things where you can put, if you've got like a list, right? Like if you've got, we can even make an actual list, a list of like on one side, you've got the testimony from the expert today, right? But then you've got the things on the other side that like could somehow override that testimony, right? And I think that text message is would be in that category. It's a great point, Maisha. She said, you know, I'll get rid of him. The other thing that was weird was the thing about how she said hide and seek in that same exchange. And this was way ahead of time to a family member. And that's just, so it makes me wonder if this is like if there's a thing here, you know, like where that's a known threat or something. But the fact that she says it is odd, right? She doesn't mean it in a playful context in that text message. So you've got the hide and seek, you've got, you know, I'll get rid of him, then I'll be better. You know, those you can definitely add into that. And then again, like I said in this video, which I think we're going to see here any second, where she says, you know, for all that you've done to me, that's retaliation. And then given that updated information about Lividity, I mean, that right now points to she got him out of the suitcase that night. That's what that points to. That completely changes. Because according to her story, and that's why they keep going over that timeline now. And now it makes sense, right? That like on Cross, right? They kept going over the timeline of that morning, right? That now it makes sense because of the fact that by the time she woke up, according to her, and got him out of that suitcase, it wouldn't work. I mean, Maisha, so that's something I've commented on since some of this information has started coming out, that this to me, way before, you know, before trial, looked like some sort of an accident, right? Just, I mean, I think that's what a lot of people thought. But with some of the stuff that's come out, like with those text messages, and there's been some other things too I've pointed out along the way. It's escaping me right now what they were, but there's been other things that to me, it points to premeditated. Like the hide and seek and then like the like those text messages, yeah. And the other thing that could point to premeditation is if she lured him to get into the suitcase, right? Like, again, like I'll give you an example, right? Murdoch. Part of the premeditation was that he lured Alex and Maggie, oh my God, sorry. No, Paul and Maggie there. He lured Paul and Maggie there, right? So that they came, in other words, you could compare it to the suitcase. They came of their own volition. They drove themselves there, right? But he lured them there. He tricked them to come, right? Same, right? So to me, that's another thing where it's like, that's why it kind of matters. Like, it doesn't matter in terms of the charges that she has, how he got in the suitcase doesn't matter. But in terms of thinking about, should this have been first degree? Was there premeditation? Then it does matter. And again, that's not on the table for this case, but just thinking about it, right? Because, you know, if she did, you know, and I think that's part of where her story of hide and seek came in, because it came out with her on the stand too. She actually did say, yeah, we were joking about it. Yeah, look how funny it is that you can fit in that suitcase. And that was kind of my theory, was that it was like she was joking around with him and he thought she was joking, but she wasn't joking. And she's like, do you think you can fit in the suitcase? Haha, you know what I mean? It's like, I bet you can't fit in that suitcase. Haha, right? And then he's like, I bet I can. This is me imagining it. And then he gets in the suitcase, but she had other plans, right? And then this would be premeditation. Because the thing that doesn't make sense is, how would you go from like jovial and happy, blah, 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 to like all of a sudden now she's like, look what you've done to me. And this is for choke, you know, that none of that makes any sense. So the way that she so quickly switched into like beating with a baseball bat and like tossing him down the stairs and like what we heard in those videos, that's where it's weird to me, where it's like, if that shit happened right after he got in the suitcase, and also assuming that she would have had to have, like, I don't think that angry threatening would have gotten him into the suitcase. I think it was probably acting like, yeah, we're playing around, right? And he thought they were playing around, but she wasn't playing around. That's just kind of my read on it. And he gets in, and then she has her opportunity. So I don't know. I think there's definitely some things that point to premeditation in this case. And, you know, some of this stuff, though, didn't come out until right before the trial. Because I wonder if some of this, if they'd learned it earlier, if they would have actually gone with first degree, like the state. I absolutely think, yeah, 100%. She must have waited until she had the power of like, yep, 100% agree. 100%. Yep, that makes total sense. And the other thing that would speak to premeditation too is like the suitcase, because there's a lot of talk about why was the suitcase out, right? And she's like, oh, you're going to donate it. I'm sorry. I don't buy that for a second. You're going to donate it, blah, blah. You know, anyway, there's just little tidbits here and there, but I totally agree with what you're saying. 100%. And she did in that moment. She did. And it speaks to her personality. It's so par for the course with her. Like a great example was yesterday on Cross. This is one of my favorite moments was when the prosecutor, you know, all three of them are trying to get that suitcase zipped and it's just like a shit show. And the prosecutor is like, you know, he times the question so well when they're all struggling or whatever. And, you know, he's like, you know, I'm happy to do it. Do you want me to do it or do you want to do it? And then she's like, I'll do it. And like, it's like, of course she was going to say that. And he did that on purpose. It was brilliant. She was like, that was wild to me. It's like, if any other defendant would have been like, no, like you do it, you know? And then there was another point where she was back sitting up on the stand. And then she was like, do you want me to come down there and demonstrate? And I like died. I was like, oh my God. Wild. Yeah. But remember, I guess if I think about it too, she did say that she loves anything artistic. And that's like a direct quote from the beginning of Direct Exam. I love anything artistic. And the thing is, even that style really is meditation too. Like waiting for the right moment. If you planned ahead, here we go. Still is in that realm. If there was pre-planning. All right.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you.
All right. We're going to talk about this. So we've all seen this, but this is different now in the context of battered spouse. Okay. This starts out for everything you've done to me. I mean, it's over. Her defense is over. That's retaliation. Like what she's saying here is reflective of her state of mind. And the whole thing about battered spouse is a lot of it is based on what is her state of mind. Like that's really what it is. It's a way to bring in an expert that can help the jury understand what her state of mind was at the time. Because it's a very specific thing and most people wouldn't understand. And it's like, that's the whole psychology of it. That's why they bring in a forensic psychologist. Her state of mind at the time. Her state of mind at the time says, fuck you. That's not at all what, right. It's revenge. It's not at all what is described. It's just not. And the thing is that the jury is going to read the jury instructions. And again, like I said, it, if they do nothing else when they go back to deliberate, they'll probably watch this video one more time where they can actually talk about it as a group. So.
Oh, fuck you. Shallow.
Yeah.
Stupid. Shallow. That's my name. The word on. I can't fucking breathe, babe.
Oh.
Therapy. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. Sarah. Sarah.
Right.
Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe.
No, hold on. You can actually.
It's on you.
You can hold on. You can actually see drag marks in the carpet. Hold on. Look. Has anyone pointed this out? I mean, I don't know if they point this out. Look at that. Look at those drag marks in the carpet. You guys see that? Huh.
Oh. That's my name. The word on.
And it looks like that looks kind of like drag marks, like dragging the suitcase, like wheeling the suitcase, dragging it on a corner. And then that kind of looks, do you guys see what I'm pointing out with my mouse? It looks kind of like blood there. I mean, it could just be dirty, you know, but I don't know. And then there's some other thing right here. And at this point, he's already been chucked down the stairs.
I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sara. 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 Sara, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sara, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sara. Real or ransom? Might want to give it for it extra.
What is she saying there? Let's slow it down and see. I know that I think even in the transcript they're saying that they call that just unintelligible. Let's just see if we can figure out what she's fucking saying. Jesus Christ.
Sara, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sara. Real or ransom? Might want to give it for it extra.
What is she saying? Ransom? Oh, I know she's drunk and has slurred speech for sure. It sounded like she said video for extra. Video something. I know. It's just, it really is. And that's the thing is like, this video does speak for itself, right? And that's the thing. Like you see this and it's just crazy, right? It's like just trying to think about this from a reasonable person's perspective. Okay, let me just rephrase that. A reasonable person who's also been a battered spouse, someone who's been in a DV situation, okay? If this is your abuser and your abuser's in this suitcase and they can't get out, right? That leaves you to be safe and able to then seek help for you and that person where you can go somewhere safe, but they can be also helped, right? Like literally, if you're just trying to use the suitcase as a wall to protect yourself, the way that Mr. Owens tries to explain it, or a shield, a barrier, right? You got them in the suitcase. Now at this point, you can call 911 and you can tell them what's going on. They can get you out of there. They can take care of him. I mean, it's just, and if you were filming it, you would be filming it probably prior to this, right? Or just whenever there was an actual threat. And that's what's so funny is like, of course, she alleges the threat happens in between the two videos when she's not filming. So yeah, but can you guys, let's listen just one more time.
Real or ransom? Might want to give it for it extra.
Something up, I think she's saying beg for it. Beg for it extra. Huh. One more. I feel like I'm getting closer. One more time.
Real or ransom? Might want to give it for it extra.
Is she saying ransom? Anyway, I know she's like impossible to understand, but I'm just trying anyway. So we'll keep going. Feel that.
Because I got it. Sara. Real or ransom?
Wow.
Sara. I can't breathe, babe. Oh.
Another thing that's interesting is his speech is not slurred at all. Like he's easier to understand than she is, and he's inside a suitcase after being hit with a bat and thrown down the stairs. You can understand him. His speech sounds fine.
That's what I feel like when he's chewing on me. Sara.
I wonder if the jury's going to pick up on that as well, right? The difference in their speech.
Fuck you. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same
One thing I
respective
will
phone.
say is, we'll get to it on the recap when it comes to the expert, the lady who testified today. I didn't get to watch all of Cross, and I don't know, and I'm really curious and excited to learn what that expert did say about this video. Like I would imagine they at least played some of this for her. She probably had already seen it, but what her thoughts were about this video and how she was able to look at this and say that it did support battered spouse. I'm really curious. So we'll get to that when we get to that recap. But yeah, I was just thinking about that. Yeah.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
I'm not even worried. They're going to try to, whatever, man. She did the phone correctly.
Is
Sounds
there any other place where you would see in a different name as to the out?
I'm going to try to say that they're, dude. Okay, we get it.
And no, this monitor is not working.
Yeah, I mean, are they breaking? What are they doing? They're just approaching. I saw a can of Red Bull.
Is that correct?
Are you referencing like the instant message row? Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the
So it didn't show
the owner in reference to the, we'll say the first.
Just to point out, when we were looking at the text messages, it didn't show us the phone calls. I'm going to keep my eye out for it, but I just wanted to point out, still looking for a confirmed time of when she called Brian Boone that night. Because they didn't come, that hasn't come up yet that I've seen.
First phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as
That's
the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
Did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
Not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, we did the
Yeah.
analyst of this.
Fair.
And you would look for the participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number. Then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name because you said Apple was very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
But there was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Bless you. Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead a little bit. I mean, whatever. He's just quibbling over the phone numbers and who's sending what.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
You're done. Cool.
Hey, any other witnesses or evidence to call at this time?
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to
Who's up next? It's Detective Koepsell, I believe. Or wait, no,
back
you
here
have
at 2
one
o'clock
for-
at 12A, the Orange County Courthouse. I'm going to give you a similar instruction as
Yay! Here we go.
And so on that date, Detective Scott Lowen was basically screening calls for that day. And we were at the office and he told me about the call.
Are all homicide investigations work in tandem with another detective?
Typically, yeah, we normally always have a partner with us.
And tell us, why is it that we do that?
Well, honestly, it's more for court purposes if I weren't to be able to be in court. But it's also nice to just have someone else's perspective and training. We all come from different backgrounds, so it just kind of helps the investigation.
Once you received the call on this case, where was the first place that yourself and Detective Lowen went to?
We responded to the scene.
And when you say the scene, is that 4748 France Court?
Yes, I believe so.
And when you responded to the scene, who did you make contact
By the way, Maisha, on the day one recap, we did a field trip to Sarah's townhouse, and we went and saw the whole thing.
with first there?
The first person I made contact with was Deputy Kayla Rodriguez.
And was Deputy Rodriguez able to convey you certain information at that time?
Yes, she explained to me what had been said to her and basically what they have done.
And this location that you responded to, was the defendant present there at that time as well?
Yes, she was. She was outside.
And did you make contact with her?
Yes, I did.
During that time that you were initially there at the scene, did you walk the scene with the crime scene investigator in this case?
Yes, I did.
And when you walk the scene, just tell us some of your observations.
So when you first enter, immediately on the right, there's like a kitchen. And then if you continue down like a very small, short hallway, it opens up to the living room / dining room area. And so when I entered, I could see the victim, George Torres, laying on the ground next to a blue suitcase.
Did you work with the crime scene investigator to identify potential pieces of evidence for collection?
Yes, I did.
Did you also have an opportunity to speak with the defendant in this case at that time?
Yes, I did.
Oh boy. So y'all. I'm trying to remember where the Publix videos come in.
First.
I did with Sarah Boone on the scene.
And did you have an opportunity to review that disc prior to coming to court today?
Yes, I did.
And does that disc fairly and accurately represent the conversation that took place between you and the defendant on February 24th on the disc as well?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification.
So here's the thing.
This is the second part.
There's these markers. Okay, here's the thing. So the first interview with her in the car with Detective Koepsell, I believe the other detective is there at some point too, but she does most of the talking. This had never been played before. Okay, I've watched her other interrogation a bazillion times. This was brand new. So there is going to be lots in here that is like there's lots in here that we actually haven't heard from her before, that we don't hear in her other interviews or with the body cam. Her story in a lot of places is different. It's just, this is what I was really looking forward to, because this is like, oh my God, it's a brand new interrogation of Sara. So new to the world anyway. Love that little sound. That's very fun and very festive sound.
2020, the time that's approximately 16:57 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. I'm currently located in my unmarked vehicle out in front of 4748 Brant Lane, apartment number 3 in Winter Park at the Tealwood Park Apartments. And also in the car with me is my partner. And in the front seat is, can you see your name? Sara Boone. Okay, and your birthday? 10/10/77. Okay. So, Sara, I know you have talked to some deputies. I know we had a very brief conversation, just to reiterate what you told that deputy. But like I was explaining, I would like to get a more further understanding of what happened last night and ask you more detailed questions. I am going to read you your rights, but it's just because that's how we do things. Okay. So you do have the right to remain silent. Okay, do you understand that? Yes. Okay. Anything you say may be used against you in court.
Yeah, so
You have the right to
you know,
talk.
they tell people that, and then the first thing people do is talk. It just blows my mind.
Lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you any?
Or 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or 8, but now you've reached your limit.
I need to get you to talk to me. No. Do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Okay. So last night you said that you and your boyfriend George were here at your residence and didn't really leave that day. You said that he went to the store to buy cigarettes. Yes. What time was that around? If you recall. Was it light out still, dark out? Yes, it was light out still. It's still light out. Okay. But he's the only person that left and he came back. Yes. I'm assuming? Okay. It's right down the street. It's down the street. Okay. And tell me what you guys were doing next. Like what was happening? We had a bottle of wine. We painted, we drew, we did puzzles. Do you remember what wine you guys were drinking? What is Chardonnay?
Woodbridge.
The bottles are in the trash. Okay. Chardonnay. Mm-hmm.
Now, she did say bottles plural there.
And do you remember around like what time this was that you guys were sharing the bottle of wine, painting, doing puzzles? I'm gonna say 4-ish. Okay. And was this before he went to the store or after? I'm sorry? Had you already gotten home from the store at this point to buy the cigarettes? Yes. Okay. So it was around 4 p.m.-ish that you realized, and you guys were doing puzzles and art. Okay. Listening to music, enjoying each other's company. And all downstairs, upstairs? Where did you guys downstairs? Okay. We usually sit on the back porch because we smoke. You're not allowed to smoke inside, so. Okay.
There it is. Again, she says this. It's so funny. Dude, what is up with her? Like, she says this thing about we were outside because we're not allowed to smoke inside. She says that several times, right? At different points. And she said the same thing on the stand when she was under direct examination. And what's so wild is it's irrelevant. Like, it's not, she didn't have to say that. No one's going to be like, I mean, it's normal to go outside. Like, that would be normal. Like, she could have just said, yeah, we're sitting outside because we were smoking. But she adds the part where we're not allowed to smoke inside, right? And, it's just wild because she doesn't have to say that. But you know what? It was just adds to it when then on cross-examination, he's like, yeah, there's ashtrays. Do you guys smoke inside? And then she's like, yes, sometimes. It's like, why, dude? But she even repeated this when she was on this stand on direct. It's like, what world are you living in, man?
And who was here last night? Was it just the two of you? Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. No one ever came over at any point? No. Okay. We called his daughters on FaceTime. Okay. They're just literally just enjoying one another's company. Okay. And you guys share the phone that you have, correct? Yes. Okay. And the phone's located in there, I think, in the history. Yeah. Okay. So tell me what happens next. You're painting, you're doing this puzzle together. You obviously finished the bottle of wine. Yes. Did you have 1 or 2 bottles of wine? Well, we had one previously.
2.5 magnums.
Not even half full. Okay. But then. So you finished that one and then you had the full one? Yes. Okay. And so what was the question? What did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine? We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts. Mm-hmm. And from there, just waiting. We were puzzled out. We were painted out. Mm-hmm. So being silly, let's play hide and seek.
So we were puzzled out. We were painted out. Oh my God.
Which we had played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell. Like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just having fun and enjoying each other's company. Okay.
Incredible. Wow. She says to the detective, wow, hold on. She says to the detective, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, which I'm sure she did open this door, right? But she's asking her that to be like, well, we've hidden in there, as if the detective would have been opening that door to be like, oh, I wonder what happened in here. And then Sarah's like, oh, we would hide there. And then it's like, oh, well, now that's why that door was there. Like, what the fuck? Like, and this is her trying to prove they were playing hide and seek, which just means they weren't playing hide and seek, which, I mean, shouldn't really surprise me at this juncture, right? Because hide and hide, as we joked yesterday. But wow, hold on. Let's listen to this again.
We were painted out. Mm-hmm. So being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we have played before. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell. Like, he and I have hidden in there before. Like, just
That's not how you, okay. You know, the thing is like, you know, they all say, like, if you're telling the truth, you wouldn't feel the need to explain or bolster. But let's just say that you're telling the truth, but you understand that it's going to sound weird if you're an adult and you're playing hide and seek. What you would say is like, yeah, we decided to play hide and seek. Like, I know that sounds silly. I get it. But it's just like a thing we do. Like, you would acknowledge that that sounds silly and you would joke about it, right? Like, that would be the normal thing to do if it was like a legitimate thing you were doing and there was nothing to hide and you weren't lying about it, right? Like, yeah, this is what I know it's silly, but like, that's just us. But instead, she doesn't acknowledge that it sounds silly. She doesn't say anything like that. She doesn't joke about it. She tries to prove it by saying, yeah, we've hidden at the top of the stairwell before. Right. Of course. Maisha says, explaining things that they never asked her. Right. Exactly. That's 100. And there's so much of that with her, you know, all the way from the body cam through the entire. Yeah. 100%. Yep.
having fun and enjoying each other's company. Okay. So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations. And because it's not a very good suitcase.
We're going to back it up because I love doing this. We're going to back it up so we can see what was the last question she was asked. Because she's just talk. What was her last question? Let's just see.
But then, so you finished that one and then you had the full one? Yes. Okay. And sorry, what was the question? Just what did you guys do next after the bottle of wine? Like after you finished the wine?
What did you do next after the bottle of wine? Like, what was your next activity?
We had the bottle of wine while we were doing our arts and crafts. Mm-hmm. And from there, just waiting. We were puzzled out. We were painted out. Mm-hmm. So being silly, let's play hide and seek, which we had to play and score. Like, I don't know if you've opened the door on the top of the stairwell, like he and I have hidden in there before, like just having fun and enjoying each other's company. Okay. So, I mean, that's literally all it was. And then the suitcase is downstairs because I was telling you we were going to do donations. Mm-hmm. And because it's not a very...
She jumps right to the suitcase.
Good suitcase. What was the question? I'm sorry.
That's the second time she's asked that. Wow. What was the question? I'm sorry. Well, she has just totally word salad herself into oblivion. So yeah, I mean, she's way far afield here. The question was just, what did you do next? And honestly, the answer should have just been, we played hide and seek, right? But there was like an exposition, and then there was like a preamble, and now there's like a prologue or whatever, you know?
Just explain to me that he decided to hide in there. So being silly, he and I were sitting there laughing at it, like with him in there. And then, so I didn't zip it up all the way, but I mean, that's where his little fingers were out there and whatever, but still having a good time and whatever. Then I guess I decided to go upstairs, and I don't know, I fell asleep. So I woke up this morning.
And just remember, guys, we know we've heard her say this a bunch of times, but just let's keep in mind that in this particular interview, and her initial thing she just said here is that she went upstairs and fell asleep. Okay.
And again, thought he was downstairs on the laptop looking for a job, as he usually is. And then thought, where is he? Is he on the back porch? Is he in the bathroom? Like, where is he? And then I came to about the suitcase. So I opened the suitcase. I took him out, stretched him out, started to do CPR. Where air was coming out, and then like whatever gurgle. So I'm trying to do CPR on him. I'm shaking him, trying to get him to come to, but I can tell by looking at him, something was wrong.
Something was wrong?
He's been losing his teeth lately.
Oh my God.
And has been complaining about his chest hurts, which is why I keep trying to get him to go to the doctor, but because he nor I have a job or insurance, has been putting it off. Mm-hmm. So again, So I didn't know what to do, so I called Brian.
I thought that was interesting. So you can see how her story changes over time. So because initially when first responders are there, and even initially when these detectives show up, they ask her about his medical conditions. And she's very adamant in saying, no medical conditions. He has nothing. She says there's nothing wrong, none of this. And she's like, really, just adamant about it. But what's happened now is more time has gone by. And so now she's like adding in things. Now, those things, may or may not be true. I don't know if they're true or not. Either way, it's just interesting that if they are true, she didn't mention them before. In fact, she denied it. And now she's saying it because it's like she's trying, you can see there's a point to it where she's wanting to try to make it seem like he could have just died of natural causes in the suitcase now that she's had more time to think about it.
My ex-husband, I called him, he came over, just walked in and then walked out. I grabbed my phone and I called you guys. From there, here we are.
Okay. The first time you woke up this morning, did you look at your phone to see what time it was?
No. Most of the time, I'll wake up.
And by the way, it's the same detectives who are talking to her here now in the car, and then the same detective on the stand. So just to point that out for anyone who didn't know. Yeah.
He or I have a job. I'll usually just lay in the bed for a little bit longer because the house is clean. There's nothing else that we can do. Me thinking he's on a laptop looking for jobs. I can't use a laptop. So most of the time I'll just stay in the bed and collect my thoughts and get ready for the day.
Sorry.
Do you have any idea what time you woke up that first time? What time it may have been? I don't know if you guys have.
I'm gonna say 11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So I can look for jobs on the laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got up about after?
But you already cleaned though. Oh dear. Well, okay. So she's saying that she's like, there. It looks like she's trying to say now that this would be the morning of the 24th, that they would have been cleaning. But her whole story was like, and I can't remember. This maybe didn't even come out until she took the stand. But she said on the 23rd, right? That what they did was they did all that tidying up. She made it sound like they had gone for a while without doing any laundry, without doing any dishes. This was like a day they decided to do that to take his mind off of looking for a job. She might even say that actually in the interrogation when they get to the sheriff's office. So, but now she's saying that they were going to do cleaning again. And why does she even think it's relevant? Hold on, I'm going to back it up. I'm trying to figure out why is she even saying this? Like, I'm sure it's non-responsive to the question.
11 something.
Okay.
Maybe.
Is that when you finally got up, or is that the first time you woke up?
Is that when you finally got up, or is that when you woke up? That's the question.
No, that's the time that I decided to get up because I figured he was downstairs on the laptop. So I can look for jobs on the laptop, and then usually I'll clean, he'll look for jobs, or vice versa, where I'll look for jobs and he'll clean.
Okay. So you think you got out of bed after 11 at some point?
Yes.
That's what she wanted to know.
But we can't recall which time.
Wow.
Do you think you were up for like hours before that, or collecting your thoughts?
Brian, because I was supposed to have my son today. Okay. Pick him up from school. Brian usually calls to make sure, hey, are you sure you're getting Lucas today? Because I've got job interviews.
Right.
Are you going to pick up Lucas? So after he called, like, maybe 3-4 times.
We're trying to say it's because of job interviews that she doesn't pick up Lucas. We all know that's not true.
I finally answered, and that's like.
Do you think you were sleeping and missed those calls?
No, I ignored them.
You ignored them
because he's notorious for blowing up my phone.
Okay.
But I understand why, because he's making sure that Lucas gets home.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
And to do whatever he needs to do day-wise, so he can schedule around it.
Were you upstairs in your room at that time when you were ignoring those phone calls?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we're not really sure what time you woke up initially, but you were upstairs collecting your thoughts. You figured he was on the laptop downstairs, so you were just getting ready for your day.
Yes.
You finally got out of bed at some time
I mean,
after.
I think what's going on with all this is I think she was asleep, but she doesn't want to say that because she wants to seem like she gets up at a normal time or whatever, because this whole thing about like why, well, also because she's also been trying to say that she's not been getting good sleep because of the relationship or whatever, like that she's exhausted because she's not getting sleep, but like she slept in. So I don't know, but it's like I think she wants to make it seem like she's not a complete disaster maybe. And also I think potentially because we know one of her main things is trying to really downplay the alcohol use, right? And potentially that you know, if it's like, oh, well, you know, why did you sleep so late? And then it's like, oh, well, I was drunk or whatever, you know? So, but it's not that good for her either, because the more she acts like she got up earlier, the more it's like, well, then what were you fucking doing before you called anybody, right? So it's kind of a lose-lose.
11 a.m. and had gone downstairs.
Yes.
Okay.
Looking for him. I was
Couldn't find him. Looked outside. Couldn't find him anywhere.
I was in the bathroom. I'm trying to make he's in the bathroom. But then I came to.
And then you answered.
That's the second time she's said that. I came to and then remembered the suitcase.
You called Brian.
Yes.
He came over.
Yes, he came over.
That's down the road, right? Not very far. He came over, walked in, basically walked out. You called 911.
Yes, I had my phone in my hand. I just wanted to wait for him to get there because I didn't know what to do.
Great. Okay. And then we arrived.
Like I don't know what happened. Like I don't know what happened, but my whole thing is
Well, that's what the medical examiner's for.
the whole like teeth losing thing, and I don't know what happened. Like I don't know what happened. I don't know. I think he and I were having an amazing time yesterday, like we normally do.
No arguments.
No.
Nothing. Okay.
And the thing
That's another one that the jury can take with them when they go back. We were having an amazing time like we normally do. Now, I guess you could say that's the whole thing about being in denial, right? But she's really adamant about no arguments and all that.
Which is why we've been doing puzzles and artwork lately, is that he's been stressing out about a job, of course, which we've talked about. So what I did was start having him do puzzles and artwork to keep his mind off of it.
Okay.
Baby.
His ex-wife is all over him about sending money, which he can't do because he doesn't have a job.
Right.
So he was stressing about that. He's been stressing about the job. But that's why I started to buy puzzles and paint to get his mind.
It doesn't make any sense. I mean, it just doesn't. Like, I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you help them get a job? Like, why like, what?
Which is what I don't know if you noticed on the wall in there, it's all of our artwork and stuff.
I want to see
So I
that.
don't know. I mean, music, art, and playing with the dogs, dancing around the room with the dogs.
Dogs.
And then decided to play hide and seek. Because we're always trying to outdo each other on where we can hide the best.
Now, this is great. She's trying to outdo herself by like really hammering it home by adding even more. And every time she adds more on, you know, that's bad, right? Don't do that, right? Don't keep adding more on, because now you're just going to contradict yourself more. But I love that about, this is great, right? Because how we always try to outdo each other so you can hide the best. But she's going to contradict herself here in a second when she says, you know, the thing about running out of places to hide. So,
After you guys play hide and seek.
Gosh, that was maybe what, third time? Maybe.
Okay.
The third time? So you're always trying to outdo each other, but this is the third time you've played?
Is it a more recent game you've gotten into, or 3 times in total in your relationship you're talking about?
Lately. Because again, like we were puzzled out. We painted already. So
I just am so confused in so many ways right now. Yeah, I'm with you, Maisha, on the sanity nuts. I just have so many questions. Like, what is life? What is this like? Like, are those the only things that one can do in life? Like, well, if you have puzzles and paints and that's it, and then hide and seek, and like literally that's the only options available. I don't. And the way she says puzzled out is hilarious as well.
Why not?
So you were downstairs hanging out. Do you remember around what time you guys started playing hide and seek?
Honestly, I don't.
You remember if it was dark out?
It was dark.
Okay.
It was dark. But my thing is like when I spend time with him and I tried to get him to start doing it, I don't look at the clock.
Okay.
I'm here with him and we're having a good time. I don't even know what time
When
it
I
is.
spend time with him and I'm trying to get him to start doing it.
Right. I didn't know if you were like on your phone, if you got a text message, if you got a phone call last night.
We called his daughters yesterday, FaceTime.
Right. What time was that at?
I don't know without looking at my phone.
Okay.
But
Would that be the only activity that you had yesterday on your phone?
I called Lucas. I talked to Lucas. He's my son.
Okay.
I always call him.
Morning?
No, it was evening.
Evening? Okay.
But
I'm just trying to help you, like, remember as, like, something you did right before hide and seek that would help you remember a time or give us a good time frame. Because that's important for, us to know Want to go to the doctor's?
I don't know, to be honest with you.
Okay. So when you called Lucas, was it before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And when you called and FaceTime, his daughters before or after hide and seek?
Before.
Okay. And did you call the daughters first and then Lucas, or Lucas first and then the daughters?
I never talked to Lucas, but then we talked to the daughters afterwards.
Okay.
Is she gonna mention?
She called us. No,
Is she gonna mention talking to the brother?
I know he called Cookie, but yes, we called her.
What are the two daughters' names, or just one? Just say one
He
daughter.
has 3 children. It's Anna, Cookie, what her real name is Destiny, and then he has a handicapped son, Georgie.
Okay. Who did you call though yesterday? Who did you call?
Cookie.
And what is Cookie's real name?
Destiny.
Does she have his last name or something else?
It's Torres. Yes, she remarried, but I don't know her last name.
Okay, so you know it's dark out, but you're not really sure what time it is. You play hide and seek. How long do you guys play hide and seek before he decides to get into the suitcase?
Wasn't really. I hid upstairs in the shower, and then came downstairs because I was tired of hanging out in the shower.
Okay.
So
Hide.
that's when he was playing around in the suitcase. So
Playing around in the suitcase.
We both.
And this is where it gets weird. I mean, just it's different every time. He was playing around in the suitcase.
Thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny.
Oh yeah, well I'm gonna zip you up. You didn't come look for me. So again, it's a broken.
That's a weird one. That's a different story than all of the other ones. I'm gonna zip you up because you didn't come look for me.
Suitcase, but
what do you mean by broken?
It's only got one of these. But because I didn't zip it up all the way, he was doing the.
You mean it doesn't have like the pull part?
Correct.
Okay.
But I think it's got a, what do you call it? A paper clip.
Okay. So the zipper to it is missing, like the actual zipper that attaches to it to help you open and close is missing, but you think a paper clip was on it instead?
I believe there's a paper clip on it because I know that the last
time. That's what you used to like help assist you?
Well, or you can just stick your fingers in there and.
Right, yeah.
Unzip it yourself, which is why I did not zip it up all the way.
Okay. So how much did you zip it up?
I mean, I don't really know.
You said his fingers were able to stick out?
Yeah, 2 fingers.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm figuring he'll get it. But then I wanted to go upstairs and waited for him, and eventually I guess I fell asleep. I had the dogs in the bed with me. It was warm, and then fell asleep.
So you guys are joking. He's in there. You said you could see 2 of his fingers?
Yes.
And then
2 fingers.
Like you just decided
over the course of this trial that has morphed into a hand.
Okay, I'm gonna go upstairs now, or
because I figured he would get out and then go upstairs and have intimate relations like we normally do.
This is the best part. So now she's adding more, again, elaborating, adding more details. So now intimate relations like we normally do.
I fell asleep.
Okay.
And he never came upstairs.
So the reason this matters, because a lot of people were confused about this when this happened. I remember seeing people saying like, what is going on? Why are they asking this question? Like, does the detective just want all the tea about their sex life? No. Here's why she's asking it. Because Sara has said several times already before that she just went upstairs and went to sleep. She just fell asleep. I think at one point she says she passed out. Now she's elaborating and giving a reason to try to explain why she would go upstairs. Like why that would make any sense, right? Versus just like neglecting him. Instead of like for example, if she were to say, like she had been, right? I went upstairs and went to sleep. That just sounds like, oh, so you don't care if he's in the suitcase and you're going to go to sleep and then like, whatever. But if you say, I went upstairs to wait for him because I thought we were going to have sex, that would show that like you had a reason to actually go upstairs and go to bed. But the problem for her is that also should show that then when he doesn't come upstairs, you should be like, where the fuck is he, right? So.
Again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop earlier today. And then remember.
Okay. So is this something that do you guys play hide and seek before you have sexual intercourse, or do you guys just play hide and seek because you're bored and you're just trying to pass time?
So again, I can explain this. This is a great question. I can explain this. Here's why she's asking this question. Because Sara says, I went upstairs and went to bed and waited for it because I thought we were going to have intimate relations like we normally do. Right? Sarah's trying to she's trying to over-explain, right? And so she's trying to say this is the normal thing. So now this question makes sense, right? Because it's like, well, there's two options. Either this is something they do on a regular basis. However, she said this is only the third time they've played hide and seek, right? But like maybe it's just like they do something and then she goes upstairs and then he knows, okay, we're going to have sex, and they do this on a regular basis, right? Either it's a normal thing or they must have talked about it ahead of time. In which case, where does the suitcase play in, right? Because her story, hide and seek and then sex. So you can see where these questions actually are really make sense, because they're trying to figure out why the hell are you playing hide and seek, and why would you assume that then you're going to be having sex? They're great questions because it doesn't make any sense, right?
We were again puzzled out. Can't paint anymore.
Oh my God.
Even start the curves of the art that's on the wall now. So
Approximately 1716 is
Getting the next part.
February 24th, 2020. The time now is approximately 1716 hours. This is in reference to Orange County case number 20-017904. My first recording on a separate digital recorder. The memory became full and we can no longer record. But I'm in my unmarked agency vehicle with, can you state your name, ma'am?
Sara Boone.
And my partner, Detective Scott Lowen. We are outside.
They were in the middle of discussing their sex life.
In my unmarked agency vehicle outside of 4748 France Lane, number 3 in Winter Park, collecting a statement from Sara. Okay, Sara, just for recording purposes, because it did technically stop and I wasn't able to say the time that it stopped prior, we have not talked anything further, not on recording.
Correct.
Okay, and you do understand that you don't have to speak with me if you don't want to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Right. So I think I asked you, my last question was, and I'm not sure if you may have answered or not, but my last question was, you guys were just playing to have fun and it wasn't like something you do right before like sex thing?
No.
Or it's just because
It's
you
just
were
being silly.
Okay. But you
Then
did
the
say that you
question
are
is, then why did you just expect that then you would be having sex afterwards?
Are you guys into it every single night?
Right.
No, not every single night.
Okay. But I mean, did you think it was gonna happen last night?
Yes.
Did you guys talk about it, or you just
No.
assumed like, oh, we're probably gonna have sex tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
Which normally after we do the puzzles and artwork and everything, yes.
Okay.
We were just having a good time.
Okay.
Just enjoying each other's company.
And so,
Dancing with the dogs.
at any point, when he was in the suitcase, did you hear him say, please let me out?
No.
Was he?
We were laughing about it.
Yeah, okay. Did you make any jokes about it? Oh, you're in the suitcase, and I know you had said that you were left upstairs and he didn't basically come find you. Did you make any jokes about, oh, okay, well,
No.
now you're in the suitcase?
No.
Okay.
Interesting that she's saying no to that. That's interesting because that would make sense, right? And that's probably why she's asking a question, because Sarah's only said now a bazillion times, we were laughing about it. We were laughing about the suitcase. We were laughing, ha, 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 So jokes would make sense, right? But then the way she denies that, no. Like, what, Matt? Like, madam, what are you doing? Don't you know what laughing comes from? Like, why? What the hell? Like, I mean, but it also makes you wonder, like, was there a joke? And that was kind of been my theory, again, like, I'm thinking, was it a taunting joke? Like that type thing?
But I'm assuming the game was over, like you guys weren't gonna play, you weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Do you guys sleep together in the room every single night?
Yes.
Oh!
Okay.
Did anyone catch that one? She said the dogs got in the bed. In her story, when she was on the stand, she said the dogs were already in the bed. Here, check it out.
The dogs got in the bed.
You guys weren't gonna play, you weren't gonna continue to play hide and seek anymore? Like you went upstairs and went into the room?
Right, waiting for him.
Okay. And you said you laid down?
Yes, the dogs got in the bed.
Yeah, she said when she was on the stand, on cross, they asked her, Mr. J asked her about the dogs, and she said the dogs were already in the bed.
They sleep together.
And I actually pointed it out. I said, wait. I said, didn't she say earlier that the dogs follow her everywhere? And I actually pointed it out. I think I timestamped it actually. But here she goes and she contradicts herself anyway.
Every single night?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Okay. And which side of the bed do you sleep on? Like if
It's okay, here's the bed. I'm on the left side, he's on the right hand side. Because I've got Lucas's pictures over here. He's got his kids' pictures over here.
Okay, so you're closer to the door?
You don't have to explain that.
Are you closer to the door to exit your room, or is he closer?
He is.
Okay. So where the pictures of Lucas are on that side, that's your side?
Correct.
Okay. And is that where you slept last night? Did you sleep in the middle of the bed? Did you sleep on your side of the bed?
I slept on my side.
Your side? Okay. And I noticed there's like one pillow on the bed, and then there were like 3 up against the closet. Are those his pillows, and he brings them into bed, or what's?
No, when I woke up, what I normally do is, I don't know if you noticed the mice that we have in there, Lucas's mice. But I'll make the bed, excuse me, clean the mouse cage, and then go downstairs.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is that normally I'll fix that upstairs, and then I'll head downstairs. Okay, so that's
That
why.
completely doesn't answer the question. Her question wasn't, why are there pillows on the floor? Why is it messy? That's not the question. The question is, why are the pillows not on the bed? That's why she said, are those his pillows and he brings them into bed? Why are they, like, why is there only one pillow on the bed? And that's part of why, I think they're trying to get at, are you guys sleeping in separate places? Because, like when couples fight, right? Some people get relegated to the couch, whatever. They're trying to figure out what this relationship is like and ask these questions. And one pillow on the bed, though, is interesting, and 3 on the floor. But then her answer is just completely non-responsive.
Those were over here was because I was trying to fix up the bed a little bit.
Okay. Okay. Were they in the bed prior? Like when you went to sleep?
Right. They should already be on the bed.
Those were in your bed.
We only have the 2.
You 2. Okay.
Well, it's the 2 white ones, king-size ones. When we watch movies, we'll put behind the white one, and then the 3rd pillow just goes in between everybody else.
Okay. Do you use one pillow to sleep, or do you each have one? Right? Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
There's one pillow on the bed.
Okay. So you just basically did finish making the bed, is my understanding. That's why the pillows are up against there's like 3 pillows up against the closet.
Yes.
They're like standing.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Because I'll move all the pillows off, and then I'll shake out the bed, and then put everything back together.
Okay.
So now she's had a chance to try to make sense of that, but still doesn't really make sense because there's still a pillow on the bed. Nice try.
And did he say anything to you while he was in the suitcase? I know you guys were laughing, joking.
I can't breathe, baby.
Or was any jokes made? Was anything said?
No, nothing negative or anything like. I'm telling you.
Just anything that he said, like
we were laughing about it. I mean,
right.
And I waited for him upstairs.
Okay.
Did you tell him you were going upstairs, or?
No, I did not.
So they should be expecting, if there's any videos that they learn about in the future, they should be expecting to hear laughter coming from that suitcase.
I literally went upstairs to wait for him.
Was the line, was it all gone at this point while you guys were playing hide and seek?
I think so.
Okay.
I wonder if they're wondering if, because obviously she was way more drunk than him, it seems like, right? I wonder if part of this is like, did she then, like that question just made me think of this. Did she then take one of the bottles or whatever part of a bottle, like whatever wine wasn't drank already? Because remember, there's a lot of questions about, when did they stop drinking and, whatever, like in terms of the BAC for her, right? And like, she was still like intoxicated the next morning, right? According to her. And so, or she says intoxicated and then she like switches it to hungover or whatever. Anyway, so I'm wondering if they think that maybe the 2 of them shared that half bottle or whatever, or some part of another bottle, but then she took the rest with her upstairs and then got drunk and passed out.
Is it, at that point?
Like if she drank like a good majority of it or something,
I mean, I don't know how often you drink, but would you say that you were under the influence and he was under the influence, or?
Well, I mean, we weren't drunk.
Okay.
We weren't drunk. I mean, we had a handful of glasses throughout the evening. So, I mean, we weren't like inebriated. where you couldn't drive, you could still, I mean, we were compass
So
mentors,
fidgety.
that's what I'll say. We were, both of us were compass mentors.
So,
Okay.
yeah, she says this.
Yeah, I don't know what that word means.
I mean, we had our wits about ourselves.
Okay.
That's why he and I were playing.
That's the thing, though. This isn't a trick question. You're at your home. You're consenting adults. If you're drinking, say you were drunk. There's no law against it.
Right.
Nobody's judging you. You're at home.
Right?
Neither one of us were drunk.
Okay.
We were just
I'm just
at the gay stage.
Okay.
I mean, it's a great point, right? This is her ego, right? This is her trying to not look like she has an alcohol problem. That's why. She's being so defensive about this.
That's what it was. Listening to music again, dancing with the dogs.
Okay. Well, luckily
Dancing
his
with
blood
the
alcohol
dogs.
level will show us at the autopsy as well too. So, you know, we have that as well. Okay, so
there was no ill will between the two of us last night.
You know, and that one's interesting because she just offers that up. No question pending. No question pending. There was no ill will. This right here is like she's already preparing for like how to explain this to a jury. You know what I mean? Like, this is where she's beginning to try to come up with a way to, you know, she doesn't know the law. She doesn't know the statutes because we've talked about this. It varies state by state, right? And, you know, intent, the word intent is not in the statutes in Florida for second-degree murder. I think it's not even in the statute for first-degree murder, and it's not in the statute for manslaughter. They don't use the word intent. And so that's what's so funny. I've pointed it out before because whenever she says it's not intentional, like a bazillion times, it's like she thinks that's helping her. Because in it's not in most places or a lot of places anyway, the intent is in the statute. Okay. Not in Florida, completely irrelevant. The closest thing to it is the depraved mind or depraved heart or whatever. And that's in the second-degree murder statute. But it doesn't even define what that is. That would be outlined, I'm sure, in case law. But it does. But that's the closest thing. But the word intent is not even used. So she's really just digging herself a ditch to show that she has consciousness of guilt, but it's not going to help her in the future. So, yeah.
yeah. That. When's the last time you guys have gotten into an argument?
Maybe last week.
Okay. Over just normal relationship stuff, or
it's a little bit of everything because he and I both stressing about jobs.
Right.
It's been extremely depressing for him where he worked up here at it used to be an Ace Hardware, but Ace dropped them as a franchise because of how bad the store is going down, and he thoroughly enjoyed his job and everybody he worked with. But it's between stuff like that, and then of course we've got the bills that we have to pay, and I've been having to ask Brian, my former husband, for money to pay for electricity and hot water for Lucas and groceries.
Which is really annoying that she says for Lucas, right? Because like Lucas is only there, doesn't sound like it's all that often because she like flakes out and doesn't pick him up when it's supposed to be her turn. Sounds like he stays primarily with his dad. But regardless, it's not like he's already paying, you know, the divorce settlement, probably child custody. So he's already paying his portion. So like who is benefiting from the electricity or the hot water or whatever, the bills, right? It's like, it's you and George, like he's paying for y'all's bills, whether Lucas is there or not there. It's y'all that live there full time.
Okay. So I think that, of course, because he can't support me, has been bothering him, which is why I bought a new puzzle for the two of us to do.
Right.
And that's what we were working on in the painting.
Okay. Do you guys normally argue often, not often, weekly, every other?
It all depends on like if he had a good day or a bad day kind of thing. Where
It's just wild, right? I've said it before. It's like it's all on. She would do so much better if she took any type of responsibility, even for an argument, right? But it's just when she asks that question, how often do you argue? It's like it's all on him. It's just, did he have a good day or a bad day?
he would just be happy to come home and see me because he knows that it's going to get better. And then most of the time he would go for a drink and we would sit on the back porch. He would tell me about his day and we would have a glass of wine and then kind of start our evening-ish kind of thing and smoke. But then we would go inside because we're tired of being outside. And then that's when we started to do the art and puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs.
She kind of morphed into what they would normally have done in the past to what they did that day. And it's like it's like she's a broken record, man. Like we know puzzles, art, music, dogs. We get it. I cannot.
Is there anything he's drinks specifically?
Oh, so right. So that's where she gives a different story. Now it's tag. Hold on.
Puzzles. And then listening to music and playing with the dogs. And it's a thing. Tag your it kind of thing.
Tag your it kind of thing. That's not hide and seek though.
Is there anything he's drinks specifically, like his go-to drink, or
it's honestly whatever it is we can afford, which is why we used to drink like liquor, but like months ago, which is why we have the wine.
Okay.
What did you guys make for dinner last night?
He made a pork sandwich with cheese, and what was it that I ate? I think I made a sandwich and some chips.
You guys didn't have to go out and get anything?
Yes.
like a sandwich, like a deli sandwich, like deli meat sandwich, or do you think you have pork ham?
I made a pork one the other day for me, him, and Lucas, and they were leftovers. So he
had that.
I made a pork loin sandwich with cheese, and I had my just ham and the
ham sandwich with chips. Okay.
Wait, ham and pork? I don't understand. I don't know. Whatever. I'm not going to worry too much about that with all the other sense.
Does he normally come up to bed, or will he do the typical guy thing where he's downstairs and will fall asleep on the couch?
I mean, he's done that before just because of his crappy day that he had, but yes, we sleep in the same bed.
You normally sleep in the same bed. Do you guys go to bed at the same time?
Most of the time, yes. But because he's been very excited about looking for a job, he might stay downstairs for.
I mean, none of this makes like this shocked me when I heard it because she goes on and on and on about his crappy day and his crappy life and his bad mood, and he's only depressed because he doesn't have a job. And then this part, very excited about looking for a job. What? I don't understand.
Half an hour, 45 minutes, and then would come upstairs, and he and I would watch movies together until it was just okay. There's no more movies I want to watch, and then we would just turn the lights off and go to sleep.
There's no. What? We would watch movies plural until there's no more movies we want to watch. Like, how long are you watching movies before going to bed? How many movies? Like, what are you talking about? And this just reminds me too of the puzzles and the art. It's like puzzled out. It's like movied out. Like, it's just very weird. It's like normal thing would be like, we're going to watch a movie and then go to bed. Or like, we have to wake up early. So we're going to watch the first half hour of a movie and then go to bed. It's not just like, watch movies until until you can't watch anymore. You'd spend a year and you're still watching movies, but now you're finally getting sick of movies. Like what's the way I'm trying to say it? Like exhausting the resources, whether it's your ability to watch them or the movies themselves. It's like, it's just very weird. It's like, there's no plan, right? It's like, there's no plan or no schedule. It's just like when the things run out, it's weird.
Last night when you said you went upstairs, do you have like a ritual that you do prior to going to bed? Like you brush your teeth, wash your face, put on TV. Is there any like normal things that you do?
Me and myself? No. I'll go upstairs and maybe like rinse my mouth out with Listerine.
Okay. Do you recall what you did last night?
You'll brush your teeth?
I just got in the bed with the dogs.
Okay.
Waiting for him.
And how long do you think you were up waiting for him until you passed out?
I wouldn't say I necessarily passed out. Yes, he knows too that I'll go upstairs sometime because of how tired I am, which is why he'll just give me my space a little bit. Maybe I'll watch a show and then he'll come upstairs. So, I mean, it's not out of the ordinary.
No, I know, but last night, how long do you think it was prior to you falling asleep?
Oh.
Like how long did you wait up for him?
Maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I mean, I literally dozed off, warm in the bed with the dogs, waiting for him. Okay. I didn't even bother turning the TV on. Just got in the bed.
You've made it very clear that that's your
I'll go upstairs.
Right? You turn the TV on to watch movies, right? So she's like, I didn't even turn the TV on. It's like it's over explaining, but also like she's trying to make it seem like it was a normal night, but like everything she's saying is actually like this wasn't a normal night. Because what you're saying is normally you guys go to bed around the same time, you watch movies, blah blah. But now it's like none of that's happening.
Because of how tired I am. Yes. Like I'm mentally exhausted. So.
Mentally exhausted.
Who usually gets up first? I mean, are you an early riser? Is he an early riser?
He is.
Or he's usually an early riser?
Yeah, he has to be at work by 8 o'clock, so.
He's not working.
He'll usually wake up at like 6:30-ish if I don't have Lucas.
How long has he been out of work?
Gosh, maybe. Well, he did some odd job stuff up there. But I think his last day was like Friday 2 weeks ago.
So he hasn't worked in about 2 weeks?
Yes.
And during that 2 week period, does he maintain just his body naturally wakes up early or does he?
Yes, it's his body clock.
Okay. What time is that normally?
Like 6:30, 6:45-ish. But again, if I have Lucas here, I have to take him to school, so we're up at like 6:30. I'm feeling really like weird, guys, like lightheaded.
Right.
Like I feel really weird right now.
You feel like you're sick?
No, I'm not sick, just, I don't know.
Need food?
I haven't even fed my dogs today. The mice need to be taken care of still. I don't think they have any food. But again, I'm gonna be downstairs on the laptop, so he can use the laptop and then I'll use the laptop afterwards.
I think what's happening there is she's saying, I feel really weird. And they're like thinking like, are you having low blood sugar? And they ask her, do you need food? Do you need this or that? But her response, instead of answering that question, is about taking care of the dogs and the mice. Now, you might wonder why, when she's such a selfish person, that she might be saying that, right? Like, wouldn't she be like, oh, it's all about me and I'm hungry and whatever? Here's what I think it is. I think what it is she's trying to figure out a way to get out of that car. And she probably understands that they can get food to her and bring her food to eat in the car if she says she's going to like pass out or whatever, right? She wants to get out of that car. So when they ask her, like, do you need food? She's like, dogs, mice. Because it's like, I have to go take care of them, which it would get her out of that car. I think that's what's going on there.
So it wasn't when you woke up this morning, it wasn't out of the ordinary that he wasn't there. You didn't wake up this morning and go, oh, where's George? You woke up thinking, okay, George got up like he normally does before me.
And it's downstairs on the laptop looking for jobs.
You had made a comment earlier that he's losing his teeth.
Yes. I think we don't know. I think that's one of the things subconsciously that has been really on his mind also.
I don't know that I don't think there's been any evidence of this, but this is interesting. I mean, I don't know yet what's going on with the teeth, but part of me wonders though. I mean, I don't know. Have y'all heard anything about this? If she maybe hit some teeth out with the bat when she was hitting him with the bat, maybe, because we know she hit his face and we know that, he was bleeding from his mouth. Did she hit some teeth out or a tooth out or whatever? And she's trying to, now give an explanation that would not incriminate her with that.
He's losing his teeth. Like, he just would break off. He lost the whole molar or something in the back the other day while we're eating. And then he keeps talking about how it's chest, and I'm blaming it on stress.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that is. I don't know what the teeth thing is. I know it can't be a good sign.
You said he got into, you said an argument, but he had a bunch of facial injuries where he had reconstructive surgery.
Yes.
So he and his brother got into a fist fight?
Oh my gosh, it was horrific, yes.
Was it, I mean, usually when you have that much damage, it's more than just a fist fight. His brother did him or something?
No. Wait till you guys see Mo. Mo is a gorilla. Like,
It is possibly that's what causing the teeth to get messed up?
Did they have to do work on his teeth or his jaw or
Just
anything?
his eyes.
His eyes.
Just the orbital sockets?
Yes. Well, they fixed his nose too.
Okay. Now, the damage to his eyes, is that still, I mean, is it noticeable or?
No.
Okay, so when they fixed the sockets, they came back and you couldn't tell that they had been damaged?
I couldn't tell, but his children recognize it, where they say he doesn't look like his same dad.
Okay.
But to me, I never noticed it.
No other damage to the jaw, the forehead, anything like that?
No. It was just his eyes and his nose.
Bless you.
You said he's been complaining of chest pains?
He had mentioned it a couple times where I'm just blaming it on stress, but again, I kept trying to encourage him with or without money, go to a walk-in clinic. You'll eventually get a bill. But the teeth thing has been worrying me also, and I didn't want to say anything to him about it. But we were in the process of eating dinner and a tooth comes out. That's scary to me. And a red flag, if you ask me.
Well, this is the reason I was asking what you guys had
Really
for
wants to
dinner
play.
last
I mean,
night.
this is what's crazy, right? Because they asked her a million times about the medical conditions earlier, you know, and every time I think I already mentioned this, but she just kept denying it. But now she's really playing it up and trying to make it exaggerate it, right?
His dietary habits been lately. I mean, he looks super thin to me. Now, I
Yes.
don't know George, but he does not look like he's an average
He
weight.
eats, believe it or not, like a horse. Like he'll eat like 4 or 5 times a day. Again, one of the things that has been concerning me, which you will be the first people that I actually say this to, is his weight for the amount of food that he eats throughout the day, how he doesn't gain any weight. He and I, Luke is going up to Publix every time we step on the scale, and he continuously loses weight. Well, I don't even want to step on the scale anymore.
How long has this been going on for?
Months.
So way before losing his job.
Yes. It's been ongoing. I mean, I'm not even say months, I can say at least a good year.
Okay.
And he eats like a horse.
I wonder if they ever figured out what that was about. I don't, because I haven't heard an answer for that one
You
yet.
don't know any drug history?
I mean, if what she's saying is true, if he does actually eat healthy and he eats a lot, like, and he's like continuously losing weight, I mean, she could be exaggerating it, right? But like, we know he was underweight, right? But like, in terms of was he continuously losing weight for a year just by trying to gain weight? That's different, right? So I wonder if there was actually something going on to cause that.
Since I've been with him and known him, he's never done drugs. But I know him growing up in Philadelphia, he had a bad stint with marijuana and alcohol. And when you talk to his children and or his ex-wife, she will tell you. His family will tell you. But since he's been with me, no, I have not. He's never done drugs, Alan.
I made his life so great. I just look at this. Wow. I'm so lucky to have her.
Your phone, is it password protected or touch screen?
It's password protected.
Does George know the password as well?
He doesn't know the code, but he does the face thing.
His face will recognize on it. Okay.
Which is weird. Which is weird that it's her phone and it's her passcode, but it recognizes his face. I don't know.
The reason why I have that is because I lost 2 phones previously where I can't. Before I had the passcode was somebody else being able to get into my phone because I lost it twice. So that's the only reason why I have it.
Oh, like that's the reason you put a password on it,
Yes.
just in case you lost your phone?
Yes.
Oh, she's trying to explain why she has a password on it. Weird. I mean, I feel like they were already, that was like at 2017, that was already a thing of like, they automatically do the pass, like if it's an iPhone anyway. Weird.
Okay, so do you?
I mean, you shouldn't have to explain that anyway. Even if the password isn't standard, you shouldn't have to explain why you have a password on your phone like that. That's over explaining, which is interesting.
Recall what time you went to bed?
I know that it was after midnight.
Okay. What? How do you know that? Like, what makes you remember that?
Because I
Yeah, it's like, it's funny because it's like she, it's so funny. It's like, did she remember about the Suitcase videos or not? Right. Because it's like, you know, the thought was like, I think everyone's been having is like, she didn't remember. Right. Because, wow, so you just hand your phone over or whatever. I don't know. It's interesting because like that thing to hear about the passcode is just as like, it's like she, if you know, it's like you feel like if you're the detective, you're like, okay, there's something funny about the phone, right? So
walked up the stairwell and we have a clock that's on top.
Like you see it as you're walking up the stairwell?
Yes. You have to turn the corner and it's right here.
Okay. And you don't remember when you went into the shower around what time it was? Looking at that same clock?
I didn't shower. I mean, I showered earlier in the day.
No, when you said you hid in the shower when you were playing hide and seek.
Yes.
Did you happen to look at that clock then and see what time it was?
Right.
I just happened to look up
That's a good question.
on my way.
Going to bed? Or going into the room?
Yes.
Okay, so it's after midnight. You think it's before 1 a.m. though? Was it between midnight and 1 or?
To be honest with you, I don't know. I mean, if I had to say, it was like 12:30-ish.
Okay. Okay, and when you went upstairs, you and George were no longer having a conversation, laughing about the suitcase. You just decided to go upstairs.
No, we were laughing about it.
Okay, so you continued to joke about it as you were going upstairs, thinking he'll just get himself out, and then.
Yes, that's why I didn't close it all the way. That's why I didn't close it all the way.
Close it all the way.
I'm like, he'll be up here in a minute now. But then I guess I dozed off. And again, I'm thinking he's downstairs on the laptop this morning. Because he gets out of bed before I do, most of the time.
When you put him in or when he got into the suitcase,
Yes.
correct? So the suitcase now, if we're looking at it, what side was his head on when he got into the suitcase and you zipped him? Was his head like on the, if we're looking
If
at
it's
it?
like this, his head was here. The hole was here.
So his head was closer to where?
Yes.
Like when you close it, his head was closer to where it's closed?
No, that's where his head's here. This is him doing the finger
Well,
thing.
this is exactly why when she's on cross and they get that suitcase and they're all fumbling around, this is exactly what everyone's been trying to understand is like, tell us exactly how he was in the suitcase, tell us exactly how it was zipped, blah, blah. This is exactly why, because it's not clear.
Yeah.
Right, so his head is closer to where you can close it. So when you close it, his head is on that side, or his head is on the opposite side of where you close it. Because there's obviously an open, there's one if the suitcase is open, and then when it's shut. And it's obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay. Okay.
But again, that's why I didn't say
Now,
that all the
one
way.
thing that I'm not clear about is if it was a 2-zipper or 1-zipper. You know, a lot of things have 2 zippers that you can zip all the way around and they can meet. Or I guess in hindsight, it must only have 1 because I feel like we would have heard if there was 2. But I feel like that's pretty standard, is having 2 zippers. But I can see why it matters more if it's just 1 zipper, because in other words, if it's just 1 zipper, right? And like his head is at the other, I'm going to back it up and see exactly what she says. His head is at the end, and then where the zipper goes all the way around, it's at the bottom. That matters, right? Like in other words, wow, yeah, I guess it's really different actually if you picture that versus 2 zippers, right? Because with 2 zippers, they could be meeting anywhere. Like you could zip something up to where the zippers meet in the middle of the suitcase or whatever, but it really puts you in with limited options, right? If it's just 1 zipper, it's either opened or closed, and then it's at the bottom. So let me just see.
So obviously, the zipper's on opposite sides.
So if you do this, yes, his head was here, where the zip part was.
Okay.
So she's saying his head was here where the zip part was. That's why they did that on cross. It was hard to tell what the even answer was. We'll have to check when we do that recap because it was just such a shit show, right? But like, I think that his point, if I had to guess, was that to make that suitcase zip, it's the other way. I think that's the point. That in order to zip that suitcase, it would have been where the feet are, not the head. I wonder if that's kind of what was going on with that, but it was just hard to tell.
But again, that's why I didn't say
And I
that.
wonder if the jury, well, they probably won't. I was going to say, I wonder if the jury is going to get that suitcase back there with them where they can actually test it out. I mean, if I were on that jury, I would want to do that. I would want to see what that zipper is like. I would want to try zipping it. I would, I mean, it would be really morbid, but someone, could they want, if someone wanted to try sitting in it? I don't know. But I don't know but you know, they might just make sure that they've got a deputy back there and they're all gloved up. Who knows?
But I'm all away.
Is there anything else that you think is important for us to know that we haven't asked you?
I don't know what happened. Like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I don't know, again, if he had like a heart attack or an aneurysm.
You don't have to make suggestions. The medical examiner will
Do you
figure it
keep
out.
your phone on you? Like, is it always in your possession?
No. Because it's a community phone between me and him, like if he needs it, most of the time it's on the kitchen counter.
Okay.
Where it's like, he knows that's where my phone is, or hey, after you're done talking to Lucas, do you mind if I call my daughters? So it's,
right,
it's our phone.
No, I get it. I just,
But no, I don't walk around with my phone on me all the time.
okay, did you bring it upstairs with you when you were going to bed?
No.
No, okay, so it stays downstairs, or is downstairs with him?
Yes, it's downstairs with him. Because that's how I heard my phone ringing and I knew it was Brian because he called over and over and over and over again.
Well, I
Which is
think,
what he does.
I think because of the fact that a huge point in this whole thing is the fact that that zipper was broken, right? And that there's like a paper clip attached, and the way that we've seen everybody struggle in court trying to zip it, you know? I think it matters because to see where does it zip when it's all the way zipped, is that where the head would have been versus is that where the feet would have been? That matters, right? I mean, they may just get back there and already have a, you know, a verdict in 10 seconds, you know, who knows, right? But if they actually want to like think about what it would have been like to be George, they're going to have to look at that suitcase, right? But also, again, just to see the difficulty of that zipper, because that's been a whole thing that's been kind of highlighted in this trial, is how difficult was it to unzip, being that it had a broken zipper and all that. So
you assumed it was him, but you didn't know Brian was calling you, but you assumed it was Brian?
Yes, because he calls back to back to back to back to back to back. Until I actually finally answer.
Okay. Okay, so your phone was downstairs.
Yes.
Alrighty. Can you raise your right hand for me?
All right.
Do you promise and swear everything we've talked about has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay.
But may I ask you though, because I was telling you guys about it earlier.
Oh boy.
Like, I don't know if I.
She was almost free to go and she just had to keep talking.
I'm afraid for my life at this point.
Sorry.
I'm afraid.
I don't know anything about your guys' history. Like, I don't know, other than the family not liking you, like.
And they get upset because of the drinking. And just the things that we have gone through, and I know that they don't want him to be with me, but he and
Are they gonna tell me that he's an alcoholic?
Probably.
Okay. Are they gonna tell me that you're an alcoholic?
They'll say that, but they don't know. They assume.
Okay. Why do they say that he's an alcoholic?
Because of his track record in Philadelphia and all of the things that he has done. Cars that he's wrecked, ex-wives' cars. He's been divorced twice. And he has. Yes, they'll say that.
Okay.
They'll say that, but they don't know. They just assume.
Okay. Well, I mean.
What? Shouldn't she say because he's always drinking? I mean, I'm so confused. She's like, why would they say he's an alcoholic? And it's like, da-da-da, he's been divorced, blah, blah. What? Pardon? It's weird that she can't even come up with examples. It makes me wonder if, like, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he didn't really have a drinking problem until he met her.
And people have their opinions. Okay, you can't not. There's nothing you can do about someone having an opinion and saying something like that. As far as what's going on here, I told you, prior, we don't know what happened. So I understand you feel like they're gonna not accept, what happened and they're gonna think that it's your fault. But at this time, we cannot conclude and say anything differently. I know we talked about you possibly going somewhere else for tonight. You have to do what you have to do to keep yourself safe. But at this point in time, no one has made a threat to you. No one has done anything.
I haven't said anything to him yet.
Right, but we will obviously talk to them, and of course, we're gonna instruct them that this is an ongoing investigation. Well, your son's with Brian, and is gonna stay with Brian. So we're gonna cross that bridge when we get to it. I know you're fearful of it now, but nothing has happened to where you're in fear based off past history and what they think of you and how they threaten me all the time. Do you have proof or is it all verbal? Like would it be in your phone?
No, it's verbal.
Okay.
It's verbal.
So it's he said versus she said, or she said versus she said. So
Yeah, they've been really nasty to me. Really nasty to me.
It's gonna be a shock. It's gonna be, everyone handles things differently. We're not gonna leave there with them hooting and hollering.
She's going to
and being
collapse,
upset.
and then they're gonna all come over here.
Okay, well, who's gonna collapse? 'Cause I don't even know
His mom.
His mom? What's his mom's name?
Blanca.
Is that her government name or is that just what you call her?
No, I think that's her government name.
And you said she lived around here?
They live down the street.
When's the last time you said he doesn't even really talk to his family because he chose you over them. So when's the last time you've seen them or talked to them?
I believe he did something with his brothers a couple of weeks ago, but I don't go over there.
Okay. Like, so if he goes over there, you do not go?
No.
But he did something with his brothers?
I'm guessing so. I know that they come up to his job all the time.
When he was working there?
Yes.
Okay.
So they don't come, I mean, they have come over here and have just been completely disrespectful.
Okay.
And again, he ended up having to tell them, don't come over here if you're gonna act like that and treat Sarah like that.
Do you know their address?
I have it inside, I know it's Valhalla Boulevard, but if you go down, what is this out here? Goldenrod, there's a Twisty Treat ice cream place on the right hand side, and you turn down that road. And then you make a left, and then you'll see Valhalla, and you make a right, and their house is white, and it's fenced in, and it's got a whole bunch of garden flowers.
Okay. I'm gonna end my recording, is that okay? Okay.
One quick question, just out of curiosity. I'm noticing your front door, it has a bunch of dents in it. What is that from?
When we moved in, they were already there.
I don't see any other doors with dents like that.
Whoever it was that lived here previously, I know it was a girl, but that was here when we moved in.
This ends the recording 17:47.
So I have a thought about this whole thing with the family when she wants to keep, because she had said this earlier to them as well, the single thing about being afraid with the family. Here's what I think it is. I think what it is that, because the first time she says it, this is on the body cam, she says, I'm afraid. And then she's like, what are you going to tell them? They're going to, you know, they hate me. They're going to kill me. They're going to think I did it, blah. I think what it is that she's saying that again in this interview that we just heard, right? About being afraid. Because I think what it is that, you know, we already heard that she kind of isolated him from his family, that he made her choose her over them or whatever, that there's been issues between them, that, you know, she says they called her the white devil and all that. But I mean, it does sound kind of like classic, like, you know, coercive control, like she separated him from his family. So anyway, but given the text messages, right? So I think that's what it comes down to. Was that text message, the one that points to premeditation, the one that's like, I'm going to get rid of him and then everything will be better. All that. So I wonder if when she's saying, I'm afraid for my life, she's hoping that if she says that, they won't tell them. Because I guess I think she's wondering if she says, like, I'm afraid for my life, they're going to kill me. It's like, well, if you don't tell them, it'll be fine. But if you tell them, they're going to try to kill her type thing. I think she wants the detectives to not tell his family. And it's not that because they're going to kill her. It's because then they're going to tell the detectives everything they know. Right. I mean, I think that's what it is, because the family probably has all these different examples of the shit she's been doing. And at the very least that text message, right? I mean, there's more than one damning text message with that brother. So not to mention she called that brother that night. So yeah, I think she doesn't want them to talk to the family. And so she's trying to get them to not talk to them by saying that if they find out the news, they will kill her. And I'm afraid so.
While you were on scene on February 24th, did you also make contact with Ryan Boone?
Yes, before I spoke to Sarah Boone. Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to interview him?
Yes, I did.
While on scene, did you also begin the process of examining the defendant's cell phone?
I did not examine it myself, but we have a waivers and affidavits form that has a consent portion on it.
Okay, I'm going to skip ahead a little bit. Oh, sorry for that terrible pause, because just to see. They're just going to talk. So they're going to get into the interrogation here because of the whole thing about the phone. Okay, we can go from here.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Well, I'm sorry. In the interview that we just listened to about going to Publix?
In the course of speaking with her, did you learn that she had gone to Publix?
Yes. I was under the impression that that George had gone to Publix.
Did you follow up with that Publix for surveillance video in this case?
Yes. I went to the Publix to get their surveillance video.
And were you able to find that video of them at Publix the previous day?
Publix video. Woo!
Your Honor, request permission to publish states.
I actually have not seen these videos yet. Believe it or not.
I'm going to show you the video
Yay!
by the victim and the defendant on this video.
This is the defendant, and this is the victim.
You can advance the video.
So they look, you know.
Do you see the bottle of wine that was purchased? In this
Part of why I was excited to see this video when we heard about it was because I was, we have no idea of their relationship apart from what we've heard from Sarah Boone, and we have no idea of how they interacted with each other. And, it's just interesting, but they seem very normal here from what I can tell and happy and whatever, but, this is before it all went downhill.
We could move on to the publication of the second surveillance video. Can you identify Mr. Torres for us in this video? Is that the second bottle of wine?
Yes.
All right.
I love the color of her blazer.
The apartment complex while they were living.
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to also interview their neighbors as well?
Yes, I did.
Did you interview Juan Torres?
Yes, the following day.
And did you attend the autopsy in this case?
Yes, the following morning.
Did anyone else notice how Sarah called Juan John? She said it more than once. I pointed it out, and I probably timestamped it yesterday when she was on the stand. I couldn't fucking believe it. But it made me wonder, right? Because you've got Juan, who came in and said his name was Juan, and the prosecutor, the attorneys are calling him Juan, and she says she called him John. And then I'm like, wait, is this the whole thing? Is this where George came from? Is it really Jorge? Is she trying to Englishanize all of these names? Like, what's going on here? Did anyone else notice that?
Your Honor, may I approach with the defense?
Yes.
Insane.
Of the jury, it is 3:34. My understanding, based on
They're taking a break.
is the next part of their presentation is going to be kind of long in length.
Right.
So we're going to go ahead and take our afternoon.
It looks like there's no more they don't have any housekeeping I guess they kind of go, let's just see if they go right into it.
Okay, excellent. All right. Anything else we need to address then before we bring back in our panel state defense? All right, let's stand and
The only shame is that I really love this judge, but the only shame is that he says the panel and not the jury, because we don't get to say bring the jury. And Judge Newman. I guess I'll just do one for fun. Like it.
Bring the jury.
There we go.
Bring back in our panel. Select all hands have been raised.
And
Not necessarily set up, but it was to be
place. Showing you what's been marked for identification.
20 at.
What's been marked for identification.
Yes.
All right, when we get to the end,
And list to recording has
put it on normal speed.
So obviously.
All right. I'm going to take my banner down.
Sure. So obviously, you received his autopsy. So I'm going to read you your rights again because we have to talk about that. And since I'm talking about the incident, we just have to do it. Just like we did
Oh, you can hear the part that they redacted, that the jury doesn't know they redacted, but we know they redacted it.
Just like we did yesterday. Remember I read you the rights? Your rights? Yeah. Just the exact same thing, but since I'm asking you follow-up questions, I need to read them to you, okay? All right. So you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say may be used against you in court. You have the right to talk to a lawyer before and during questioning without charge. If you cannot afford a lawyer and want one can be provided for you before questioning without charge. Has anyone threatened you or promised you anything to get you to talk to me? No. And do you understand what I just read you? Yes. Perfect. Okay. So this morning we went to his autopsy, and we were informed of some injuries that he has by the doctor. So I want, so he's got scratch marks to his back. I know that's okay. And it's called a contusion. Do you know what a contusion is? So like basically you're getting hit and then you get a mark from it. You'll get bruising. Like someone hit you or something like that. It's called a contusion. So he had some injuries to his left shoulder. He had a cut near his lip. We could see his mouth was a little. I haven't laid hands on. Okay. I've also too. He fell off my son's bike. Okay. So I don't know. And he's notorious for running into the wall or the halter.
Notorious.
Okay. What about the scratches?
He's notorious for running into the wall. I mean, really, ma'am? I'm sorry.
Because there's also sex. Yes. Okay. Because there's also like a scratch on like the back of his neck, like kind of like going, but it's like going straight across. I have no idea what that's from. And they're all recent. Like they occurred recently. It wasn't something that occurred post or that occurred a week ago, 2 days ago, 3 days ago. They definitely occurred, the night leading up to when it was. In all honesty, we have not gotten into it. Okay. That's why, the only thing I thought you guys were going to ask me about, which I was going to ask you anyway, I scratched my husband's back.
Okay, that statement right there does not sound like somebody who's in denial when they're in a DV situation. To me, she's like, honestly, we've not gotten into it. That sounds like a couple that fights. Both people fight. That's what that sounds like. That's not the confidence and just the quickness which she says that, and the languaging to me is it's actually, I think, honest. I think she's probably not lying there. They haven't gotten into it recently. But again, this also shows that that's a thing. The way she just answers that so quickly, it's like, we've not gotten into it, as if that's a thing that they normally do. I don't know. It's just so, it's like a normal part of her vocabulary to just say that, you know what I mean? So, but that to me does not sound like what you would say if you are, if you're in a DV situation and you're wanting to downplay it to protect the other person. I'm sure most of you guys understand what I mean by that, so that I don't have to give examples. So
Everything else, I have no idea what it is.
triggering.
No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
But your son was there when? When was he last there?
Oh, gosh.
My understanding he was there like last Tuesday.
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday. Because like I said, the injuries are, they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, so, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then
That's
it's
why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time sitting on the back porch, having wine, and took a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint.
What is she doing? She's just totally ignoring the question. They're trying to talk about when he would have possibly had the opportunity to use Lucas's bike or whatever to have gotten those injuries, or got those injuries some other way. Hold on, let me back it up. This is crazy. They're trying to narrow down. Hold on. See, last Tuesday. There we go. When was her son last over? Hold on.
I have no idea what it is. No idea what it is. Nonetheless, I've had my son over the house too, so.
But your son was there when? When was he last there?
Yeah, when was Lucas last there? He's trying to blame Lucas.
Oh, gosh.
My understanding he was there like last Tuesday.
I don't know if it was Tuesday, but yes, he was there last week, so.
Well, we're talking about Sunday. We're just talking about what occurred Sunday.
They're trying to narrow down. So they're saying, when was Lucas last there? You know, it's like their information was that he had been there the previous Tuesday. And so this is like almost a week later, right?
Because like I said, the injuries they occurred within that time period.
So you're talking about day before yesterday?
Sunday leading into Monday. You called us yesterday at 1, so, but the incident, you guys were painting and stuff the night prior.
Correct.
So we're talking about Sunday, and then it's
Why
Monday.
I'm thoroughly confused, because we had a good time
Just completely ignores the
sitting
question.
on the back porch, having wine.
We've heard
took
this.
a couple of cigarettes, and then decided to go inside and literally paint, do puzzles, and play, and listen to music. That's why nobody got out of sorts. This is what's
Nobody got
mind-blowing to me. Like, I have no clue. Nobody laid a hand on anybody.
He also had, like on the left side of his forehead, he had basically bruising, and on like his head, his skull.
I have no idea.
As if something hit him.
I
Consider
not
for
touched him.
trauma.
I have not touched him. I have not touched him.
How would you get those injuries?
Tell me and we'll both know. I have not touched him.
Yesterday, when we took photographs of your overall body, and they did the buccal swab, did they go under your fingernails?
No.
Okay, are you willing to let us
Absolutely.
swab underneath your fingernails?
Go for it.
Okay.
I have no idea, and I don't want to seem out of sorts, but I have no idea. We had a good day. It was a good day. We've had good days lately, even considering everything that's going on with our jobs and
I mean,
life
the thing
in
is
general.
that
and
this
life.
languaging to me,
It's been good. Like, I don't even know where.
just my personal opinion. Her languaging to me, the way she talks about this sounds like what the person would say if they were the abuser. I mean, does anyone else feel the same way? Like, this sounds like the way, again, I understand the whole thing of like trying to convince that everything's fine when you're the victim in a DV situation. But the way she's doing it is the opposite from all my experience. It sounds like the way you would do it if you are the actual perpetrator. That's what it sounds like to me versus the victim, because they're very different how you go about this, right? The deny, because both parties might deny it, right, to law enforcement, but in different ways.
Yeah, I think the last physical was probably, you said, I think, what, a month ago? Where you got the injury, right? You said that was a few weeks.
Give or take, yeah.
A few weeks. That was the last, like, physical altercation between the two of you? A month ago, you think it was a curtain rod.
Yeah, it was curtain rod. That's why I can't believe you guys didn't take that either. Like, we've been good. I don't know if, like, it's since the last time he got out of jail. Like, we've been good. He's been having his classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you will understand. He comes at me all the time. He comes at me. So it's either.
Okay, fine, Sarah, make me do it. He's been good.
Classes and seeing his probation officer, who's amazing. So.
What do you mean by good? What's your definition of good?
The probation officer?
No, you said you guys have been good. What's your definition?
I've been good. I don't think you will understand. He comes at me all the time.
But that doesn't make any sense. How is it good? Are you saying it's good for him to come at you all the time? That's what good is?
He comes at me. So it's either I flee or try to go upstairs and go to sleep. That's usually.
How is it? We've been good, but she also says there's been no physical things since the curtain rod thing a month ago, blah, blah. But then he comes at me all the time. I don't understand.
What it is. I don't know if you talk to Brian about any of that, but most of the time when I sleep, I go over there. So.
Right, but you're saying that you guys have been good, and when I asked you yesterday, there was the last incident that you could remember was the curtain rod incident, which you said was a month ago, so.
Give or take.
Right, so what do you mean by he comes after you, like?
He gets belligerently drunk. Like, I don't know if you all have looked through my phone yet and too many of
the fuck
pictures and the videos that I have taken. And the
I've still watched this so many times and I forgot she just what, Sarah? This okay. This is the reason why everyone why it's like, okay, she must have forgotten it because she's literally suggesting it. I wonder if, I had theorized on, I think the last live stream yesterday that perhaps, she was taking those because the whole thing is like, why was she taking these videos? I think her goal with taking those videos was to taunt him and get him to react and then get his reaction, right? I think she was hoping to have on camera him doing something bad, right? And so she had the camera running while she was taunting him to get a reaction. So then she could have the reaction. I think that's what her plan, not a good plan, but I think that was what her plan was. And now it also explained why she had the camera open in between the two videos. And then, but of course that doesn't work out. It doesn't go that way. Instead, he's just like, I can't breathe. And I wonder if she was drunk and forgot what really happened. Like maybe she never went back and watched those videos. Like in other words, maybe she's relying on her memory that at some point in the night she had a plan to do that, which it's premeditation again in a way, right? But maybe she had a plan to do that, a plan to take these videos and get some damning evidence or whatever, in her mind. And then never went back and watched them to learn what she really had, because that would be an explanation as to why she's like suggesting this. Like she's trying to say, I've got proof. That's what she's trying to say. I've got proof. Now we know there's some other pictures on her phone that she took of herself, but videos, right? I mean, unless she's referring to the videos that we ended up seeing earlier, like today, with him smashing the TV or whatever. Maybe that's what she's referencing. And maybe she just completely forgot about the other videos. I don't know. Because the thing is, when they finally show it to her, is she doesn't seem that surprised. That's the thing.
At one point, I started documenting everything. Okay. So you all will see in my pictures, bloody fingers, split forehead, he split my nose. I've got this. Right. I don't know if Brian told you about it, where I had to have almost I had one really bad surgery, but then it got really, 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 really bad, where I had to go like 4 or 5 more times afterwards and then tend to it. And then poking me in the back of the leg. Right. So it's.
And why are you still with them?
Everybody asks me that. When I tell you guys this, I really love him. Like I do. And I feel like I can help him. Like I feel like I could help him, which I did, because he came a really long way from where he was in Philadelphia and moving back in here and dealing with everything else that he's been dealing with.
It's so interesting because like I feel like I can help him thing, right? That's like, where we know in terms of what we have heard testimony from, with in regards to the battered spouse thing, that it's a thing of like, that if there's an element of like, you think things are going to get better. And remember, we heard about like the honeymoon phase and all that, which we've, most of us, I'm sure, were already familiar. But, so, because sometimes it's like it's like, they're afraid to leave, right? But a lot of times it's like they still really love the person and they really hope things are going to get better or think things are going to get better or whatever, right? And so that would make sense with what she's saying, except for the fact that this whole thing of, I feel like I can help him. That's the thing that's different. That was not a part of anything that we heard from the experts. That is more like a savior complex, I think is one of the terms for it. That's more like narcissism. That's like, instead of like, instead of like, I'm staying with him because I think things are going to get better, or I'm staying with him because I love him despite his flaws or whatever. It's like, it's all about her getting credit. I feel like I can help him. He's been doing so much better. I made his life better. So it's very, I really hope the jury speaks out after this trial. I would love to hear what they think, regardless of what the verdict is. I would love to hear what they thought of this.
I've really helped him. I bailed him out of jail, 3 times. I've gone to every single hearing and every single arraignment, everything that I did for him. Gone to see all his public defenders, go to the state. I've gone to the state. I did everything.
He's gone to the state? What does that even mean?
For him because I'm trying to help him because I had hope in him. And he was trying. He was really trying.
Oh my God.
And then he starts to think about things and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like,
See how quickly she's so, you can tell. I was going to say that looked fake to me, but I mean, she's already snapped herself out of it. So yeah.
next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book. Or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else. Or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever.
Okay. The thing I've talked, I think it was yesterday, about how the whole thing with the battered spouse, right? Like, remember, like the example the expert gave today about the dude changing his clothes, and the example I gave about the Coke can and the cue, right? In terms of with every couple, there's a specific cue, and that that what's coming, right? Okay. So, and I talked yesterday about how in the motions in limine and the pretrial litigation, her defense attorneys have said that what that thing is for her in this relationship is the alcohol, which is why they needed to be able to get in all these other pictures. And they wanted to get in like George's medical records because it was going to show something that would connect it to the alcohol. So the alcohol is the thing. So here's what's so crazy about that, right? And where did they get that idea from? I'll tell you why. They got it from right here.
Right. He was really trying. And then he starts to think about things, and I think he gets overwhelmed. And then it's like, next thing you know, he's drinking. So it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. So
the next thing you know, he's drinking, and it's like, oh man, I know where this is going to go. That is where her attorneys got the idea of the alcohol being the thing, the cue, right, for abuse. There's the one big problem, like the first big problem that stands out to me, though, is that if he's drinking all day, every day, or whatever, right, that's what we've been under, that was our understanding all the time, then, and if that is the cue, then wouldn't she have been in fear for her life enough to inflict death on another person every day? Like, how many times has she killed him, right? Has he died 365 times over? You know what I mean? Like, that's a problem. It's different when the cue is something that's not going to be ongoing all day, every day, right? Then it's not even a cue anymore. That's the whole point, is that the cue is like a specific thing that happens in like a cycle. And the drinking sounds like it's just a regular all day thing. So hopefully that makes sense, you know, and I don't know how much more discussion there's going to be about that. I don't even know if it's something they can actually bring up. It might just be that they bring it up in closing arguments, but it's just that I've heard that in discussion with the hearings and the pretrial litigations.
So I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else, or I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend.
She doesn't sound like an adult either, even just when she's talking about like bike ride, book. What else did she say? She gave some other example. It's just like, it's just very weird, you know, and it's hard to put my finger on it. It's like she's naming activities that children do. Like, none of these are normal. The way she talks about these activities is just not the way adults talk about. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. What would a normal adult say? Yeah, if they want to get out of the house, yeah, I went to the gym, you know, or I hung out with my friends so-and-so, or, you know, I don't know. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with reading a book. It's just in the way that she says it with the context, right? It's like the way she lists things in groups, I think, too. It's like puzzles, arts, crafts, dogs, music, you know, and then Nan's like, let me see, what was the third thing? There was 3 things.
I know where this is going to go, so I'm going to go upstairs and read a book, or I'm going to go for a bike ride, or I'm going to do something else, or I don't.
Oh, just do something else. Okay, yeah. Book, bike ride, the 2 Bs.
I don't want to drink. I don't want to drink. The occasional wine, whatever, or if it's a weekend. That's when you have a good time. You don't have to wake up the next day. I have to wake up the next day and do things. I have to tend to Lucas. I have to take him to school. I have all this stuff to do.
I have all this stuff to do. I mean, meanwhile, we know she flakes out on Lucas the majority of the time, and she doesn't. What else are you doing? Entertaining George? Entertaining George, right? I mean,
he doesn't know how to, I guess, maintain himself, where I can do 50 things at once and still know the 50 things more previously prior that I need to get done. He can't process like that. He didn't process like that. So he would literally, not literally, but have smoke come out of his ears. So the next thing you know.
Thank you for clarifying, because I thought you meant literally, Sarah.
He doesn't want to deal with it. I'm going to go get something to drink. So the majority of the time I would hang out outside or do something else because I don't want to drink. And every time, his job broke his heart. And it made me sad because he had so much pride in his job. And the store that he took care of so much totally went downhill. Mm-hmm. And that broke his heart because he had put so much work and effort into fixing it up. And
I mean, that to me also sounds like it's supposed to, she's trying to make it sound like it's a compliment, but it's really meant to be an insult to George because of the fact that it's like, he put so much heart into it. He tried his best. He tried his hardest at this store to make it better. And he did a good job. He did his best, but because of him, the store went under. You know what I mean? It's like backwards, right? Like, it's really an insult. It's like saying, yeah, dude, it was bad enough when she kept talking about how that store went under. She kept saying that. She said it a bunch of times, but now it's like it went under. She added in this new part where he was in charge of the store. And not only was he in charge of the store, he was doing his best. He gave it his all. He put all his heart into it, and he drove it into the ground. You know, it's just
manager was awful, and basically gave up on all of the employees. So I think that had a huge bearing on why he would drink so much. His ex-wife is bonkers. Mm-hmm. She was all over him all the time, sending money. How can I send you money when I don't have a job? And he's still trying to take care of me and Lucas by paying a bill here or there, getting some groceries. So he always had something on his mind, which is why, again, I got the puzzles and the bank to try to get him off of it so we don't have it.
When she starts fake crying when she says puzzles and the paints, which she's saying she got the puzzles and the paints, but we learned in trial that she already had the paints. It was Lucas's paint set.
Or he doesn't have a drink. So when you all see my phone, you can see all of the damage he has done to me and the videos of him smashing my television because he's belligerently
Oh,
drunk.
there's the television pit. Yeah.
Where most of the time, I just don't want to be there. And I try to help him. I try to calm him down. Eventually, he just passes out.
Well, yesterday it made it sound like
It's interesting because that's the same language she used about herself, that she passed out.
you guys were just drinking like a glass or two.
Like,
Yeah, you obviously
you
had
did.
a bottle, but you told me on recording like that you were not drunk, he was not drunk, you guys were having a good time.
I can't get drunk. Number one, I do not want to get drunk. I don't like being non-complimented, having my wits about myself. I don't like feeling out of control.
Same phrase again.
So
I'm just saying, you're making it sound like he's a raging alcoholic today, and yesterday I was kind of asking you those questions, and you're like a little defensive, like, no, we're not alcoholics, and we are not, but you guys are both sober on Sunday, to your knowledge, because when I said you went and passed out, you were like, no, I didn't pass out, I just fell asleep. So now it's kind of like, what is it? Were you guys drinking and it got out of hand and it got physical?
No.
Or is it?
Sunday was one of the better
He's getting really worked up.
days that we have had in quite some time.
So she just wow. It's just, it goes from like we weren't fighting, it was a normal day, to like it was the best day of all time.
He's dancing with my dog.
Oh my God, I swear, dude.
The pictures, him loving the dog. He loves the dog and dancing around, having a good time, just being happy, kind of thing. He doesn't know.
The only thing I will say in terms of whatever their relationship was happening like on that day was that in the publics they looked normal. There wasn't like obvious fighting. They weren't like standing way really far. I mean, they looked normal in the public's video, right? That's all we got. We don't have any other glimpse into the two of them together, unfortunately.
I can get like maybe 2-3 glasses of wine and I'll be fine. But I have to have my wits about myself because I don't know what to expect.
Well, let's talk about Sunday. What was Sunday? How were you? Like, how many glasses of wine did you have? How many glasses of wine did he have? The bottle was gone. I mean, I don't know before.
Well, that's a good point right there that she just made. She said, I have to have my wits about me because I don't know what to expect. So I think that's something that, yeah, that's a good point. So if, DV victims, right, or people that are in an abusive, relationship of any kind, battered spouse, right? Yeah. The hypervigilance goes along with it, but like you would, want to be as ready as possible. And like drinking does not work with that, right? So she's making a good point. The problem is that the fact that what she's saying makes sense doesn't work out for her when then she's, drinking a ton, right? Like she's saying like, I have to have my wits about me so I don't drink that much. So then if you're saying that if that's true, but then you've been drinking a ton, doesn't that mean that you didn't need to have your wits about you? Like that's like, you didn't need to have your wits about you, right?
Or anyhow, yeah.
No, that was from previous.
You said that there was a half bottle left
Yeah,
over. Mm-hmm. And then that you had wine. I don't even know how did you guys get the wine for Sunday?
I'm guessing he went to Publix.
Does he like leave the house and you stay home, or do you go to Publix? Like, cause
Sometimes I'll go with him.
Okay. Did you go with him Sunday to Publix?
So most of the time what happens is because
I wonder at this point they already know she went with him. I feel like they might, because they might have found the receipt, or they may have already, I doubt they would have had the footage already, but they may have spoken to someone who had access to the footage, because they've asked this question like they know the answer.
We're going to cigarettes this year, and then Publix literally is cattywampus to it.
Okay.
So what he'll do is he'll start, go by Publix, and then on the way back, catch the convenience store.
Okay.
So
is that what you did Sunday?
I'm guessing that's what he did, because next thing I know, he's walking in with a bottle.
Okay.
So it's him trying to be nice, so I don't have to go out and do it. Plus, there's stuff that I around the house that I had to take care of. So that's usually what will happen. or I'm folding laundry and he'll go run out and do whatever.
Well, she said when she was on the stand that they had already done all the laundry earlier in the day and stuff. So, one of the things I've been asking myself in my head is, what did she do when he went out to that Publix? Like, did she ask? Like, part of me is like, did she ask him to go out? Did she ask him to go get that bottle of wine, and maybe she was too drunk to go back to the store? Like, what was going on? And when he was gone, what did she do? Because she's never filled in that time. Right now she's saying what I would normally do if he goes to Publix by himself is what I would normally do is fold the laundry. But they had, according to her, already done all of that earlier in the day.
So where were you guys at on drunkenness, not drunkenness?
So true.
I told us you weren't drunk.
No, I was not drunk.
Right.
I was not drunk. So with him, I don't know. I know when it's like, oh, okay, man, where I told him, slow down. It's starting to catch up with you. Slow down. Slow down.
Bless you.
And another thing is, I don't like listening to music with him because he gets too involved in the music, and the music that he listens to is a little rough around the edges, and it makes me fractious listening to his music. So I kept asking him, let's
wow.
you and me talk. You and me will just be the ones that are talking, which was fine, because we were playing with a dog, whatever, and then it's like, okay, now let's do the painting. We just did the puzzle, took a break, now let's do this.
Y'all, how crazy is it that she used that same word, fractious? And she used that in the trial. That is wild. I've never even heard that word before apart from her, but that's crazy she just used that same word. Wow.
Sure enough, that dog, we're sitting in there talking, laughing, talking about new movies. We're watching movie trailers while we're doing painting and all that other stuff. So it's still background noise to him, because I think that's what he's used to, is having background noise. For me, I can sit in here all day with
Movie trailers is new.
But he always has to have some kind of background noise, which I didn't mind because the trailers were cool. And he was interested in showing them to me, getting excited about movies that were out or upcoming.
Okay. So in your laptop you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And I mean, and then it was.
You said it was a good day. Like, you guys didn't have any conversations about your relationship. You guys didn't go down like the rabbit hole. Like, had too many to drink, and you guys start getting.
No, when I tell you this, it made me so happy that he actually listened to what I had to say. With just, we'll get through it. This will be fine. It's
wow.
It's a small hurdle that you and I together will get through, because
I'm talking about the money, job, stress.
Yes.
Nothing relationship-wise though. Like, no issues. Like, did you guys have a conversation about your relationship, or was it just about like
what's
the stress?
going on right now?
Got it.
I try to evoke it from him so he gets it off his chest, because I call him the volcano, where eventually he's going to erupt.
Right.
And what he has learned in his classes is to communicate, which is a huge thing in a relationship, where he has been practicing communication. So he actually talks to me about things and unburdens himself. Put it on me. I'll sit there and try and figure it out for you. Like, I have almost everything. Not a worry. Just tell me. Get it out of you.
Right.
But it was,
wow. This
I
is
tell you,
gross.
I was so happy. Like, it was such a good day. I kid you not. The weather was beautiful outside. I'm the one that had him go inside so we can do puzzles and painting, listen to music, or whatever else he wanted to do. So then he starts doing whatever it is we're doing together in the living room, and then starts talking, because I think he gets comfortable with.
So she just said right there, whatever it is that he wanted to do, but we already know she's said it time and time again that she chose all those activities. She decided they were going to go inside and all that.
And you know what? We're here. It is a good day. Let me go ahead and explain myself. So I know. Nobody else knows, but I know. Nobody knew George better than I did. I say that I knew George better than himself. And I tried in every way, shape, and form. Ask everyone. I helped him. I took care of him. I missed him a lot, and I didn't even sleep last night.
The thing is,
I miss him a lot.
the thing is that all of that sounds like someone trying to convince detectives they didn't kill somebody. Like we hear this in like every interrogation. Like that's what this sounds like. Like this whole long diatribe about all the things she's done for him and, you know, helping him and, you know, ask everyone, ask anyone, you know, and just, I know him better than he knows himself and all this stuff. It's like trying to say, look, because I'm saying I couldn't possibly have done it, you know, like that's what it is. I mean, I don't even remember when they asked her a question the last time. It was a long time ago. She's just been talking, but this is what she's saying. And it's like trying to convince them that she couldn't possibly have killed him on purpose because of, you know, because she makes his life better, you know. But it just sounds so much like all these other interrogations where you've got someone who seems like they're really trying to convince you they didn't do it, you know. So yeah.
Is there any chance it got to be too much for you and you couldn't handle taking care of him? And I never stopped doing them. I never stopped. That's what I'm here for. I never stopped. I'm here now and I'm still trying to help him. Yeah, we just don't, I mean, it's unexplainable how he got these injuries, and
I'm here
I
now
have no
because I'm
idea
trying to
you
help.
were the only one with him. 100% right hand to God. I have no idea how he got them. Nobody touched anybody. Nobody touched anybody. Okay. You had mentioned that you would take photos, videos,
there.
kind of like a proof and just in general. Yeah, you were documenting at one point. But
We're about to get to the videos. What's interesting there is that she said, right hand to God, nobody touched anybody, which is interesting because A, it's not her saying that she didn't touch him, right? It's a way of like distancing, but B, is also saying he didn't hit her, right? So it's like, yeah. And again, it's not in the way that you would do it if you're protecting an abuser. Just again, to reference that with the battered spouse defense, the way she's saying that it's not in that manner, right? It's really more in a manner of like, if you are the abuser, in terms of just the verbiage and the attitude around it and the defensiveness and like the agitated state, I guess you could say, right? Hopefully that makes sense.
That was way before, I think, the last time that he got arrested, where he was flying off the deep end. But then I had him bailed out. I got him out of jail. Right. But because he had violated the pretrial diversion, this time it's probation. So you don't have a choice in it. You have to go see your probation officer. You have to go to these classes. It's court ordered. Mm-hmm. Where it took them a while to get used to it and understand. They're not messing around. I even went down and met his probation officer, which I say she's wonderful. That's one of my questions to talk about. Hugged me and said how much she knows that I take care of it. She called me personal one time when George was at work, when he was working.
Wow.
42-minute phone call.
What
and
the
I was
fuck?
saying how grateful she is that George
Can
has
you hear
me,
from her?
and she knows how hard I'm working to help him.
Wow.
Just as she is, and just as the class
42 minutes of praise for
So
Sara.
once he started actually going on a regular basis to the probation officer, and then to his substance abuse class and his, I don't know what BIP stands for, Battered Intervention Program, and actually listening to what it is everyone had to say, he changed. Like I could see a change in him, where before lashing out, he would think about it. And would always come home and show me his papers, and we would look over his papers together. Where it's like, wow, you actually are learning this in class? And some of the stuff that they would show them, like videos, he would come home and be like, Sara, I'm so sorry for what I've done to you. Because for a video that he watches, to make him feel that way, where it's like, oh man, I have done her wrong. But he's changed. He changed.
So the way she was talking about how he would come home with his papers and show them to her, doesn't that sound so much though like a child coming home from school and showing you what they did in school and having you check their homework. Like, that's what I thought. I was like, this just sounds so much like that. Like, I just picture him with a paper bag lunch and a little backpack, and she's sending him off to school, only it's this class. And then he comes home and he's like, look how good I did, A+, you know?
And that's why you're still with him, even though he's done all these things to you. And when I tell you I love him, I love him.
And when you love somebody, you have limits.
Everybody tells me that. All my neighbors still tell me that. The office, property manager.
At some point, somebody gets enough, then they have to do something to defend themselves.
I would just flee. And I don't know if you would like to see on my phone, or I think it's actually
Now
on
that
laptop.
is interesting.
I actually, because, and you have to understand
That
too.
is interesting because he was just giving her an opportunity to say, I mean, again, legally it doesn't work because what he's saying is, you know, eventually everyone says I've had enough and they have to do something, which is really more like retaliation, right? Or which we know doesn't count, but he's giving her an opportunity to try to make it seem like, you know, okay, Sara, like maybe it was self-defense. Like we see this all the time, right? But what does she say? No, she was like, no, she completely flat out denies it. I would always flee. And, you know, I wonder if like this moment is part of the reason why all the other attorneys that she had did not want to go with this defense. Because we know that was a big point of contention was this whole battered, like she wanted to run this defense and they didn't. And I wonder if part of that is because of this. I mean, well, there's probably a lot of reasons, but one of them could be here because of, you know, she flat out says, no, I would always flee. And fleeing is actually what you're supposed to do if you're able, right? And the fact that she didn't flee in this instance shows that if you say, okay, let's say it's true that there were instances of violence. Let's say she was abused, whatever. And in all of those instances, she would always flee. Then that's actually just makes it even more damning that she didn't flee this time, right? Because that's what she would normally do. So.
I have, like, prior to classes in PO, kicked him out. How many times? I had him arrested. How many times?
But you also went down and bailed
I know.
the next day.
I know. Was that your laptop? What did I tell you? Oh, previously, I actually looked up how to file a restraining order. Okay. Because I would take him out, his parents, because of them constantly having to take him back in, his bags of clothes, all his stuff. The last time, the father came out and irate and just not even, I don't even know if he knew Lucas was in the car. Just opened the back of my car and started throwing all his crap and just throwing it, like the car would jostle and just throwing all his stuff. At that point, because I continually did it, not continually, I think I maybe did it 3 times, and he has nowhere else to go, they got fed up and said, nope, either you're staying there or you're staying here. But you're staying here at their place. It's permanent. You're not going back over there anymore. So what happened is,
there it is.
Me. So I don't know if y'all know where Katie Lake Trail is. Okay, so
And that's the ultimatum right there. That's the ultimatum.
It's literally right there from our apartment. Would ride his bike to work, but before he would leave extra early and come up to the wall, stand on top of his bike and poke his head over because he would know that I would be outside having my morning cigarette and cup of coffee. And I would also know too what time he would get off of work, where I would know, come getting off of work, he can do the same thing. So it's not like I ever got like a break from him, where I told you all yesterday or whatever.
What the hell?
I started to feel that it was too much togetherness.
What? You're saying that you were like out there like whenever he would be leaving work or coming home from work, which he's been out of work for some unknown period of time anyway, so none of that matters. But like you could choose to not do that. You could choose to not be anyway, none of this makes any sense. She's like I think there's a lot of projecting happening. I'll just leave it at that.
And when you have too much togetherness, friction happens. So I'm gonna go ride my bike. I'm gonna go upstairs and read a book. But what he what did he say? Every waking moment he wants to be with me. So, and mind you, our townhome is either upstairs or downstairs. So it's like, if you would like to sit downstairs and watch a movie or play on the laptop, look at some jobs, you're more than welcome to. I'm just gonna be upstairs and watching one of my shows or maybe reading a book. So, and then when that would happen, we really needed that. So what's for dinner? And then we would cook together and eat dinner and then crawl in the bed and watch a movie.
You're talking about this is like recent, or you kind of like flashbang, like when, what are
It was a little while ago.
I know you're talking about tension building up and that you need space, so have you been feeling that way lately, or?
No.
Okay.
No.
I mean,
My thing is too, so you all know, I hate that you can't talk to her, but, Dee, his ex-wife, when I say a monster, she's a monster. Like she withholds their children from speaking to him. So he gets upset about that, and then she's like completely berates him about money, about father that he is, what he did to her, all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. I mean, mind you, this is not like a recent, but which is why he doesn't even bother calling anymore, because he knows that she's gonna answer and he's gonna have to talk to her, so therefore he can't talk to his daughter. The other time he talked to her, made her talk to Cookie. That's on my cell phone too, so you can see it.
Okay.
It doesn't matter, like, it doesn't matter.
What does she have to do though with anything about what happened Sunday into Monday?
Like, no, I'm just saying, like, previously, why the incidents, what happened is she played a big
It's
part.
like, why is this relevant?
On top of job, and money, and groceries and all that.
Okay.
Second, when I tell you this, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Back to this again.
No, it's just me and him.
Since talking yesterday, do you remember any like timelines better? Like what time you guys were playing? What time he was zipped up in the luggage? What time you
I told
got
you,
upstairs?
we started because we cleaned the house a little bit, did some laundry.
You started the activities around 4, you said?
Yes, around 4:30ish, and then.
You just said that it was
She's
dark.
not
and
able to
you're
start her
waiting.
story at that
Yeah.
time. She has to start from the
But when we
beginning.
were outside, that's where we would start and talk about things, and then eventually I was the one that had to come inside.
You can't answer the
How
question.
much time do you remember what time that was, is what she's asking?
And you said you went up to bed around midnight, fell asleep around 12:30-ish. But those were the only times I have. So I have 4 and I have midnight. So there's a big gap. So I'm just curious, like, if you recall when you went upstairs to hide in the shower, or
like when we started to play hide and seek.
Yeah.
Well, we went inside probably about half a day. We weren't out there too long. Maybe about 6-ish. Then.
You're talking about from hanging out outside and like, okay.
Well, we have 2 beach chairs that are out there.
Right.
Just enjoy the weather.
Gotcha.
Plus it's starting to get dark and gnats and mosquitoes.
Yeah.
So let's go inside. I don't want to be out here anymore.
Okay.
All right, let's go. So we're doing whatever. We did it for a while because that puzzle, I don't know if they took it or they saw it. Worked on the puzzle again, finished it. Started to paint. Well, started listening to music for a little bit. Started to paint. Can we turn the music off? No problem. Started to talk, paint, whatever. Maybe, gosh, that puzzle, we worked on that for probably a good hour and a half. So 8 o'clock-ish?
Is when you head upstairs originally?
No, that's when we were like painting. So then it's like, okay, well, I don't want to paint anymore. Let's just, come on. Okay, you want to play hide and seek? What he does is, okay, tag, you're it. So it's like, okay, we know. Okay, take off.
Mm-hmm.
That's what we did.
And then you went upstairs, and then you didn't come up, and you came down, and the suitcase was there originally because you guys were planning to do donations, so it was already there. Have you guys ever played you said you played hide and seek like probably 3 times in your relationship? When you have played, have you ever zipped him up in a suitcase prior?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of like that prop was there, and it was there, and it was in play because.
Why do you say it like that though?
I would never do that.
You would never zip them up in a suitcase?
I mean, we were playing.
No, I know,
That time, but
I'm saying, I'm talking about hide and seek, which is a game, so.
the suitcase originally is in our closet, buried all the way to the back. If you, I know the CSI people saw our closet needs to be cleaned out really bad. My son's clothes need to be cleaned out really bad because they don't fit him anymore, and I'm tired of looking at them. So he took it upon himself, including that suitcase, to take it downstairs so we can get all of our clothes, our donations and everything, and just leave the whole thing by the clothing and shoe thing at my son's school.
No, I'm just asking, in the past, like, have you ever zipped him up in anything, jokingly or not? But obviously, I understand, you're claiming that Sunday it was a joking matter, you were laughing, he was laughing. But what I'm just asking is in the past, like, is this something that you guys normally do?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
We were actually this last game running out of places to hide because we have a townhome where it's upstairs or downstairs. So.
Okay, so do you ever making any videos or maybe having any any photos, videos that you remember doing on your phone on Sunday? No?
I think I took a picture of a dog.
Okay. But your phone is password protected, you have the password, he has the facial recognition, so it's not like someone else could be on your phone.
No, I have both.
But you have the face and the password.
Yeah,
It seems like she didn't remember.
Correct.
No.
To be able to get onto your phone, you told me that he looks at the phone.
Oh, I misunderstood. I thought you were asking me if I did. Yes, it's me.
Okay, does he have access to your phone? Because you said it's your phone. Okay, how does he have access?
Sarah, can I borrow your phone? Yeah, it's right there on the kitchen counter.
Okay, but how did you get into it? He was password protected.
He'll come and give it to me, and I'll just do a face thing. Where sometimes too, like, but he'll joke with me and say, okay, I need to borrow your phone. And he'll hold it while I'm cooking or doing something, do the facial recognition.
Okay, so he doesn't know the password and he doesn't have the facial recognition. No, he is the only other person that would use your phone, I'm assuming other.
Well, Lucas.
Right. So Lucas wasn't there Sunday, great. So, to your recollection, no videos on Sunday?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
I mean, I guess maybe take a picture of them, the two of Tess and
the dogs,
and George and them dancing, but I mean, or it's just Tess.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I have something that I want to show you that we found.
Here we
and
go.
It was from your phone.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Can you see it?
Can you move it around? Go ahead.
No, I don't remember that.
For everything you've done.
Your battery's all flash.
Oh, okay.
The way she says your battery's got that is my favorite part. That's your favorite part.
The battery doesn't last very long.
It used to last a lot longer than that. I don't know what happened.
Okay. Let me just grab something.
No, I was just simply asking because you had a look on your face when she asked you if you've ever done that before. You looked kind of shocked. And,
No.
okay, but why did you say it like that? Like,
I don't think you all understand who I am, where,
well, tell me.
I mean, I've always been a straight A student. I am an outstanding mother to my son. I excel at everything.
I excel at everything. Oh boy.
I would not do that.
You would not put somebody in a suitcase?
There you go.
Well, I didn't like completely lock it. I mean, I opened it with one finger. I left enough in there for him to get out. And I wasn't planning on going upstairs and going to sleep.
Except at murder.
No, it's just the way you said it.
You guys are scaring me.
Sorry.
We're just trying to watch this. It came from your phone. Don't you want to know
Wait a second. You guys can get of this? Oh my God, brutal. There you go. Grab your sanity nuts and acorns.
Is it long? Because I don't know how much I can take.
See that even there, make it seem like she actually has.
I don't know how much I can take.
Like, how does she? It's like she must know what's in it. Right? That's so odd, right?
Do I have to watch this? I continuously throw up. I don't sleep. I don't want to see it. That's okay.
Well, it's on your phone, and you can either explain it or we take it for what it is.
Yeah, we're just trying to give you the opportunity to tell us what's going on. That's it.
Is that long?
2 minutes.
For everything you guys mean. For everything you guys mean. Fuck you.
Fuck you. That's you. Your voice.
Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it up. I can't walk away with me. Yeah, that's when you showed me.
He's not moving almost, man.
I don't want to watch that, please.
Oh man. I don't want to watch it
Last
anymore.
time we talked to you, you had said that you put him in the suitcase, you had 2 fingers hanging out.
I flipped him over. I flipped him over, and that's where it was.
There's 2 different videos and a still picture where, yeah, it shows you flipping him in different positions and him saying that he can't breathe and you saying fuck
So
you.
this is upside down. So in order for him to have gotten into it,
It was flipped up.
right, it was flipped up normal.
Yeah.
Like as if you're packing something. So this is upside down.
Guys, you're just killing me right now.
So this image is upside down, and then this small video that occurred 11 minutes later, it flips over the other way, closer to your dining room table.
Okay.
Now, he's obviously still in there. So he didn't, how did it go from the back to the front?
I flipped it.
Okay.
My plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep,
Well, that's what you did.
Yeah.
but not intentional.
No, you told me you went upstairs
Oh,
because
Right.
you were
Stop
getting ready for bed.
Stop here.
Okay, but
Where's here?
show me where you can see any fingers coming out, because they're at the end.
It's, and his head's right here.
Mm-hmm.
So going like this, rather than going all the way up, it's like this.
But why is he saying I can't breathe, and why is he pushing on it as if he can't get out?
And it doesn't show a hole.
There's no hole, there's no fingers, I don't see his fingers, there's no hole.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't know, like, what you want me to tell you.
I'm just showing you, I'm just telling you what we see and what we've heard from the
I
audio.
understand. I understand.
He's begging for you to let him out. You're laughing in the beginning, and then in the end, it sounds kind of like
No, it's not malicious.
Well, saying fuck you,
It's not malicious.
then what is that?
what does fuck you mean to you?
Well,
Like if I were to.
What does
Oh,
this mean
yeah.
to you?
like, I get told everything by a white woman, so my intention was not to leave him in there. Please understand that. My intention was not to leave him in there.
But you went upstairs thinking that he could get himself
Yes.
out, but the video shows.
That's what I
at no
told
point
you.
can I see his fingers.
He'll be out there in a minute.
And then 30 minutes later, he didn't show.
And he's telling you.
And I
he
didn't
can't
wake
breathe.
up.
Do you think
Not
he
able
was
to
joking? You told me he was laughing, and I.
We were,
But
we
the
were.
video, there's no.
When we first got in there, both of us
So
were.
how long was he in there for? Like, the
Right.
video is at 11:12 when it starts, so was he in there for like a long time prior?
So that's a great point, because what the detective right there is saying is that Sara had told them that they were both laughing. And so there's no laughing in those videos, obviously. So then she's like, well, then how long was he in there for? Was he in there? He must have been in there for longer beyond what even those videos show for him to have been in there and be laughing, right?
No. So it goes from funny to no longer funny, but you're the only one laughing. But I didn't think that he was like panicky. Like so pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sara, I can't breathe.
Yeah.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like he thinks that he's well with me kind of thing, where it's like
He's never been locked in the suitcase, but now he's gonna get up.
Right.
So
And that's,
it kind of,
that's the thing, right? Because they asked her that specifically, and it's a good thing they asked her that earlier before this. They asked her, you know, has he ever hidden in a suitcase? Have you ever zipped him in a suitcase? Blah, blah. And she said no. And so now she's like, I'll back it up. This is the whole boy who cried wolf moment. She's like, he's done this before in the past. Oh, she's just digging herself a deeper, deeper ditch.
But I didn't think that he was like panicky. Like
so pushing up on a suitcase saying, Sara, I can't breathe.
George has done that in the past before too, where it's just like he thinks that he's well with me kind of thing, where it's like
He's never been locked in the suitcase, but now he's gonna get up. So
it's kind of, I thought it was the boy calling wolf, crying wolf kind of thing.
Okay.
And again, my plan.
But nowhere in there is he laughing, is he joking, he is begging. And you're the only one laughing.
Okay.
And you're the only one saying derogatory comments, like you're mad.
No. Please don't, I don't mean to sound negative, and I don't know if I can say this, but like, it's like you guys are kind of trying to like feed me. Like,
no, I'm just trying to show you a video that you no longer want to watch because you probably don't want to know the outcome of how.
I think that also, I'm just thinking about this from the jury's perspective. And, you know, I think that, like we talked about earlier in the stream about how with the battered spouse defense, part of it is so that the jury can understand how to apply reasonableness standard through trying to apply that through the lens of the defendant, right? So reasonable for that person, given what you learn from the expert who testifies about battered spouse. And I feel like with everything that we know and from everything they've learned about Sara, right, that they're going to come to the conclusion that it would be reasonable for her to think that under those circumstances, that when he's saying he can't breathe and she leaves him in there, it would be reasonable for her, even with everything we've learned, even if you believe whatever happened to her in the past, blah, it would be reasonable for her to still think that he would die, right? If he's like, that would be the reasonable thing. So then it just becomes a matter of, was there from her perspective, a reasonable threat to her that she needed to stop? That would become the question. And the jury instructions are going to matter a lot here too.
And what you said.
Well, I know what.
You know what's on that video now?
Right? I know.
That video?
Yeah.
Why don't you remember making the video?
By the way,
probably because we had a drink.
I'll just note that yesterday I pointed out so many, I think that I timestamped them, moments where I was like, oh my God, is she plagiarizing Amber Heard? I'm sure I timestamped it. It's really funny because we were joking about it. Like, it was like she was plagiarizing Amber Heard. There was a moment where she said she used two words synonymously that didn't mean the same thing. And then there was a moment that was kind of like the stepping on a bee thing when she explained the crunch with the stabbing of the leg. And there was a third thing in there. Oh, the way that she had all these pictures of her face, that some of them, you know, she actually did have some in the hospital, but a lot of them she took herself. And like, there was the one where she like described it being really bad. And it was like, to me, it looked like it was some sort of a pimple or something. And then there was the hair being ripped out. So there was a number of moments where it was like, dude, is she like really copying Amber Heard? So it's pretty funny.
But you weren't drunk.
Just because I went upstairs and just because you're drunk doesn't mean that
that you were not drunk. You said that you had your wits about you. You said he had his wits about you.
Mm-hmm.
You said that you don't like not having your wits. In my experience, if somebody cannot remember doing something to the extent of making 2 videos and a video and taking a photo, they are intoxicated.
Okay. I understand where y'all are coming from.
Well,
I
we're
get
just
it.
trying to accept it.
We're trying to figure out
That doesn't.
this
You didn't
video.
explain it to us. We're listening.
I just did, like, we were playing, and then, like, I thought it was, my plan was not to go upstairs and go to sleep. My plan was not to, he'll be up here any minute.
But you willingly went upstairs and went to sleep. No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
But
And,
why
and
did
what
you
she's not
consciously
saying.
think He'd asked to come out.
I didn't.
What she's not saying here is when she's asked, why didn't you let him out? What she's not saying is because I was afraid for my life. You know, and again, I would just to reiterate, I understand that there's so many times for people who are real victims of domestic violence. I mean, okay, let me just rephrase that. I'm not saying that she wasn't. I think that the difference is that, if anything, from what we've seen, they were both maybe abusive to each other, and therefore it was more evenly matched versus one person having, you know, being in control over the other, which is a different dynamic. But that even if even if you were to say, okay, that she was the one who's the one being abused or whatever, right? It's like what she said there. What was it that she said? Just the way that she's right, the way that she says that. Oh, hold on.
No one forced you to go upstairs and.
My plan was also to leave him in the suitcase.
So why didn't you take him out?
Because I went upstairs, and then I fell asleep.
Right there. That was what I was going to say. So right there, that moment, you can even see with her gesture where I have it paused, that the way she says that is not in the way that you would say it if you're trying to protect an abuser. That was what I was going to get to. That the way she says that is like you're trying to get out of murder, you know, in my opinion. Like that's not me just trying to be in denial, or I'm saying me as in her, right? That's not just like trying to be in denial or like, again, protect the abuser or whatever. That it's because her when you look at her attitude and her like, hopefully it's making sense. What I'm trying to explain is just, you can just tell that she's the one in control in that situation. And, you know, yeah.
Why didn't you consciously think he's asking to come out?
I didn't do it intentionally.
What do you think is gonna happen if you leave somebody in?
That's right. Yep.
Well, I thought by not giving it up all the way, it would be okay. My plan was not to leave him in the
What was
suitcase.
your plan?
Waiting for him to
Thank
come
you,
back.
Aisha. I'm glad.
And then when he did it, I fell asleep.
And like,
You said you were up there 30 minutes after.
and like the thing is, it's kind of hard to articulate. I guess I'm glad I'm making sense. It's kind of hard to articulate exactly what I mean, unless you've been there. When you're the one who's, you know, I don't want to say the victim. When you're the one who's in that situation with a partner who is abusive or, you know, coercive control or whatever the case is, you know, and you're the one who's like having to protect them, or, you know, for your own safety and for the safety of others, or, you know, if like when you're the one who's being asked about the relationship or asked about this and that, and it's just one of those things that's hard to, I don't even know how to really explain or articulate it, but I just, you know, where she's come, like, I think what it is to me, I guess, is like I see with her gestures and I see with like the way she's talking, her state of mind to me is not the state of mind of the person who's like trying to hide something that they actually kind of want to come out, but they're afraid. And that's, I guess, what it is. There's no fear. There's no fear. That's what's missing, I guess, is the fear. There's no fear. There's no tentativeness. It's all just like, you got to believe me, you know? It's like it's more, again, assertive. It's assertive, almost aggressive. And that's, again, where I guess to me, it's just such a difference from someone who is coming from a place of being in that, in an abusive situation where they've been the recipient. They're not going to, I mean, usually it's like you're coming from a place of from the other end, right? Where you're, tentative, and I don't know. Again, I'm glad it makes sense. So,
30 minutes, somebody not coming up.
Knowing that the last time you saw him was in the suitcase, 30 minutes later, you're like,
even fearful.
maybe I should go check on him, maybe I shouldn't. No. When you, that didn't cross your mind.
That's like an assumption, like that's what you all are thinking, just.
We're asking.
It's the
You
whole,
tell us.
it's the drinking. That's
Grand
what it is.
finale. It's
The drinking.
the drinking. Grand finale.
I thought it was like, I thought he was okay, like I didn't,
He's telling you he's not. He's telling you, Sarah, I can't breathe. He's saying your name and you're like, that's my name, don't wear it out.
Guys, that's how we are. with
Oh
each
boy.
other. Like he is.
Yikes.
Nobody understands our relationship. This whole suitcase thing never happened before.
Would you leave someone else in the suitcase? Would you leave Lucas in the suitcase jokingly? Because it was a joking matter, you put him in there jokingly. Would you leave Lucas jokingly in there? And you love Lucas, right? And you
I
love
wouldn't do
Jorge.
that to him either. I wouldn't do that to him.
So I just.
Well, it's not like, again, I don't think you all understand, like, it's not that was not my intention.
Well,
I don't have any idea what I said.
but by your action, that's exactly right. You get to the point where you've done so much for somebody and they don't show you any appreciation.
He did.
Not by your words in the video. I don't get that.
He did.
Because you're bringing up the fact that when he's choking you, you can't breathe. That's how you felt when he cheated on you. You couldn't breathe. And you verbally several times said to him, just fuck you.
Well, you
Well,
said it in
you said
the
it in the
video, you
video.
won't let us play the rest of it. You don't
And
want to.
When I say cheating,
Right.
it's on his thumb.
Okay. Cheating. is
Oh.
I think so too.
cheating. Exactly.
It's your definition of cheating though, so I mean.
This is where the whole thing with the porn came in, I guess.
And that's what you told him in the video. That I couldn't breathe when you cheated on me.
No.
That's how I felt when he said, Sarah, I can't breathe. And you told
I
him,
don't
fuck
know, Jewel. This is
you. What would you say if somebody told you that they had done this?
so much.
Just something in a suitcase and went up and went to bed.
Do you all not think, so you all think that it's like, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go sleep? Is that what you guys are trying to assume? Or trying to like,
The video is very portraying of the opposite of what you told us.
no.
It is not leading up, it is not matching what statement you gave us in the car.
So,
And that's why we want to know.
and I don't
The
remember
injuries-
doing that.
The injuries are not consistent with what you told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies, and this video explains itself. It really truly does.
It does
You
indeed.
don't think that I have thought about that?
Thought about the video or thought about?
But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all
Rude.
are assuming that it's like,
If
oh
you don't
good,
mind,
I got him in
please.
there,
Rude.
now I'm gonna go
About
to
that.
sleep? Is that what you all are assuming?
Well,
Rude.
it's not an assumption when that's what you told us, so that
That's
happened.
what happened.
And the video,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
I'm not gonna say,
you thought you could
So,
get out on it.
yes.
Why is he doing that?
I'm Vinnie Politan. The subject of my investigation is the suitcase.
What happened to the end of the day? Hold on. What the heck? I don't know where the rest of the court day went. Hold on. Give me just a second. Let me find the other stream I had earlier. Just a second. Let me find it. That was weird. I think it was Court TV. Yeah, let's see here. Yeah, it totally cut off early. How annoying. Okay, hold on. Okay. So let me go back. Yeah, I cut off way early. Okay, just finding where. Okay, this is where we were.
That a overact has.
I want to know, and I don't remember the injuries are not consistent.
Sorry,
with what you
guys.
told us. So we have a lot of inconsistencies.
This is where we were.
And the video.
I don't know why that other stream cut off abruptly. That was.
Explains itself. It really truly does. You don't think that I have thought about that? Thought about the video or thought about? But no, again, if you don't mind, please. So you all are assuming that, like, oh, good, I got him in there, now I'm gonna go to sleep? Is that what you all are assuming? Well, it's not an assumption when that's what you told us that happened.
That's what happened.
And the video, yeah, I mean. I'm not gonna say. You thought he could get it out on his own. Yes. But the video shows that he can knock it out on his own. But when I enlisted with one finger.
From the outside.
But it had the hole in it. And you're claiming that it had a paper clip, so that's what assisted you in doing it. No. That's what you told us. When I had my split shirt, I said I thought it had a paper clip on it. It's got. But the zipper part is broken. Yeah, which is why we were gonna do it. I just.
You were able to unzip it from the outside very easily, because that's the way they're designed.
But you could on the inside too. I don't know how. Well, why wouldn't you have gotten killed out if you could? I don't know, like, I don't know if you saw, like, where the hole was. I don't know. No,
I didn't see the hole.
You're the only one that. That's what I'm saying, like, he's in one position, and where his head would be, we should be able to see fingers. And then when I flipped over onto this right side, again, his head is closer to us facing the video, so we should be able to see fingers, and we don't see anything. We see no movement of him trying to unzip it or physically unzipping it. All we see is pushing up, trying to push out of it. Please do not assume. I'm not assuming. I haven't assumed anything. I follow evidence. But my intention was not, again, oh good, I got him in there, now I'm just gonna go to sleep. What do you think someone that knows nothing about this, or hears just a little bit like, oh, they were playing around in a suitcase, and then probably went to sleep. That's what happened. But you let him out before, I mean, you put him in, so why didn't you take him out? Because I was upstairs and I fell asleep. No, before you got upstairs. You like consciously had to walk upstairs. I mean, you obviously remember going to bed because you're giving me a time frame on that. And you specifically told me that you went upstairs. My intention is not for this to happen. I am sick about it. I've never done anything like this before in the past.
It's her first murder, guys, so don't worry.
Especially with that. I thought I couldn't sleep last night. I don't know.
Here's the thing. You tell us the last night, remember this when you told us last night, that
it's for real. Like, I thought I couldn't sleep last night. What she's trying to imply is that she's being punished enough because she's gonna get even worse sleep this upcoming night. Like, that is the punishment. We don't need to punish her anymore because she's gonna have a restless slumber. That's what she's freaking saying.
you were laughing, you put him in the suitcase, he has two fingers sticking out when you go to bed. Now we see something totally different And it actually shows you upset, and again, using derogatory terms to him when he's begging for his life to get out of
She was
that
projecting.
suitcase.
So,
What he's
but my thing is,
We're assuming, we're not assuming.
but the thing is, so it just happened to be that whenever I was videotaping or doing whatever else it was, just happened to not have that in it.
Okay. And you also, in the video, you can't see any holes. There's nowhere in that where the zipper separates and you can see a hole. If there's a hole, he's pushing on it, begging you to get out. We should probably see that hole.
He essentially would have been able to get out.
Alcohol.
Based on what you're telling us, he should have been able to get out. But the video shows him attempting to get out, begging to get out, and he can't. So that's just what we're trying to figure out. I don't know if maybe you had too much to drink, you zipped it up all the way, and then,
I did not zip it up all the way.
Oh my God, the way she said that.
Zip it up all the way.
Oh my God. It's just, the thing
This
is,
is horrific, okay? Horrific. This is terrible.
the thing is that when, again, thinking about the jury, her attitude, right? It's so, oh my God, there's some raccoons in my backyard and they're really cute. It's so like snotty and again, assertive, assertive, aggressive at times. And I think that if they go with anything with their gut, I think that even if there's, and from what I understand, there is somebody on that jury, by the way, who is a DV survivor, okay? Which beyond me, right, how that happened. But even if they weren't, right? I think if people go with their gut, it's like your gut, even if it's like, okay, it's like if we've got this expert who's logically telling us one thing, okay, based on assessing her, okay, but then you look at this and you look at the suitcase video and your gut is like, that is not a person who was being abused at that time. That's not a person who was in fear for their life at that time. That is a person who was being the aggressor. That is a person who was in control in terms of the dynamic between the two people and is really even trying to control this interview. I mean, like even we heard it from her on the stand when she called up, she says that she called up Detective Koepsell to say, hey, I feel like you're lying to me. I need to talk to you because I feel like you're lying to me. Like as if she's the detective, wild. And I think that it's like, if you think about just what would your gut say, your gut is like, this does not match what the expert, and we'll break it down when we get to that on the recap, but it's like, and if you've got the two things, if you've got cognitive dissonance where you've got like, okay, here's what the facts from the expert, but like the gut is like, there's no way, right? They're going to go with their gut, and actually I've heard this before from other, attorneys, people on LawTube, where it's like, sometimes, that between going with an expert witness or going with their gut, juries will go with their gut. So, but we'll see, we'll, the case isn't over yet, but that's my feeling watching this, is that even though I'm in my mind, I'm like everything we learned today, and I'm really trying to give it from that perspective. I can't even give it from that perspective because she's so the opposite end to me. Like when I try to even see it through that lens, I see it as in she's the aggressor. That's just the only way. It's like if anything, that information from today, it's like that's showing you the other side, like perhaps George's side and how George felt on that night. You know what I mean? Like that's how George probably felt. Like that's, so it's like, I'm like trying to like see her as that, but like, I can't, it's like, for me, it's not really possible. She's just so much the opposite, if that makes sense.
Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right.
Exactly.
Ever be right. Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this.
This is such an inconvenience to her. Actually, I meant to back.
It was not intentional.
Because this is just
personal.
So good.
This is horrific, okay? Horrific. This is terrible. Horrific. I don't think I'll ever be right because of this.
I don't think I'll ever be right.
Dealing with everything else that I have in my life, personally. And then this. Whom I love. It was not intentional. I will put my hand on the Bible. It was not intentional. I would not do that to him or anyone else.
But you did.
A+ student.
Not intentional.
You intentionally went up to bed.
I didn't intentionally go to bed. If I'm saying it okay,
Hold
then,
on. How did you not intentionally go to bed? You said you went upstairs and got into bed. That's intentionally going to bed.
waiting for him.
And he doesn't come, but you don't go down to check on him.
So I happen to go to sleep. When I say go to sleep,
And what do you
it's
normally do when you
what
go
I
to bed?
do.
What do you normally do when you go to bed?
What do you mean?
What is the bed for? Going to sleep.
Right.
So you go
But
to
I
sleep,
didn't
you what?
tell you that, like, I
You go to
didn't
bed,
know
you
that.
what? Okay. You kept telling us, hey, I wasn't intoxicated, I wasn't this, I wasn't that.
Being drunk and intoxicated, which, yes, you can tell that I've been drinking, but
Okay. So if you weren't intoxicated, then why would you ever leave somebody in a suitcase that's begging to get out, that's telling you they can't
if
breathe?
I weren't, if I hadn't been drinking,
Her attitude.
you still think it would be the same thing? Where it's like, hop in, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Her attitude.
Is that what you all are trying to do? To portray
Why
it?
didn't you do anything?
Her
I'm
attitude.
simply asking you to explain to
Can't
me
get around it.
what happened.
Me. Anyway.
Everything was fine and dandy.
Fine and dandy.
Everything
Fine and dandy.
was fine and dandy.
I mean,
You all know.
the fine and dandy of it all. Look at this pause. It's just, I just don't know how you can get around this. I just, it's like in my mind, I'm watching this and I'm thinking, you could give me every single expert in the world, and I don't know that. I don't know that there's any way that I could possibly even, I'm verdict aside, I just don't know that there's any way that someone could convince me that she at that moment, okay, was in that state of mind. And I'm not the only one who understands what that's like, where if you are afraid for your life, if you're in a state of fight or flight, if you are afraid, there is literally nothing about her behavior that resembles that. It resembles the opposite. It's like again, it's like a lived experience thing, and it's just interesting. But like her attitude, I guess it's just, that's why I keep coming back to it. It's like her attitude and just the way she's talking to them is mind boggling.
Okay, for me to tell you this, again, mind you, I've been without him for a day now.
I love playing it again.
No, I mean, I don't know what you all want me to tell you, because this was not in any way, shape, or form, hand on the Bible, intentional.
Okay. So you just
I
left
didn't kill him.
You left him there to see him alive.
I didn't mean to leave him there. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I mean, raising
You left
the
him walked
voice,
away. How is that not intentionally leaving?
raising
Because I'm looking at the hole, knowing that it's there. He'll get out no problem. Because you don't.
If he doesn't,
Let's
then you don't go check on him. You say you're up for 30 minutes and he doesn't come up. You don't go down and check on him?
I'm in the bed.
You even moved,
And don't stop.
you admit to moving the suitcase, like, over,
Roll it.
you roll it over, like, it's not like.
I said one of them, they be like that. Don't.
You didn't want him to be upside down, not even get upside down.
Right.
wow. Dude,
You guys are telling me right now.
I just want you to even.
the way that she raises her voice at them, again, it's that's that aggressive tone. It's just, raising her voice. I don't know that anybody asked that expert that today, but would have been a good, like, would someone, if they were really in that position where they had just been through their life was in danger, they had to take another life of someone they love to save their own life, blah, blah, right? They're fight or flight, all the things, right? All of the things are like, just, would they be raising their voice to anybody, but let alone a detective? Like, I can't even wrap my head around it, because again, you're thinking, like, I'm thinking like fearful, meek, timid, right? Afraid. like you're more likely to just not say things or to just withhold information or to be quiet than to like talk and yell constantly like she is. It's just crazy.
That's how he talks to me most of the time. I don't know how you want me to say it.
I'm just trying to figure out what you would expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a suitcase.
I didn't mean to leave him in there.
Okay.
What's your reasoning for not calling 911 sooner?
Because I didn't know what to do and how horrific it was.
What is wrong, dude?
I called Brian, and like, what, 5 minutes later, I called you guys?
You called Brian.
Not even 5 minutes. Nonetheless, that I had to like I was trying to do CPR. I had to get him out
Notice.
and try to do CPR. And then call you guys.
Notice. She's saying I was trying to do CPR, not I was doing CPR.
And it was continually doing CPR with the dispatch on the phone, where he had me count out loud to help me focus on what I was doing.
We all heard that.
And I don't know how, I mean, you can sit here all day long and say, I thought he was gonna get himself out, but that he didn't. And you went upstairs and you stayed there for 30 minutes before you fell asleep.
But can I say too, like,
You chose not to ever at any point during that 30 minutes walk back down and check on him.
no, wait 1 second, because I know, like, with you all, and then, like, because you continually ask me, like, time frames, where I told you, like, I don't bother even looking at the clock most of the time. So it's like a guesstimate. So for all I know, maybe it was 10 minutes.
Okay. But the point is, you left the living room where he was begging for help and went upstairs. Regardless of how
Right?
long
I know.
there,
Maisha,
you
you're
left.
spot on.
I thought he was the boy calling wolf. Again.
Okay.
So when he asked to be let out, like, what's your reasoning for not letting him out?
When I was upstairs?
No, when he's asking on the video, we asked multiple times, he asked to be let out, I can't breathe, why didn't you let him out?
Well, number one, I had no idea it was going to end like that.
Okay.
Number one.
Okay.
Number two, just, you know what?
There is no number
I'll give you 5 minutes to show in there. They'll give you 5 minutes to show.
5 minutes for what?
Uh-oh.
Well, based
I
on the
forgot
video,
about that
one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually
Damn it.
gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out?
Dang it. So I forgot about that part. She's like, I'll give him 5 minutes. And then he goes, 5 minutes for what? And then she doesn't have an answer. And unfortunately, Detective Koepsell kind of interrupts that moment and to try to point out it was actually more than 5 minutes, when that doesn't matter at this point. The point is, what was she saying? She was going to admit to something. And this reminds me of the squirrel comment, right, that she made with the body cam. I'll give him 5 minutes. He goes, 5 minutes to what? Let me back that up so I can show you guys what I mean. It's too bad she says something, because I think that moment might be gone now. And at the very least, she's had more time to think of an answer. So
5 minutes to show.
5 minutes for what?
Well, based off the video, one video is at 11:12 and the next one's at 11:23, so you actually gave him at least 11 minutes per video recording. So my thing is, when it stopped, he asked multiple times, I mean, why? Why did you not let him out? It's just a simple question.
To be honest with you, I mean,
Were you punishing him?
no. Just,
Well, that's what you're saying in the video.
This is what you got, this is what you make me
all of
feel
that
like.
language is retaliation.
see, and then it's all backfired on me. Like, it's all backfired on me. And I understand the
Oh,
severity of it.
You're right about that. You're right.
It's awful, I know.
Okay.
God, the yelling, man.
It's awful. And I will tell you both this right now too. I will never drink alcohol again. Like, I will never drink alcohol again. I don't care what it is in any way, shape, or form.
But let's get back to this. What was the reason for leaving him when he's begging to be let out. I don't understand that.
What I have a feeling was, and again, it's the whole time frame thing. You both.
I'm not asking time frame. I don't care about time frame. He's in the bag saying,
My
and you
God.
say, fuck you.
So like, for like the whole few minutes that he was in there, like
Minimum 11, but yeah, go ahead. Just you. 11.
For one video.
Well, in between those two videos.
Between the
11
two
minutes.
videos.
Yeah.
So what's the question again?
When he's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe, let me out, and you say, fuck you, why don't you just let him out? What are you trying to prove to him?
Can't think of an answer.
There was obviously something in your head that you were thinking of when he was asking to be let out. You were like,
Again, it's the boy calling wolf.
okay, but where does this game end? You say this is a game, you got.
Obviously, like the wrong way.
So what was your intention for leaving him in there?
And it's not fair. It's not fair. You guys are trying to, again, oh, he's in there. Night, night.
That's what happened.
No.
That's absolutely what happened. How's it not? You got up off the couch, walked up a flight of stairs, and got in your bed.
Thinking he was going to get out.
And he didn't, and you still didn't go down
And
the
it's the whole 30-minute thing that you guys are trying to do, whatever. Like, for all I know, it's like 10 minutes.
He's begging for his life, telling you he can't breathe.
I don't know what you want me to tell you. Like, I don't. I didn't intentionally mean for this to happen.
But you can't tell us why you left him in there and went upstairs. That's my only issue. Like, what am I supposed to write? What do I write?
So my
Supposed to write, help me out.
What I have a feeling is I went upstairs and just hit the bed, kind of thing. But again, I'm thinking, he'll be up here in a minute. But then I go out.
But my question is why you just let him out prior to going out?
I don't know why.
The thing too is like there's so much significance with the fact that she called Brian because if A, he was like also fixer, B, I think maybe she was thinking, could you help me with this body? But C, even if beyond any of that, it shows that she didn't just hit the bed and pass out, right? Which I mean, it shows that she at least, again, I hate that we don't have the time of that phone call yet, but we know it was after all these videos. So she at least was awake enough for long enough to go upstairs. And we know she called him upstairs. Like she called him upstairs from upstairs, like I guess while she was getting in bed or whatever. But regardless, I mean, it's not like she just hit the bed and passed out. So
He's begging to be let out. He's not laughing. He's not having fun. You said this was supposed to be fun. You were laughing before. Before you said he was laughing, you were laughing. You went upstairs. He had his fingers out of the bag and he was playing. But obviously that's not the case.
So are you guys, so what is it you're trying to like, what are you trying to figure out?
Why?
Dude.
Why? What?
Why?
What was the motivation?
Why am I here? Dude.
Why did he left in the bag? Why did
I didn't have any motivation. It was me, he and I having a great day, fooling around, being stupid, and apparently me going upstairs and hitting the bed, not going to sleep, where it's like, I'm tired now, and I'm going to sleep.
That's excluding, it's a good analogy for the day, excluding the fact that he's got
That's a good analogy.
a bump on the back of his head, a bump on the front of his head, and his lip is busted. And he has a
Oh my gosh.
Right.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. Like, this is not fair at all,
Yes.
that you all are assuming that that's from me.
Where else did it come from?
If you were, say it's opposite, you were in the suitcase and you're asking to be let out, would you hope that that person would let you out? Like, you're asking to be let out of the suitcase, should they not let you out?
Eventually. I'm guessing.
Eventually, dude.
I'm blaming it on the wine.
Dude.
Blaming on the wine.
So you guys are like assuming that.
You keep saying we're assuming, but we're not, we haven't assumed anything.
But you guys are assuming that that's what I did.
No, by what,
Like, this is.
the facts of what happened, we got there, You said you pulled him out of the suitcase. You said you went up, you went to bed. We're not assuming that. These are the facts that you're telling us.
But then it's like, oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired.
Well, that's what you told me on a sworn recorded statement yesterday. Because when I said, oh, you went upstairs and passed out, you were like, no, I did not pass out. You got attitude with me because you were assuming, you thought I was assuming that you were drunk. So that's an assumption. That was an assumption when I said you passed out. And guess what? You corrected me.
You were very adamant about the fact that both of you had your weapon out. What's your favorite word to use?
Competences.
The way she just says it, dude.
You used it today, so to say that you guys are within your wedge. There's two empty bottles of wine.
No, but they drink both of them.
I think you did.
We didn't.
There's receipts for the.
They were both purchased yesterday, so I don't know how you did, because they weren't there the day before.
So one
There's two
was.
public receipts from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Only thing purchased on either one was a single bottle of wine, 2 of them. So we have each bottle of wine that was empty in your garbage can that you purchased yesterday, or he purchased, but you two would have consumed together.
Okay, well, I
mean, it's receipts, so it's not even worth the.
So this is, so I don't know what you guys are. I don't know.
We're
We were just hoping that we could figure out why you.
What was the motivation?
There was no motivation.
Wow.
Well, we're watching a video that, after talking to you, everything was laughing and fun. Now we're watching a video where it's not laughing and fun. He's begging for his life, and you are in a very angry voice telling him to fuck off.
No.
Yes, that's absolutely what it was. It's not an assumption. The video is there. We played it for you.
Speaks for herself.
So you guys think that I intentionally?
You got up off the couch,
It doesn't
and
matter.
walked up the couch, or walked up the stairs and got into bed. That was intentional. There's no way getting around that. You intentionally did that. Nobody drugged you up there. You didn't float up the damn stairs.
Okay, well, it's not fair. It's not
You
fair.
didn't float up the
that you
damn
guys keep
stairs.
Trying to say that that's what I did.
I don't know what to tell you.
You told us that. You didn't go upstairs?
Again, there was a hole in the suitcase. I exited from the hole with one finger,
Well, the damn hole didn't do him no good, did it?
but he could push it open.
No, we
Did he?
didn't. The video has him pushing up.
And
If he could push it open, why wouldn't he have gotten out himself? Why would he beg you to open it?
Okay,
you can't breathe.
okay.
If someone can do something for themselves, they're gonna do it. They don't need assistance unless they need assistance.
So, well, why would he and start doing it?
Because he couldn't, because it was all the way zipped.
Okay, it wasn't. I intentionally didn't do it. That I intentionally did not do.
Well, you didn't intentionally do what?
Zip it all the way. He nor I, nor. That's why this.
You didn't lay hands on each other.
No. No. I don't have anything.
You're right.
He doesn't. Whatever that is, whatever this, whatever it
He
is.
does.
See, this is what happened. It's not fair that you guys, just because he has those, automatically blame it on me. Like,
Well, what about when you had your injuries and he gets arrested? Is that not fair?
really? Like, really?
Exact same thing.
Really?
He has injuries. You have injuries. Like, what does that mean?
I don't have any injuries.
Correct.
Because he and I have not been at it with one another.
So every time that you guys fight, you both hit each other? So you should have probably
No.
gone to jail all those times that he went to
No.
jail for domestic?
Well, the one time I did. But he completely trashed the police report. Because that's nothing what happened, because the reason why I got taken in was because my story was different than his. So I'm being portrayed as like this abuser.
We're not saying that he doesn't abuse you.
Absolutely.
We're not saying.
So I'm the one that's being portrayed as the
Because
I have never dealt with anything like this before. I don't know what to do, how to do it, and I always know what to do and how to do it. This, I don't know. So I don't know, like, what's going on, or like.
We are simply trying to find out as well. Again, we got one side of the story. You're telling us We're going with what you're saying, but then we find stuff that negates what you're telling us.
And I don't even remember doing that.
You're telling us that we're assuming stuff, but what we're simply doing is telling you what we saw in the video and
I
repeating what
understand.
you told us.
I understand. Because I don't remember that.
Okay? Doesn't mean it didn't happen just because you don't remember it.
So is the texting thing something about me? Like what's
The one? Texting? Oh, no, I'm texting.
So,
you guys are scaring me, so like I don't know like what to expect. I mean, I had questions of things that need to be taken care of. Like I don't.
okay, you left him in the bag when he's begging you, saying, I can't breathe, let me out, and you said, fuck you. And you got up off the couch and went upstairs and left him in that bag.
Not intentionally.
Again,
I would never do that to George.
you did.
Not
It happened.
intentionally. Know that.
I don't.
Know that.
You got up and you went up to bed.
Alcohol is a shitty thing. It's alcohol. Not, again,
The reason that you go
you all,
Please sit down.
listen to me.
Please sit down.
You all,
What
listen.
did she do? Y'all, standing up.
I did not intentionally kill him.
So your attention.
I don't know what it is I need to do, or how to do it, or what to say, or how to say it.
But what was your intention?
Everyone knows. Everyone knows.
Everyone knows.
Everything that I've done for George and loved him and continuously helped him throughout his life with me and made him a happier, better person.
All that's debatable.
Everyone.
Well, you still could have killed him.
Everybody has their limits.
So it's like, okay, so while we're in a good place right now, I'm gonna snap. Is that what, while we're in a good place right now?
Yeah. Absolutely. I got you on video screaming, fuck you.
This is what it feels like when you're choking me. This is what it feels like.
Which was however long ago. You said it.
Videos from last night.
Clearly,
So it wasn't
Still
that, yeah.
there's still feelings towards it. You wouldn't say it if you didn't feel it,
But I would never do that.
but it happened and you did.
But you
But
did.
that's after being playful
But no one's
and having
laughing.
a good day.
No one's laughing except you.
Everyone, that's having a good day. Oh, I'm sorry?
I would hate to see a bad day.
Y'all are making me
Right.
want to be a person that I'm not.
I would hate to see a bad day.
Nor have, or will I ever be.
Or are you a different person when you're drunk?
People have different personalities after they consume alcohol.
It depends. It's like, well,
Because you're sober now, so sober you,
Nice
but what about
person.
drunk you?
not, it's both of us. It's both of us. And it's, again, it's not fair that you all are assuming that the marks that he has on him are from me.
We asked you where they came from.
I have no idea.
Well, nobody else was there, so nobody else.
I have no idea. I swear I did not lay a hand on him,
You just zipped them in the bag.
nor he.
You just zipped them in the bag. And then you flipped the bag around several times.
I didn't do that intentionally.
You didn't intentionally flip the bag around?
No, why would I do that?
Well, you
Good
told us
question,
you
you
did.
did.
When he was upside down.
Right.
Well, you had to put them
You
upside
can't get- you can't get in a suitcase upside down because the,
Oh my
when
God.
you put the
See,
stuff
that's
in where your body was.
That's fortunately so good, but nobody else was there. That's
We
the
have
important
video
thing.
showing the suitcase in several different positions. So it shows, one, like she just said, it had been on his back with the lid open for him to get in there, you just zip it up. Then it shows it on the other side with him in it, you had to flip it to there. Then there's another video where it's on his back again, so you had to.
I'm leaving it like this, please. I'm leaving it like this. I did not intentionally do this. No malicious
On her leg.
intent or effort was towards it. No malicious.
I would say this is like.
No malicious.
But you're not sleeping, so.
I mean,
Last night, I maybe got an hour.
Right.
in your voice, you can hear the maliciousness. The fuck you is very, very.
You don't talk to people like that. That's not like a common, like, hey, Scott, fuck you. That's not common. It's not something people do. And no one that sees that is gonna think that.
Okay, so we were trying to give you an opportunity, and it is what it is. There's no maliciousness towards that. So I would probably be telling myself that my intent was not for that to happen. But you went upstairs and went to bed. Or maybe you passed out, I don't know. Waiting for him. And the whole time frame thing, it's like, it's regardless, that's not really fair. Regardless, waiting for him, it's not like you walked up the stairs, you can't fly up the stairs, no one can take you up the stairs. Okay, you go up the stairs, you lay in the bed, and you wait for him. Who cares if it's 5 minutes, who cares if it's 30 freaking seconds? He's begging for his life, he's begging to get out. You go upstairs. It doesn't matter, so get the time frame out of your mind. It's what I'm saying, it's like, it doesn't matter, it doesn't matter, because there's this. So it doesn't matter anything what it is I say. So it makes no difference whatsoever. It just, you're lying and like you're now changing your story. Lying about what? Now you were drunk. Oh, I never said that I was drunk. Exactly what you did here today. That's okay.
You said earlier.
Everything works. Alcohol. You blamed it on alcohol. Alcohol doesn't lie to people. Yes, but I never said I was drunk. Yes.
So you did this sober. You knowingly left them down there sober.
I have already told those of you also that we were both drinking. Right.
Okay.
But you want to admit that you were drunk. I'm telling you all both. This has changed my life. I will take this.
Oh boy.
I don't know. Yeah. That's a true statement.
Absolutely. But you're trying to dance around the fact that
This has changed my life, she says.
you left them in there. You're trying to dance around the fact you left them in there.
This is not,
You didn't leave them in there.
it's not cool. Like, this is not cool.
He's dead.
But you think that I did that intentionally. You think that I did that intentionally.
You essentially left them in there and left the room. You went upstairs to a different room.
You intentionally did that.
You did.
Yes. Because I'm thinking he's gonna get out. Okay, he didn't. Obviously not.
When somebody's begging saying, I
But
can't
when you
breathe.
say that, though, but you have to,
Just let me out. I can't breathe.
no, George, though, like, again, I thought it was a boy crying wolf. So it's just like, what? Oh, so if your son was in there and said, I can't breathe, are you gonna open it, or is he 9, so he's not, really, it's not a big deal. I'm just telling you.
Really? Dude.
Oh, you said you would never put your son in a suitcase. You would only put George in there.
No, George got in the suitcase.
And you lifted it up.
Not all the way and not intentionally to leave him there.
That's what happened. But if you keep going away from it,
I don't know.
that's exactly what happened.
Are you all trying to have me admit that? Like, are you trying to have me admit that? Because I will never admit it because it's not true. It's not true.
I'm basically stating as a fact that that's what happened.
Okay.
You videotaped him asking to be let out. You go upstairs.
So what, guys? So what? Like, just, I don't know what you want me to say, other than it was not out of maliciousness or intentional. I don't know what or how I can say it. I love George. Love him. To this day still. Love him. Love makes you do crazy. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh gosh, you know what? I've done enough for you at this point. I never gave up on him. Okay. Why I'm here today, I'm still not giving up on him.
This is so gross.
I would do anything for him. Well, you gave up checking up on him.
Oh,
gosh.
Look at how annoyed she is, though, there. Wow.
We're simply just trying to go through, I mean, again, you gave us a completely different story that you churched up to. This was such a lasting matter.
It was fun. All day. All day.
Anybody look at it, I don't think anybody would look at that video and go, George is having fun right now.
So why is it you all think that y'all don't know me, you know, would do something like that, especially having a 9-year-old son?
I don't know.
Like, why,
I know some.
like, why are you so, like, caught on what we think?
Yeah.
When, because you should be more concerned about what you told us. It's because, like, you guys are like trying, the things that the video shows that are opposite of what you told us, and then what you know. Like, what is opposite? Well, you said that it was funny, and you're the other one. We were playing before that. Okay.
But then it stops.
Yeah.
It obviously stops being fun.
Well,
Because you're screaming at him, he's begging to get out. Sounds like screaming at me.
I don't know what you all want me to tell you. In no way, shape, or form, that it's intentional. At all. Ever. Okay. Are you still gonna allow us to do your fingernails? Go for it. Go for it. Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna get that set up. Do you need to know that when you come back and I ask about this? Yeah. So what?
Just don't understand.
So it
I don't
was.
understand how your story changes so much to the fact
How
that
did it change me? Please help me explain it. Understand.
you went on about how this was such a playful thing and you guys were laughing. And it probably was for a few minutes, but then it obviously changes. The whole demeanor of this whole situation
My theory
completely changes. It's not the funny, laughing matter. He's
of
not
that
laughing.
she would have had to have been playful and laughing and stuff, in my opinion, for him to feel comfortable getting in that suitcase. I think he's right about that. And then once he was in the suitcase, it changed.
I didn't think he was being serious.
You absolutely sound serious.
I didn't think so. Like, just,
You don't think your voice, you sounded serious?
it's, okay. I don't know what you want me to tell you. It was a great day.
Okay.
It didn't end well, obviously.
I was going to say is,
Obviously.
I can't explain to you. I can't explain to you how horrific it was
okay.
to find him. Horrific. Because I don't remember taking this video.
Okay.
How horrific. I'm thinking he's in the bathroom.
So far.
I'm thinking he's downstairs in the laptop. I can't find him. So what's gonna happen? Like,
Here's what gets me though, is you don't remember taking videos, you don't know where he is, you don't remember him being in the suitcase, and you're still telling me that you had your wits about you. How does somebody have your wits about him when?
See, that's the thing too, but you can clearly tell. You can clearly tell that I had been drinking some. You can clearly tell.
I've had several people that came up to me in that apartment complex that you were drunk on a daily basis.
Oh my gosh, right,
Regularly.
right.
Really?
Right. Talk to the property manager. Talk to the property manager.
Okay.
Because it's not.
These are your neighbors, the ones that live next to you. Your property manager does not live next to you. They see you every day.
Good point.
How many
Oh,
you
my
have?
person. What are your questions?
Yep.
Can I help you out? Who's coming? Did you do the fingernails?
You said that we said.
And you don't have to allow us to do it, just so you know, so don't think that. I don't have a problem. Okay. Just make sure. So, am I getting my phone back? No.
Not today.
What about losing his laptop?
Not today.
What does that mean?
We're still going through everything.
Oh, that's fine.
You're the one just telling us there's videos that we need to see on it, so we need
That's
to do
fine.
our due diligence that we go through everything.
See, and that backfires on me now too, because now you all think that I had even more, in quotes, intent to do what I did then, which was not intentional.
What's that?
In that, is that correct?
You're asking about your timing.
No, but I'm asking if that's correct.
No, I'm not gonna agree with what you're saying. I'm not, that you're.
So he's probably not there.
Mm-hmm.
Do you all inform her or do I need to call her?
We don't have to inform her, so if you would like to call her, you can. Are you saying because he's still on probation?
No, but because of the nice lady that she is and all that she's done for him, I thought.
Yeah, she
I
really-
didn't know how it was.
Legally, we just have to tell.
You know, I wonder.
We don't go telling. We don't.
It's funny because it seems like Sara would have really wanted to call her. Now, remember, we've heard a lot of discussion for anyone that's been watching when they've been having like the outside the presence of the jury discussions and like, pretrial hearings and stuff, there's been much talk, even as of yesterday, and maybe even today, about witnesses that Sara really wants to call, but that ultimately her defense team gets to decide who they will call and not call, right? It's clear that in this case, right, like Sara really wants them to talk to the probation officer. So it'll be interesting to see what happens. I can't remember now if they said they had any more witnesses tomorrow or if it was just these, there's some papers. I think it's just these papers. And I think they might have said they were done with witnesses. But I wonder if this is one of those witnesses where Sara really wanted to call them. And, if the defense decided not to, it would be because, they had things to say that weren't good for her, right? Which wouldn't be all that surprising.
I didn't even know who his probation officer was, so no, I wouldn't go. So the same thing for classes. I need to do that too.
Classes. You need to do what?
Substance abuse class and his battered intervention. Yeah, something else I should carry that. So, other than this, so initially, what was the cause of death?
She is still pending because she wants to hold the body for an additional day to see if more of those bruises turn into something bigger. And she's doing some other tests that she's got to do. So she's pending it for now.
So that couldn't have been of him being in the suitcase. Or y'all saying that I physically did it.
That's what she's determining.
So
The ones on the head, I asked her, because I had been from the suitcase, and she said she didn't think so.
I didn't touch him, nor did he touch me. I'm leaving it at that. So I don't know if you all know how to do this because so that's what I was gonna ask you to ask. So are you all updating his parents today or when you get final, whatever?
What does it matter what we tell his parents meeting?
Because
we're gonna talk to it with them.
Okay,
I have to.
but it's gonna come down to me.
What do you mean?
So it's being put on me.
Who said that?
But I'm not, so what is it you would tell them?
We're gonna give them an update, just like we gave you an update on their autopsy.
Okay, so it's whatever
Well,
bruise.
here's the thing.
Whatever on the head.
We had to deliver news to them last night that their son was dead. There was not a whole lot of conversation that goes on after that. It's not a very easy thing.
Was it yesterday or Sunday? Sunday. Today's Tuesday, right?
Did we not meet you yesterday? We met you yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm just asking. Right? Did you not meet yesterday?
It's a valid question.
Really? Yes, on Monday.
Okay.
Got it. Perfect. So I don't know if I asked you guys or how I find this out other than talking to his parents, which is not gonna happen.
Yeah, probably a terrible idea.
How do you guys suggest me finding out about,
That's not even something that's been probably talked about between the family. That's not something we asked. We have no way of.
I didn't know, that's why I'm asking. So.
It'll be up to them to make the arrangements of what they want to do. Like she just told you this quick, just being told last night, I'll pretty much be willing to wager that they have not even considered what they're gonna do.
I thought he can't even be released, so.
I've been there with parents, grandparents, and uncles. So I don't know if I have the right to or not, but I was gonna call his former employees whom he really cared for and let them know.
She wants to make the calls. Holy fuck.
I just don't want to do something that I'm not supposed to.
Wow. And look,
how do I go about getting his wedding ring, engagement ring?
Wow. Wow.
If that's a medical examiner's office, it'll come to us eventually, and then.
Wow.
It'll be released to
Oh,
the, to the next of kin.
Yeah, okay.
I bought it for him.
She wants to
That is a
notify
civil issue.
family members. Wow.
It was on his finger, it goes to them, they're the ones that are gonna release it, we don't have any say in it.
So I won't get that back.
Wow.
So for all of this, like, how do I find out what's what, how many, like, what's been found?
What do you mean?
Pillow with stain, swab stain from pillow, suitcase.
That will all be sent off to the daily board of department of law enforcement, they do their testing.
So, and then like whatever white can with blood and necktie with blood was from the suitcase. Why would you guys, you'll see it in there, the baseball bat for Lucas and the feet. And this is just his phone, my phone, and the laptop.
Yeah, when anything can be released, we will release it, but we are very early in this investigation and it's not an overnight process, unfortunately.
So what's next?
They're gonna come and swab your fingers.
You're gonna be
No, I'm talking about like in the long run, like what do I need to like, do I need to be doing something or
I
like?
need to be doing something.
I can't tell you what to do.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
like, so like for, like, I don't understand, like, I don't know if you guys are just gonna like, because it makes it sound like to me, like, I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it. And a handful of other things I'm being accused of.
Okay.
So I don't want to be at home with Lucas and you guys show up.
Don't worry about that. You're not going home. That's what. Yeah.
So.
Wow.
We're still investigating, I don't know what you want me to tell you.
So is there going to be concrete whatever it is, and then it's like, okay, this is what it is, kind of thing, or like, because I've done the whole court thing, I've done the whole attorney thing, I've done whatever, so if, I'm not admitting anything about being intentional and I killed George. That's not the situation, but it's trying to depend on me. That was not my intent. But it's trying to depend on me. So however, or whatever it is I need to do in order for that to be proven, then I need to do so, which is why I'm trying to get my ducks in a row.
She's just getting her
So
ducks
that's why
in
I'm
a
asking
row.
what the next step is, other than me getting my nails swabbed.
I mean, you want me to tell you how to not be accused of a crime? Is that what you're asking?
Question.
I don't know what.
I'm trying to prepare myself for whatever may need to be done, so I can. I guess stick
Prepare
up for
yourself to
myself.
be arrested.
I mean, I think you're doing just fine.
I think you're doing just fine.
I just don't want you guys to, again,
Wow.
show up and Lucas is in the house.
Well, we did tell you yesterday that we don't want to do anything around your son, hence why you came to us.
Wow.
So I don't know why you think that's gonna change.
That and or me not just show up back home.
I'm sorry, what? That or what?
Me just not show up back home.
So I suppose.
That's what,
I suppose they're not telling her that she's going to be arrested because they're like, she's just going to keep talking as long as she sits here. I mean, they're kind of done with like asking their questions. I think they feel like, there's nothing more they can, she's sticking to her, story. But anyway, this is great because she's just like totally oblivious. It's really something.
so happy that I'm staying over at the house, so bad. I'm so happy. And I'm not going back to the house, to my house, for however long I can stay over here because of whatever to blow over.
Blow over.
And again, if you don't mind me asking, so for whatever it is you all are claiming from the videos, which, yeah, is that what you're gonna tell them? Like his parents? It's like, oh yeah, by the way, she did.
Oh God.
Did what?
I mean, what would you tell them?
I don't think it really matters what we're gonna tell the parents.
Oh yeah, it is, it's fuel to the fire.
Well, we can't hide things. And
The
I don't know.
thing is this, they're like, you know, she's claiming to be worried about her safety, right? Whatever. But I'm sure that in their minds, it's like, you know, you don't have to worry about that because you're going to be in custody, you know?
I'm not saying we're gonna go, I'm not saying that we're gonna go and tell them every single thing we have. But again, this is the Orange County Sheriff's Office of public record, so eventually, like, this all will come out. So it's just like, you're making it sound like we're gonna tell them something, so then your life is in danger, and I don't like that accusation. So let's just nip that in the butt right now.
Her face right there is
That's
great.
what's going to happen.
Look at her face. Wow.
I cannot,
Making all
but
kinds
I cannot choose, but we can't even, but, so, technically, there's no concrete report yet, even. Right, so it's, you want me to like tell you exactly what I'm gonna tell them? I don't know what I'm gonna tell them, let's just leave it at that. Just like you don't know why you went upstairs, I don't know what I'm gonna tell them. So,
That's what they're dealing with.
can I call you the way that I did last time? Yeah, my phone is online. This should be.
I love the computer has a handle on it. Never seen that before.
I get it. Look, I get it.
Look, I get it, she said.
That was really bad.
Oh, boy. She doesn't know how bad it is.
So that's what scares me. Like, what do I need to plan on? Like, what do I need to plan on?
Wow.
I promise you.
It's so insane.
On my son's life.
Like, this is so
It was not intentional.
The bargaining.
I promise you.
The bargaining with Lucas's
On
life.
Lucas's life, it was not intentional.
Yes.
I don't know you. I can't say I know anything about you. I don't know what would be a true statement, what would not. I mean, if you're promising on your son's life, that's fine. That's how much it means.
Sorry.
That's how much that's how much it means. I hope you take that to heart, please.
I hope you take that to heart. You know, I think those are the exact same cups they still have that they're using in court.
It's documented that you said that, yeah. I get it.
Same cups. They must have a really good price on these cups.
Do you have any idea when I can get my phone back?
Dude.
What did you say?
I said, no, I mean, our digital forensics unit is, got a lot of cases on the plate. I mean,
Well, and that's not typing my laptop, it's Lucas' laptop. So you'll see all the games he has on there.
as soon as we can get that back to Lucas, we will. As soon as we can release your phone, we will. But
You know,
we have no way of being able to tell you because we don't have.
One thing I will say that I applaud, you know, them for them being, you know, the government in Orange County. I applaud them for the fact that we have seen literally nothing of Lucas. I don't think there's been any pictures of Lucas. Like, literally, Lucas has been completely kept out of this. And, you know, it remains to be seen if either side will call him at this point. But the trial's wrapping up and there's not been any talk of anyone calling him. And I'm really glad for that because, you know, in most cases, they would call him, you know, I think. And I think that I'm just happy that, you know, it's great that he's being left out of it, you know? So yeah. And I just hope he's doing okay.
Control over their caseload and how they arrange what they do. So I don't know. And at this point, I think honestly, with everything else that's going on, it should probably be at the bottom of your list of words.
Bottom of your list.
I'm trying to make Lucas happy so he can have his laptop back. Did Brian not have a laptop for him? He has his laptop that he has to do for work, but he doesn't want him using it or breaking or dropping. It's not a big deal, there's nothing on the laptop anyway.
So you will keep me posted, like updated.
Sorry. It's just a lot. They'll keep you updated, all right.
That's my thing, is I'm trying to figure out what I need to do in the meantime.
See, that's why it's crickets, because they're like,
I don't know, I can't, like, I don't know what to tell you though.
Right.
Like, what am I, what? But you all have more information than I do, where it's like, yeah, you might wanna, or yeah, you might wanna. Like, we have more information on what? Like,
We told you everything that we have. You know everything that we know. And most of it we got from you.
but, like I was telling her, like, yeah, that's bad, like, which I swore my son's life was not intentional. So that's why I'm trying to figure out what I need to do for myself.
Get a lawyer and stop talking. That's what you
Going
should.
forward with it.
Lawyer,
Nonetheless,
shut up.
with his family. And are you all just showing up with Lucas now?
Because we've already both told you
Also-
that we would be mindful in any situations.
I think what's also happening here is that she's seeking reassurance from them, as she has done from the get-go with the body cam. You know, it's like seeking approval, seeking reassurance from them. I think she wants to hear from their mouths, don't worry, you're not going to be arrested. You're fine. We get it. It's an accident. Right. I think that's what she's seeking. I think that's actually why she came down there, to be honest with you. You know, the phone thing was just a convenient excuse because, you know, I had pointed this out before on the body cam that it was like, you know, she was like fishing for that. Right. And I think that's what she's still doing. And she's just trying to rephrase it in different ways. Like the whole thing about being afraid of the family. If they find out, it's like, what are you going to tell them? You know, that type of thing. And, you know, it's like, what should I be planning on next? When am I getting Lucas's computer? This and that. So, because, you know, it's like she's like oblivious to it, but at the same time, she has to understand there's a reason she's still sitting there. So. And they're being so quiet, man. Oh.
So you guys, are you gonna call me tomorrow? Or are you gonna come back down here?
Wow.
I'll chat with you next time. I have no idea what I'm gonna call you next. Isn't the report come out tomorrow?
Our report.
I'm just saying the report is generated through us, and the sheriff's office is a public entity, so if someone were to come request something, then.
No, I'm talking about, his autopsy.
She's waiting and doing more follow-up, but,
She's looking at him, yes,
yeah.
but she won't be finished with him because she's pending further stuff.
So after this, what? I'm done? For now?
She's done for now. LOL. They're just, dude, the silence. Wow. They're not saying a damn word. She should have figured it out by now. Oh.
How long did this stuff take to get back?
You won't get back the swabs and stuff. We'll say.
I don't know about it.
Our dispatch center keeps calling my phone. I keep having to have other people call them to see what they need.
The thing is I was just thinking
I
about
hope you all can really both truly understand that that was not my intent.
She's still trying. The thing is that right now, they don't have enough to arrest her. I mean, they're not arresting her yet, right? They're waiting for, you know, that probable cause to come in. So they're just holding her there, you know? And so it's interesting to think about because technically she doesn't have to be there. She's free to go, right? She's not under, well, I guess technically she is being detained, but she's not been arrested. But I don't think she realizes she's being detained. But I mean, because I was just thinking about how, like, if she was free to go, technically she could, you know, leave. And then, you know, let's just pretend she was like, you know, secretly wealthy, she could just like, flee. Because I was just thinking about how they kind of try to buy themselves time by holding people there and keep, until they have enough to arrest them. And I think that's what we're seeing here, because they are kind of out of questions. And I mean, they're just letting her talk, which is great for them anyway. But it's almost like they're babysitting her. That's kind of the idea I have here.
I miss him a lot.
But my question has remained the same. What do you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position like that?
Yes, but you have to understand too,
Just what would you expect to happen to somebody when you leave them in a position?
I have no idea because I've never done it before.
Oh boy.
Why have you never done it before?
Why would I?
Exactly.
Why would I do it before?
Why did you do it now?
I clearly have said why. Why?
No, you don't know why. You just know that it's not intentional, but you don't know why. But that's okay. I'm not trying to force you to say something that you don't know.
Her attitude is amazing.
Phoebe
She's like, I'm so fed up with you people.
I bet you guys would feel that I'm that kind of person.
We're not assuming anything. We're going by the facts. It happens.
But you guys
Like you said, you don't know me.
I guess you don't know me.
What time is it, please? 4:46.
What did she say? Hold on. Let me put the subtitles on. What did she say? Did she say something about leaving? I think she did. Hold on.
What time is it, please?
What time? Please. Okay.
And so, for me to have to live with getting him out and doing what I did is punishment enough.
Oh man, look at her go. She's deciding her own sentence right now.
I think that's why I haven't slept.
Oh my
I
god.
don't tell you.
It's been one night, ma'am. One night.
So that right there says something.
It does say something. It's been one night, and the previous night you slept in, so.
Not my intention. to live with that now.
Oh my God, dude. Sarah.
Nonetheless,
Just
punishment in itself.
it's a punishment in itself. Can you imagine if like people who commit crimes just could just face shit
A tragic situation.
and it's like, yep, that's your punishment. Okay.
Right.
Okay.
I'm very wrong. It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen.
Stupid things like this happen. Wow. Wow. Stupid things like this happen. It's unfortunate. Wow. Wow.
Nonetheless, I have to live with that now.
It's unfortunate that stupid things like this happen. Wow.
His daughters too.
His daughters too.
Are you trying to make it worse?
Sorry, what?
Are you trying to make it worse?
Oh my God.
What worse?
How I feel?
Oh my God.
Wow. She is fine. That was there yesterday. I think she took your photo.
Okay, so we're waiting for the fingernail person, I guess. Oh, and we saw her testify. We saw her testify. She was the lady who was the suitcase expert lady. Y'all remember how on Crossing Cam he was like talk to her and she was like just enough to take her do the buckle swabs or whatever.
So I'm just gonna take a swab and go around on one hand and then do the second one for the other hand. Brittany?
Little buckle swab collection here. I might pop forward a little bit. That would happen. Y'all think she's going to say, so what's next? Walking out, probably. Oh, she's putting on another set of gloves. Okay, let me skip forward a little bit. She's taking more samples. All right. all the samples. She's in hands. Okay, there we go. She left. We'll be back in a little bit. Thanks, Deb.
Okay, Sarah. So.
Uh-oh. No.
You're not free to go.
Aha.
Okay. Do you promise everything you told us was the truth? Or no? Everything we talked about today? Yes. What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't swear. Remember I swore you yesterday on the audio recording? I just forgot, so you raised his hand to remind me to tell you. Okay. Do you promise and swear that everything we talked about today has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yeah. Show us.
Or which true and accurate to the best of your knowledge? What, that it wasn't intentional? Everything you said today. Everything that's come out of your mouth has been true and accurate to the best of your knowledge.
He's not free to go. So that was the moment I was
To the best of my knowledge. Correct. Yes. Why?
Because we have to talk to somebody is we need to assure that everything that we talked about is
True and accurate to the best of that person's knowledge.
not a trick question.
To the best of my knowledge.
To the best of your knowledge.
Everything that you've told us today is true and accurate to the best of your knowledge. Yes, but it was not intentional.
Y'all.
Okay.
Oh my God, are these gonna arrest her? Oh, there it is. Oh my God. Y'all, she's like, no. She's like, are you guys?
Why is this happening?
Because George is dead.
Wow.
Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead.
Hold on.
Someone needs to call Brian, please. Okay. Or can I not make a phone call?
I have to see that. Why is this happening? I cannot.
If you can find your bag, do you have anything in your pockets that I should know about?
No.
Correct.
Why is this happening?
Wow.
Because George is dead.
Not intentionally. We understand that.
He's still dead.
Someone needs to call Brian, please. Okay. Or can I not make a phone call?
You'll be able to make a phone call when you stand to the jail.
So why is this happening? So this was a trick.
Incredible.
I'm here to ask you to explain a few things to us. And
You were right, you're right.
your response to everything was basically, I didn't do it.
Intentionally.
Doesn't matter. It's still there.
Oh my God.
Have sheets. Really?
So if I can show up. Why is this happening?
Because
Before you all said I could leave, that I was done after that.
we were done, yes, we were done. Absolutely.
So now, so that's what it is,
We are done.
right? Not intentional.
Okay.
So what am I supposed to do now?
Get a lawyer.
You will,
Someone needs to call Brian. Lucas is waiting for Mom to come home. This was not my intention. I thought I was waiting for you all to come and figure out what's what and how many.
that's what we're trying to do.
And I was going to be able to go home and see Lucas. Now he's just not gonna have me come home. So there's nothing that I can do.
No.
There's nothing that I can do in order to go home and see Lucas and prepare.
Son. Oh my God. Sorry,
You'll
not
be afforded the
son.
time in court, you'll be
I was
afforded
just
an
thinking,
attorney.
right.
You'll be
She needs, well, and I don't even remember what happened with her first attorney because this is so long ago. But in other words, what the question she needs to be asking is, how do I get set up with an attorney so that I can have a hearing to see if I can make bail so I can, be out on bail or whatever. So, my guess is that she just couldn't make bail. I would imagine she was granted bail, like she wasn't, denied bail, but that she just probably couldn't afford it.
Or a chance to talk to a judge and all that stuff will be worked out.
But what's the time frame for that though?
I have no way of being able to tell you. You should make first appearance by tomorrow morning, if not tonight, depending on how things are busy, how quickly you get down there.
I have a suspicion that he's gonna happen. I need water like really bad, dude.
See, she keeps, dude. You keep looking at him, staring him down.
Absolutely good night.
I just got those.
Okay. Yeah, you're not allowed in the jail.
So I can't even smoke cigarettes in my bathroom.
Oh, she's saying she just bought a pack of cigarettes and they're confiscating them, and she's mad. Wow. I just bought those. Like, what do you think?
I have nothing to do with my car.
Pretty fine where it is. When you get down there, you'll have 3 phones, you'll be able to call.
What, it's responsible?
Yeah, once you get down there, give a pin, you'll be able to use a phone in the waiting
But how
room.
long will that take? Because I need to talk to Brian.
Yeah, no, it depends how busy, how quickly they get you through. I would say within the hour. It's a free phone call in the lobby, it's a free phone call.
One free phone call.
She has no clue.
So can I ask you, or whoever it is, those holding cells, the holding cells, am I gonna be talking about those? Last time I had a panic attack.
Let them know that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, you're familiar with the big bag. As long as you go in and
Oh
you
my
act
God.
civil to them, they'll set you in the big bag. You'll be left there and.
Can you request that when I'm in?
No, that's not us. We don't work at the jail.
As long as like you're saying, you don't have
You
to.
go in and act like this, you'll go in and they'll put you in the big bag. If you go in there screaming and kicking and yelling and
How do I
cursing,
do that?
I don't know. I'm just letting you know that's what happens. That's how they weed people out. If you go in acting like this,
So I asked for the big bang.
they'll put you there. As long as you're acting like this.
I did, because the last time I had a major panic attack with the little thing.
Huh.
I have not.
So what am I gonna do with my purse?
She's done this before.
First is gonna come, but the cigarettes and stuff can, so.
I put the lock up too. My bad.
Oh, that's okay, mine are no,
I feel like one.
What made you all decide to do this?
I feel like one of the lingering questions I still have, though, and I mean, there's still quite a few, is why the haircut? Why the haircut? And she still has that haircut. But like, why did you ever decide to have that haircut in the first place? And why do you still have it? You know?
They just decided to do this. Georgia said.
You guys, I knew this was gonna happen.
I knew this was going to happen.
So I came back to the village.
Yes, absolutely.
No, you didn't.
We were trying to figure out what's going on. We're still trying to figure out.
Unintentionally. Hey, forget, I have my, I don't know if it's able to see or not.
I apologize.
I have things in my car that I need to.
What kind of stuff you have in your car that really well?
Well, I have my medication.
Okay, they have a pharmacy there, so if there's something that you have to have right away, you'll be seeing a nurse.
It's candy packed up.
So, again, when you get checked in, you're gonna be seeing a nurse. And that they have a pharmacy there, so they'll be able to take care of any kind of that stuff. That protocol is out of my realm. I don't work on this, I don't know, but I do know they do have a pharmacy. And that you will be afforded to see somebody. Got it? I was saying that. All right.
There it is. And she's been there ever since.
Yes.
Amazingly. All right, let's zoom. We're almost to the end of the day. Bloop, bloop, bloop.
Members of our jury, I have an instruction that I need to read to you at this
Okay.
time.
I'm going to go past the instruction. I can't remember if there's any housekeeping, so let's just see.
To Sara Boone. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain
They're going to finish their direct with her. That's
the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the police officers as true, but only to establish the context of Sarah Boone's reactions and responses. You may continue.
Ma'am, did all of these events that you have testified to in regards to your investigation, did they all occur in Orlando, Orange County, Florida?
Establishing jurisdiction.
And ma'am, do you see the person today
And
here in
identifying
court
the defendant.
who admitted
Excellent.
to zipping up George Torres in a suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Do you see the person today here in court whose voice you heard on the suitcase video taunting George Torres?
Yes.
Do you see the person here today in court who admitted to you flipping George Torres while he was in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
And do you see the person today here in court who admitted going to bed while George Torres continued to suffer in the suitcase?
Yes, I do.
Could you please identify that person by an article of clothing they're wearing?
Splotchy shirt.
Yes, she's at the defense table
Splotchy
in
shirt.
black and I guess a pinkish top.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
Record will so reflect.
No further questions at this time.
Members of the jury, it is 5:59. I tried to get you out of here before 6. We will continue with the balance of the state's presentation tomorrow at 9 a.m. I'm going to give you another instruction similar to what I've read.
Let's just see if anything else happens after this with the jury. Okay, they're rising for the jury. Okay, let's just.
Office for the deposition, and then they'll go from there.
Right.
Everybody's going to be handling the deposition. But she's outside the courtroom, Judge.
Okay. Specifically referring to a motion for witness to appear via Zoom filed October 21st, 2024 at 5:08 p.m. The court has reviewed it. We can address this tomorrow after you've had the opportunity to take the deposition.
I would just submit based on what we've just heard, that she can appear in person because she has.
Is that your final position?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think it would be wise to ask her those kind of questions from the lawyer so they would be able to give a more detailed response about why she doesn't want to appear in court. But I understand their position.
Here's the problem that I have. The rule 3.116D requires or allows the court to have virtual testimony or remote testimony if all parties consent. And I'm not hearing consent
Right.
on behalf of the state attorney's office. And in
I
reviewing the other
remember
court,
this part. They end up consenting. They needed to get something signed off. I remember this. Yeah. Okay. So that's pretty much it, I believe. They just deal with this and then they all agree. And then the state says, yeah, we'll get the thingy signed and that's it. Yep. There it is. There's her hairdo. What a hairdo, right? So that's it. So excellent. Another one down, guys. Wonderful. Good job, everybody. Round of applause. So tomorrow on the plan for this trial is the defense should be resting their case in chief, and then we have the state's rebuttal. And they said today that their expert is like half an hour, which I don't understand, but I think they're, Brian Boone apparently is, could be called by the defense, the state, or both. He could testify twice tomorrow. Who knows? So, and then they will have the charging conference. And Judge Kranick said he's expecting closing arguments to happen Friday morning at the latest. I feel like Friday morning is going to be it. I think the charging conference is going to take them a while. So that will probably be, the afternoon tomorrow. And then I would imagine the closing arguments will be Friday morning. And I think we'll have a pretty quick verdict. So I will try, if I can, to be able to pop in, depending on what happens, right? If I can cover Brian Boone live because, he has all the tea, then I will totally do that. So, but other than that, I think I'll be doing the next recap on Friday. So, for anyone who's new, welcome to the Squirrel Crew. And I do have playlists for all the different trials that I've covered, as well as music stuff that I do. But do make sure that you subscribe and turn on your notifications so that you find out whenever we have something else upcoming. Right now, I'm covering 3 trials. Well, 2 trials and 1 pre-trial. So I've got Koberger out of Idaho, and then the Casey Anthony trial, in Orange County, Florida, in the same courthouse as this trial. So we live in Orange County right now, as I always say. So this would be the third trial. So, but yeah, so we will have the next recap on Friday, but I will probably be going live at some point tomorrow, hopefully to see Brian Boone on the stand. But other than that, thanks everyone for being here, and I will see you guys next time. And I will roll the outro.